Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had a Ton of Quirks. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku let out a soft sigh in the cold night. Just earlier, he was in a meeting with other pro heroes and police on a raid they were going to perform the same night. There are new reports of an organization they have been investigating for quite some time, a little over 5 years. According to the reports, the organization was ready to launch a weapon they have been developing since the start of the organization. Unfortunately, the police were unable to uncover what the new weapon was. What is it, a hand weapon? A missile? A weapons vehicle? They weren't exactly sure. They did, however, have a lead on what it could be. Quirk engineering. Since the start of Quirks, people have been able to find new ways to use their newfound powers. Some used it to help in everyday life or for entertainment. Unfortunately, it also gave birth to new and dangerous villains. Thankfully, the job of being a pro hero began to arise, and soon they began handling these new threats, with specific laws, of course. However, only about 80% of the population was able to awaken their quirks, with the rest of the 20% remaining quirkless. For many years, people believed that there was no way for the quirkless to suddenly awaken a quirk. It was just ridiculous. The organization disagreed with this. They believed that there was, in fact, a way for the quirkless to manifest a quirk. For years they researched and extracted tissue samples from countless people and gathered scientists who supported their cause. From there, they began their new project on developing quirks for all humans, hoping that they would be able to provide quirks for all. Unfortunately, their research ran into a roadblock when they didn't have the funds for equipment, and their research only went so far as to what they were given. That was until a man approached them. He claimed to be a scientist like them, one who was very interested in their theory. From there, he provided the necessary funding and equipment. He even offered them his own notes, stating that it had information that he was currently working on and that he could use them if they so wished. When asked why he was doing this for them, he merely said, "I want to see just how far us humans will go. The thirst for knowledge is so great that we will do everything we can to obtain it. For what purpose will you truly use it for? After all, some of the worst things created were made for the best intentions." The same man stayed with them for a while, guiding them in their research and experiments, even advising on what they should do to further their operations. That was until he abruptly left. This baffled the small organization, but ignored it and continued with what was left of the notes the man provided. Fortunately or unfortunately, they weren't very successful in their project. As time went on, they resorted to the darker side of research and human experimentation. Countless numbers of their subjects died, either through exhaustion, pain, or the strain of the quirk they were given. After a few years, it seemed that their project was going to end in failure. That is until 3 months ago. From what Izuku has heard, the organization began to finally receive positive results on the new test subject they acquired weeks before they started their experiment with him. Things were going well, a little too well for the pro heroes' liking. The raid they were to perform tonight was to ensure that the organization was put to a stop from progressing any further and, hopefully, contain their new weapon. "I'm not getting paid enough for this," Izuku grumbled. "This raid better be fast. I'm losing sleep for this." "Ready, Shouta, present Mike, or Yamada Hazashi," yelled as they walked to meet up with the other heroes that will be with them in the raid. They expected several villains in the concealed barn. They suspected that they'd have to fight some villains, with a possibility of a few being test subjects as well. Whether they were strong or not, it didn't matter to the organization. They were there to buy time for them to escape. The heroes assigned to the raid were Eraserhead, Present Mike, All Might, and Endeavor. 3 well-known heroes and an underground one. "Not to worry, Izuku. With all of us, I'm sure that we'll be able to pull this off as quickly as possible," All Might exclaimed as he gave him a thumbs up. "I sure hope so." Endeavor rolled his eyes. "Let's get this over with," he growled and stormed towards the old splintering door. Izuku ran through the halls, trying to locate the room in which the weapon was stored away. As it turned out, the barn had multiple levels underground, a fact that greatly surprised the underground hero. F my life. The raid so far was a success. Numerous villains and scientists were apprehended, with only a few having to be knocked unconscious. Although, the real surprise was when they were desperate enough to release all the test subjects they experimented on, causing more trouble for the heroes and police along the way. If they were this determined to protect whatever it is that they developed, I could only imagine exactly how much power this weapon holds. He silently mused to himself before he ran into a room. From Izuku could tell, the room was a lab of some sort, filled with tubes of several varieties. Some small, some large, some full, and some broken. Blood was splattered against the floor and wall while glass littered the floor. As Izuku roamed his eyes across the room, a peculiar item caught his attention. What's this? Walking forward to one of the tables, Aizawa was able to make out a series of notes. What caught his attention was a folder, while all the other records were scattered, almost as if someone else was in a hurry to escape, most likely from the raid. But based on the broken tubes and splotches of blood, that probably wasn't the case. Opening the file, Aizawa's eyes widened. There were several arrays of recorded quirk samples they've obtained over the years, as well as the various people they experimented on. As he read on, the recordings stated that the age span from what they've tested on ranged from just 4 years old to as old as 60. Aizawa's nose scrunched up in disgust. Sick. As he continued to examine the notes, one particular document caught his eye. Carefully removing it from the folder, Aizawa saw that it was not another research paper, but rather a diary entry from one of the scientists. Raising an eyebrow at this, Aizawa began reading. It is astounding how far these scientists have gone. Their research was extensive. In fact, their theory nearly matches mine, yet at the same time, not very close. They are to achieving their goal but are too afraid to cross the boundary. Perhaps with a little push in the right direction, will they finally be able to have a breakthrough? They may not have the same high intellect as I have, but it'll do. If this project of theirs succeeds, we could be looking at a new troop in our forces, one that will best even my children. If they follow my directions well, the weapon they create will be unstoppable, one that could be used to keep the other children in line. All they need is some guidance, and thanks to Master's permission, I can finally take part in this project of theirs. Dr. Yu, children, Aizawa said out loud. There are more of them? If there are, how many? Questions for later. I have to find their weapon. Pocketing the folder, Aizawa continued running through the halls in search of their goal. This must be it, Aizawa thought as he found the only remaining room he hadn't checked. As he entered, Aizawa quickly dodged a knife aiming for his neck and promptly pinned the scientist down onto the floor. Gah, are you the lead scientist in this little experiment? Aizawa asked, glaring at the squirming assailant. Get off, the man snarled from underneath him. Aizawa scoffed. Yeah, right. Now talk. I won't tell you anything, and I'll never will. He yelled as slowly he passed out underneath Aizawa. Thanks for making this harder for me than it already is. He softly released. Bastard probably sedated himself so that we won't get information out of him for a while. Aizawa thought as he began to eye the room. It was surprisingly clean. Far more than the rest of the rooms, he checked, although calling it clean is a bit of a stretch. He thought, it still stinks like the rest of them. As Aizawa continued to explore, he stopped as he spotted a small cellar towards the back of the room. Shrugging his shoulders, he made his way over to encasement. The closer he got, the more was he able to make out what seemed to be a little boy in dirty rags, curled up in a ball in the corner. Hey, kid, Aizawa called out to the boy. No response. Must be asleep. He approached the cell door, careful enough so that he may not spook the boy. As soon as he got close, Aizawa quickly pulled back as the boy suddenly lunged towards him. Hey, calm down, he said to the boy, who chose to ignore him and proceeded to adopt into a fighting stance. No openings, Aizawa noted. He's covering all possible weak spots that he could have, including those that most people aren't aware of. Just who exactly is he? He shook his head and tried to approach the boy again, albeit more slowly than before. The boy flinched back as he saw the action. I'm not with them, Aizawa explained to the boy. We're here to rescue you. The boy gave him a questioning look. Us, the pro-heroes, Aizawa explained. My name is Shouta Aizawa, or Eraserhead, whichever you prefer. What's your name? He asked as he knelt down to meet the boy's eye. The boy hesitated before he finally responded in a small voice. Izuku Midoriya. Aizawa took a short swing of one of his jelly-filled pouches and focused on the scene in front of him. The raid was a success, with minimal injuries treated here and there. A few minutes after every person associated with the organization was apprehended, ambulances were called as well as the police that was on standby to bring any remaining criminals into police custody. The paramedics were quick to treat the test subjects and rush a few to the hospital. All in all, not such a bad turnout. Now what to do with the kid? Aizawa looked at the boy who was sitting beside him quietly, watching the scene unfold. After the underground here confronted him, Izuku gave no sense of resistance and followed whatever Aizawa told him to do. He didn't speak unless he was spoken to and had a faraway look on his face during the time he has been with him. It unnerved the pro-hero quite a bit. Eraserhead, said pro-hero, turned to face the chief of police who was in charge of the operation. Yes, we're about to head in to confiscate any tools and weapons the organization may have used in their experiment. Is there anything inside that we should be aware of? Asked the chief. Aizawa slowly shook his head. Not that I'm aware of, though you should keep an eye out for any hidden traps that we haven't found yet. The chief gave a short nod before he noticed the young boy next to the pro, who was currently fiddling with one of the jelly pouches that Aizawa gave him. And who is this little guy? He questioned. Aizawa turned to look at Izuku as he spoke. His name is Izuku Midoriya. I found him in a cellar in one of the rooms I checked. Doesn't say much, but I doubt it's because he's shy of us. Test subject. Possibly. He was on alert when I first met him and was crafty when he tried to surprise attack me. Seems harmless now. The chief gave another nod as he called another police officer over. They'll take you guys back to the police station so that the boy may be questioned. Hopefully, he'll know something that we don't know as of yet. The chief spoke as he beckoned them to follow. Aizawa stood up and gave a short stretch as he eyed Izuku. Let's go, problem child. We're going on a short trip. Izuku gave the pro hero a curious look. Nusutafu Police Station. Yo, Shota. A voice called out as Aizawa turned to face who called him. Present Mike walked up to him, waving with a smile on his face. Where were you? I couldn't find you anywhere after the raid was over. What's up with that? Sorry about that. Mike had to take this kid over to the station for questioning, he said as he motioned to Izuku. The boy bowed in response. My name's Izuku Midoriya. It's nice to meet you. Present Mike laughed. Nice to meet you too, little guy. The name's Present Mike, but you can just call me Yamada Hazashi, little listener. Izuku nodded. Is your quirk sound-based? You're speaking kind of loud. Present nodded with a smile. Yep, got it in one. My quirk's called voice, which allows me to increase the volume of my voice. You mean like a sonic scream ability? Yeah, you're pretty smart, aren't you, kid? Alright, that's enough. We have to take this kid in for questioning. You can talk to him after that. Aizawa interrupted to avoid further conversation. You got it. I'll talk to him tomorrow. I'm heading home for the day. Present Mike said. Eraserhead's eye twitched. They're already letting you go. Present Mike nodded. Yep. Already filed my report and answered their questions, so they're letting me go early. Good luck, he said with a wave as he walked away. Eraser only sighed in despair before looking at Izuku with tired eyes. All right, kid, let's get this over with. The boy merely tilted his head. All right, kid, let's not waste any more time and start with the questions. Aizawa began as he eyed Izuku. Accompanied by him were Nezu and All Might. Nezu was here so that he may notice any missing details or offer his insight. All Might, on the other hand, was present so that the boy may remain calm at seeing the number one hero. After all, kids love All Might, right? All right. How old are you? 6 years old. Almost 7. Izuku replied. How old were you when they first brought you in? Izuku gave a little thought for a moment. Not exactly sure. 4 maybe. Sorry, I can't remember that far back. Aizawa gave a short nod. That's all right. What do you know about the organization that kept you? Nezu asked. Izuku pondered for a moment before he shrugged. Not much. They were very tight-lipped when it came to information. I only heard bits and pieces whenever I was led to train. Aizawa's eyebrow rose. Train? Izuku nodded. Train. In their words, they wanted their weapon to be in the best shape whenever it was needed. In other words, me. The pro's eyes widened. You're the weapon the organization was developing. A shocked All Might asked. Izuku gave a nod of affirmation. For me to adapt to certain situations in combat, they had to augment me by injecting me with experimental quirk serums so that my abilities can be enhanced. Every minute, every day, every week, Izuku informed them. The pro heroes felt sick to their stomach as the mood began to drop. Jesus Christ, how painful was it? Aizawa mumbled. Izuku tilted his head to the side in confusion. Pain. What is pain? The mood in the room dropped even further. Aizawa took a moment to recompose himself before he continued. How many quirks do you have? What are their abilities? Aizawa asked the million-dollar question that was currently on everyone's minds. Izuku was silent for a moment before he spoke. At the moment, I have 6 quirks that I am aware of. Their jaws dropped. 6? How is that possible? The stress of having so many quirks would kill him. Aizawa cut his train of thought when he realized something. Wait, you said that you have 6 quirks that you are aware of. What did you mean by that? I'll get to that in a bit. I think it's better to know what my quirks are, right? May I begin? Izuku inquired. Aizawa gave him a nod. My first 2 quirks kind of go hand in hand. My first quirk is called Evolution. It allows an existing quirk that I have to mutate into a stronger quirk. If it can't mutate the quirk any further, it'll just max out the potential of the said quirk as well as erasing any drawback the quirk may have. The pros were shocked. Such a quirk would be valuable and rare. Not to mention dangerous. Very dangerous. What about your second quirk? It was Nezu who asked. My second quirk is called Analysis. This allows me to figure out how a person's quirk works as well as their fighting style if they have any. Aizawa gave out a sigh. Concerning, but at least not it's something we haven't seen similar before. Referring to Principal Nezu's high spec. However, Izuku began. Here we go. Because of evolution, Analysis mutated and gave me the ability to copy a person's fighting style just from seeing it once. It also allows me to use any quirk that I have, as if I had it from the start, even if I haven't used it before. Izuku explained. What an amazing quirk. Why, I believe it can even rival my high-specs quirk. What joy! Nezu exclaimed happily. Finding someone who can rival his intellect was hard to come by these days. So it was a joyous occasion for Nezu to find someone similar to him in terms of quirks, of course. My next quirk is called Adamantine Chains. Oh, I am quite familiar with that quirk. This time it was All Might who spoke up. It allows the person to sprout chains from their bodies and wield them almost telepathically. Although I believe that the maximum number of chains you can produce are 4, right? That's right, Izuku answered with a nod. Although evolution allows me to use a maximum of 6 chains instead of 4. The end of the chains also has large blades as well, like the Kusorigama, except bigger. He explained. Interesting quirks you got so far, kid. What else you got? Aizawa asked. By now, the sleep in his eyes began to fade away as he was more interested in the abilities Izuku claimed to have. My fourth quirk is called Gas. A cough echoed through the room as Izuku looked away. It's not like I asked for this. I'm assuming that evolution also enhanced this quirk. Nezu asked. Yeah, now my quirk allows me to manipulate the gas from its natural flow, moving it any way I see fit. I can combine gases or even create new gases that don't exist. Izuku explained as his stomach growled. Excuse me, but can we take a break? I haven't eaten anything in a while, he asked. Aizawa blinked as he turned to look at the clock, eyes widening, realizing that they were questioning for about 2 hours. He turned back to Izuku. Sure, we'll take 20 minutes to eat. After that we'll resume with the questions, is that all right? Izuku shrugged in an almost uncaring way. Works for me. I'm just starving. So, what do you guys think? Aizawa asked his colleagues as they watched Izuku eat from the one-way mirror. Nezu began. He demonstrates amazing intellect as well as maturity. Although I'm unhappy to say that it may be because of the horrible environment he grew up in. He finished sadly. All Might gave a short nod. That may be so. But it does show us exactly how far the organization was going just to complete their project. Any report from that scientist you apprehended, Aizawa? Aizawa shook his head. Apparently he died just as he arrived at the hospital. Drug overdose, they said. All Might gave a look of annoyance. Perhaps we'll get our answers if we question Izuku even further. Nezu began. Time is almost up. Let's go back, shall we? You ready, kid? Aizawa asked. Izuku gave a short nod. I'm ready. Shall continue from where I left off. That earned him a nod in return. My next quirk is called Spark. Aizawa blinked. Seems pretty harmless. Izuku nodded. By itself maybe, but if I were to create, say, an explosive gas, all it takes is a short spark from my quirk and boom. How does evolution come into play? Nezu asked. Evolution mutated my spark into a stronger quirk known as Explosion. I can choose how big or how strong the force of my explosion can. I'm not sure what my limit is, though, considering I was only allowed to use it inside the barn. Izuku explained. All Might gave him a nod. I see. This is indeed a powerful quirk. You mentioned having 6 quirks, correct? What's your final quirk? At this, Izuku violently flinched as he looked down. The adults grew worried. What's wrong? Aizawa asked as his eyebrow rose at the boy's strange behavior. Softly, Izuku spoke. I'm not exactly proud of this quirk. In fact, it's because of this quirk that I have all the other quirks I mentioned. All Might sat up straighter as he heard something similar to this before. Could it be? Does have. He shook his head as he reassured the boy. Young man, do not be afraid to tell us. That's why we are here, to help you with anything that may be troubling you from your time as a captive. But in order to do so, we must know. Please, tell us what your last quirk is? All Might asked softly. Izuku took a moment to recompose himself as he spoke in a quiet voice. My final quirk. All Might gave him a nod. I see. This is indeed a powerful quirk. You mentioned having 6 quirks, correct? What's your final quirk? At this, Izuku violently flinched as he looked down. The adults grew worried. What's wrong? Aizawa asked as his eyebrow rose at the boy's strange behavior. Softly, Izuku spoke. I'm not exactly proud of this quirk. In fact, it's because of this quirk that I have all the other quirks I mentioned. All Might sat up straighter as he heard something similar to this before. Could it be? Does have. He shook his head as he reassured the boy. Young man, do not be afraid to tell us. That's why we are here, to help you with anything that may be troubling you from your time as a captive. But to do so, we must know. Please, tell us what your last quirk is? All Might asked softly. Izuku took a moment to recompose himself as he spoke in a quiet voice. My final quirk is called Inheritance, he began. What does it do? Aizawa asked. It allows me to copy any quirk from a person I come with direct contact with, allowing me to use it whenever I want to. Izuku slowly said. Silence swept around the room. The pros were in a state of shock. How could they not? They just met someone who claims that they could gain any quirk they wanted as long as they touched someone. A quirk such as this was extremely useful, unusual, and dangerous. If it were a villain wielding such power, it would have called for great concern. All Might was shocked most of all. It's just like his. Is this boy somehow related to All for One? No, I can't make any assumptions before I ask him myself. Young man, he began as Izuku turned towards him. This power, it was given to you, correct? All Might asked, letting out a sigh of relief as he was answered with an affirmative nod from Izuku. There are a few limitations, however, Izuku continued as he gained the adult's attention. While I can copy a person's quirk, I cannot copy mutation quirks for obvious reasons. Hybrid quirks are also hard to copy, but not impossible. How so? All Might asked. If two quirks were to merge, then they'll evolve into a new quirk. I can copy this new quirk, but it'll more likely than not separate the quirk back into its two original quirks. Izuku explained. It looks like evolution did you a bit of favor of gaining more than one quirk from one person, Aizawa commented. Izuku gave him a look of confusion. I haven't mentioned how evolution mutated this quirk yet, he said as the adult's eye widened once again. Evolution allows me to forcibly steal a person's quirk if I so desire. Since it doesn't make sense for me to have two of the same quirks, it gives me two options. The pros leaned in anticipation. I could either store it away so that I may return the quirk or give it to someone else. Or, at this Izuku trailed off. Or, I could instantly destroy the quirk I stole. A kill switch if you will. Izuku finished. Once again, the room was filled with silence as the pro heroes let the information properly sink in. Once it did, All Might began. That's some quirk you got there. Is this what you meant by only being aware of the quirks you have at your current possession? Izuku nodded. That and among other things. The scientists that experimented on me mentioned that other quirks are dormant inside of me. They said that they manifest in certain situations, although they aren't 100% sure. I see. I hope you aren't thinking of using these abilities for your own benefits, Aizawa commented with narrowed eyes. Aizawa. All Might exclaimed, shocked that the underground hero would accuse the child of ever doing such a thing. Nezu, on the other hand, remained indifferent and only focused on the scene that began to unfold. At this, Izuku snapped to attention and shook his head furiously. No, I could never. I wouldn't do such a thing. I only want to use this power for good, to help people. It's always been my dream since I was younger. Using these abilities for my own selfish reasons would go against everything I dreamed of, Izuku proclaimed before looking down. Truth be told, that's the only thing that's kept me going. I had to constantly remind myself who I was and what my dreams were. He glanced back up at them. I don't want there to go through what I've been through. The pro heroes smiled at this. At first, they were worried that the boy might abuse his powers and use them for evil. Now they rest easy, knowing that the young boy only wanted to use his skills for good, a mark of a true hero. Aizawa gave Izuku a rare smile. I see. What you're saying right now, it seems like your dream is to one day become a hero. Am I right? Izuku nodded furiously. That's exactly what I want to be. A hero. The pro heroes looked between each other before they came to a silent agreement. Very well, Midoriya. Thank you for answering our questions. Follow us outside, and we'll prepare the documents to release you, Aizawa said. Before we do, though, can you show me how your sixth quirk works? I'd like to see it for myself. Izuku blinked. I don't mind, but are you sure? I'll be copying your quirk after all. Aizawa nodded. Actually, I would also like to see your quirk in action as well. Nezu interpreted. It'll be exciting to see how exactly your quirk works. So please, do not be afraid to show us. You have our full permission. He finished as All Might nodded in agreement. All right, if you don't have any problems, then I'll gladly show you, Izuku relented. So whose quirk should I copy? The pros looked at each other before Aizawa spoke up, raising his hand. Try mine. It's called Erasure. Izuku gave him a nod before he touched the pro hero's hand. Emitter quirk detected. Duplicating. Quirk, Erasure, duplication complete. Evolution, max potential. Izuku blinked as his analysis was complete. It's done. Unfortunately, evolution was unable to mutate it into a new quirk, but it did give me a time extension on how long I use Erasure. It looks like its shortening of its maximum duration with repeated use was erased. Lucky bastard. Aizawa grumbled at the benefit Izuku's quirk gave him. Can you demonstrate your newly acquired quirk on All Might here? Nezu asked as All Might prepared to use his quirk. Izuku nodded before he focused his attention on All Might, activating the quirk at the same time. At the same time, All Might tried to feel the same familiar sensation whenever he uses his quirk. To his surprise, he was unable to activate his quirk, proving that Izuku's duplication of Aizawa's quirk worked. After a while, Izuku blinked as he deactivated his new quirk. Guess that makes 7. Nezu smiled at him. Before we finish, is there anything else you would like to tell us? Izuku began to calm down before he started thinking. After a short moment, he nodded his head. There is actually. I'm not sure how relevant this is now, considering that I'm no longer in their control, but they said I was created to target certain groups. And what would these targets be? Nezu asked. Izuku turned to look at him before answering, heroes and villains. Soon after that, Izuku, as well as the pro-heroes, bidding each other farewell before they split their ways. Aizawa turned towards Izuku and asked, "Are there any family members that we could contact? Even family friends?" Izuku shook his head. "I didn't have many friends growing up. My father left when I was very young, from what I remember. As for my mother..." Izuku trailed off with a solemn look on his face. The Erasure hero nearly smacked his head for not realizing it sooner before he asked, how else was Izuku taken away without them having to use force? Aizawa gave a hard thought before concluding, letting out a sigh as he did. "If you want, I could take you in with me." Izuku looked at him in surprise. "Really? You'll do that for me?" Aizawa gave him a short nod. "I don't mind. After all, it does get pretty lonely back home," he mumbled. Izuku's sweat dropped at this before he blinked as he remembered something. "May I make a request?" Izuku inquired. Aizawa rose an eyebrow at this. "Go on." "When I first got my gas quirk, it went out of control due to a containment breach," Izuku began. "Unfortunately, I inhaled too much of my gas, messing up my respiratory system quite a bit. Can I get a gas mask or something of the like to help regulate my breathing?" he asked. Aizawa pondered for a bit before nodding. "I don't see why not. Should be doable. Thank you. First, we'll have to sign a few adoption papers, but after that, you're all set. Let's head for the adoption center, all right." Izuku happily nodded at this. However, they were interrupted as an earth-shattering explosion was heard from outside. Kaboom! Aizawa narrowed his eyes as he focused his attention on the outside of the station. "What was that?" he asked as he rushed outside to assess the situation, not noticing that Izuku was close behind. Once he was outside, Aizawa began looking around, trying to find the source of the trouble. "Fire," he spotted before running towards it. Of all the times All Might had to disappear, it had to be now. Aizawa screamed mentally as he continued running, only to dodge when a steel beam nearly impaled him, followed by 4 villains. "Well, what do we have here? A hero trying to save people?" One of them taunted. Hey, let's show him what happens when heroes try to mess with us." Another taunted as they rushed towards him. Aizawa pulled down his goggles as he jumped back to avoid a flurry of punches that came from the third villain. "Come on, hero. I came here because there's supposed to be a good fight. So, come on, show me just how strong you are." The third villain shouted as he used his quirk strong arm to shower the Erasure hero with punches. "Hey, come on, Rappa, leave some for us." The fourth villain yelled as he sent another steel beam towards Aizawa. "This isn't good. I can't keep dodging forever," he thought to himself as he avoided the first villain. "I have to erase the big one's quirk if I want to capture the other two, but they keep getting out of my sight." Unfortunately, his train of thought distracted him, catching him off balance as he landed. Rappa saw Eraserhead leave himself open and decided to take his moment of opportunity. "You're done now," Rappa shouted as he rapidly approached the Eraser hero. "Crap." Aizawa cursed as he braced himself for the onslaught of punches. As Rappa got closer, he readied his quirk to rain down punches, only to jump back when a black-bladed chain burst from the ground in front of him. "Huh, what's this?" Rappa questioned as he jumped to safety. Aizawa blinked, realizing where the chain was coming from and began to look for the source behind it. It didn't take long for him to spot Izuku, who was only a few feet away with an unreadable expression plastered on his face. Aizawa's eyes widened in shock. What is he doing here? One of the villains snuck up behind Eraser and enlarged his fist. "Don't get distracted," he yelled, getting ready to smash the hero into the ground, only to be kicked away from Aizawa, courtesy of Izuku, who copied his quirk at the same time. Transformation quirk detected. Duplicating. Quirk, Big Fist, duplication complete. Evolution quirk, giantification. The villain slowly got up. Oh. What the hell's a kid doing here? Doesn't matter, just some kid playing hero. Why don't we teach this brat a lesson? One of the villains said with a sinister smirk. No, the villains turned to Rappa. Leave this brat to me. He interrupted my fight, so now I gotta teach this punk what happens when you mess with adults. He angrily yelled as he rushed towards the boy. Eraserhead's eyes widened. Izuku. He yelled out in worry before he had to dodge another steel beam. Hey, your fight's with us, hero. Don't ignore us just yet. The villain taunted with a smirk. Aizawa gritted his teeth. Be careful out there, Izuku. I hope your quirks and abilities aren't all just for show. With Izuku. Come on, kid. I'll show you what a real fight's all about. Rappa yelled as he rushed towards Izuku. Once he got close enough, Izuku proceeded to vault over Rappa, touching his back while doing so. Emitter quirk detected. Duplicating. Quirk, Strong Arm, duplication complete. Evolution quirk, Strong Limb. I can't fight this guy with just giantification. I'll need his quirk so that I can at least match him. Izuku thought to himself. Come on, stop dodging. Let's give each other a good fight with just our fists, he said, smiling when he saw Izuku adjusting himself into a fighting stance. He grew himself bigger using giantification. I'm much smaller than, so I should be able to take him on if I can at least reach him. Izuku thought to himself. Good, you understand where I'm getting at. This is gonna be good. Let's start, Rappa yelled excitedly, launching himself towards the boy. Izuku met him halfway, launching his own barrage of punches at Rappa, matching each blow to avoid damage to himself. Yes, now we're talking. You've got some great fight in you, kid. Let's make this a battle to the death, Rappa shouted at Izuku, who remained silent during their slugfest. Once he saw an opening, Izuku launched a kick towards Rappa, who threw his arms up to block the attack. From there, he grabbed the young fighter and threw him away. Izuku adjusted himself mid-flight, skidding across the ground into a halt. Summoning a chain, he hurled it towards Rappa, nearly dodging it as the bladed chain smashed into the ground. As Izuku retracted the chain, it pulled him towards Rappa, crushing him with a devastating drop kick to the stomach. Rappa's eyes widened in pain, releasing an oof as he was sent flying into a building, smashing against the structure. As Izuku landed, he waited to see if Rappa was knocked conscious. A rumbling was heard before Rappa burst from the rubble, shirt completely torn with his pants not far behind. Rappa slowly released before it became a burst of full-blown laughter. I'll admit, I wasn't expecting that. Not bad, kid. You put up a great fight, kid. Rappa complimented with a grin before he fell to one knee. It's too bad. If you hadn't hit my weak point, we could have fought for a while longer. I know when I'm beaten, so I'll let you have this victory. I hope we fight again someday. He finally released before he slipped into unconsciousness. Once he knew that the villain wasn't going to be waking up anytime soon, Izuku relaxed, letting out a sigh from the short but tough fight. At least the fight wasn't too long as I thought. He was incredibly powerful, even with my quirks. Him remaining conscious enough to speak to me was proof enough of his strength, Izuku thought before he rushed back to where Aizawa was, leaving the unconscious villain for the police to collect for later. From the shadows, a man wearing a plague mask was carefully observing the scene before his eyes glanced towards the unconscious villain. He should prove to be rather useful. Aizawa was not having a good day. Not too long ago, he was part of a raid operation that took several hours to perform and report, making him lose sleep. From there, he had to interrogate a child whom he found during the raid, learning more about the boy as they questioned him. Useful, but still made him lose sleep. Now he had to fight against 3 villains who seemed to have more energy than him, while also worrying about the child who he rescued who was currently engaging one of the villains away from the group, making him lose more sleep. Aizawa was going to grow gray hairs by the time they were finished. As he jumped over one of the villains, he launched his capture cloth towards 2 of the villains, smashing them together before one of them escaped. Not bad. But now, try this, one of the villains shouted before he sent a steel beam towards the Erasure hero. Aizawa grunted in annoyance before he got out of the way, using his scarf to pull him to safety. You're wide open, the big fast villain exclaimed as he brought his fist down on the hero. Aizawa noticed it too late. Damn it. In the blink of an eye, several chains were seen wrapping around the villain's fist and pulled him away from the hero. What the? He was interrupted as several more chains wrapped around his figure tightly, before smashing him to the ground into unconsciousness. Aizawa looked behind the down villain, spotting Izuku, who was retracting his chains back to himself, giving the Erasure hero a thumbs up. You okay? Aizawa responded with a small nod. Yeah. How did your fight go? And did you get taller? The boy shook his head. The guy's unconscious. I'll explain later after we beat these villains. Sound good? The Erasure hero weighed his options. On the one hand, he shouldn't let a boy, no older than 7, help in this kind of situation. On the other hand, he was going low on fumes and needed as much help as he can get. Not to mention that the boy proved to be a resourceful fighter if the fact that he took down 2 villains by himself wasn't proof enough. Aizawa nodded towards him and motioned him to get ready. Let's try to finish this quick. Avoid causing any explosions that may cause property damage. All right. Izuku prepared himself, right, and together, they rushed towards the villains. The fight didn't last long soon after that. After all 3 were checked to be in unconscious state, Izuku had them firmly wrapped in his chains until the police arrived. Once they did, Izuku handed the villains off to the police. Unfortunately, they were unable to locate where Rappa was, having been disappeared from where he was left lying behind. Aizawa joined Izuku by his side, who was sitting in an ambulance breathing through an emergency respiratory mask, coughing every now and then. How are you holding up? Aizawa asked. Izuku took a long breath of his mask before he responded, a lot better. If I had this before the fight, then we wouldn't have to worry. He turned his face to face Aizawa. What about you? Do you have any injuries? Aizawa shook his head. Nothing too serious. I just have to rest for a couple of days. Should be fine by then. I see. There was silence between the two before Aizawa broke it. So, those were your abilities, huh? He asked. Izuku nodded as he watched the villains being placed into police cars. Yes, but only a small portion. I didn't have to use all my abilities for this fight. Maybe in a larger group, will you see the extent of my abilities? I see. A comfortable silence washed over them once again. So, about those adoption papers. Aizawa released a soft chuckle. Are you sure it's all right for me to be here? A 14-year-old Izuku asked as he walked alongside Aizawa through the hallways of UA High. He adjusted the gas mask on his face. Do the teachers even know that I'm here? Aizawa nodded with a bored look as they continued. Principal Nezu already informed the rest of the staff of you being here. Given your history of meeting him and most of the teachers, I'm sure it isn't a problem. I see, Izuku said as his eyes wandered around the hallways, memorizing every detail. After the incident 8 years ago, the government grew weary of Izuku's abilities, notably after he demonstrated how he took down a few villains by himself and the rest with a pro hero. They would have deemed him a threat if Aizawa hadn't put Izuku under his protection. After months of debate, they eventually came to an agreement. In order for Izuku to be under the full protection of Aizawa and not be labeled as a threat, the government needed some form of way to keep an eye on him. In the end, they concluded in making him an official government vigilante, at least until he became an official pro-hero. However, it was unknown to the public. Unless there was a hero present, Izuku was not allowed to act on his own accord, which suited him just fine. It was rare when he found himself alone during a villain fight. After 8 years, Izuku grew to an impressive 5 feet and 9 inches and was expected to grow more in the coming years. The reason for this was Izuku's constant training. Whether it was the implant into his subconscious to always be combat ready or his will to become a hero, Izuku always pushed himself so that he may stay in shape for when he enters UA. It also helped that his new father trained him as well, not only to keep in shape but to improve his skills as a fighter. During those 8 years, Izuku unlocked 2 powerful quirks that were dormant inside of him. The first quirk was called Barrier and was unlocked during a villain fight where he was almost overwhelmed. The next quirk that he awakened was called Combo Star, which allowed him to an additional 20 pounds of force compared to each previous consecutive blow. It was during an attack with a villain known as Muscular that he unlocked this quirk, while also saving 2 heroes in the process, although not without sustaining any injuries. Remind me again why I'm here, Izuku inquired as he looked up to his father. Aizawa remained silent for a moment before he spoke. A few of my students are growing arrogant in their abilities. They need to learn that somebody, somewhere, will prove to be stronger than they are, even if they are younger, older, or smaller. Which is why I am here, Izuku said as he connected the dots, to make sure that they are given a sort of reality check in the world they will step into. Aizawa gave him a nod of approval as they arrived at his homeroom door. Precisely. Nejire Hato didn't know what to expect today. She's known from the start that the teachers of UA were pretty unique in their own way, with her homeroom teacher and the principal being prime examples. Her homeroom teacher, who is also known as Mr. Aizawa, is known to be strict, but only because he knew his stuff. So she expected a lot of strict teachings to come from him. She definitely wasn't expecting him to come in with another boy next to him. Everyone to your seats, he said before he made his way to his podium. Before we begin, there's someone that I would like for you to meet. He motioned his hand to introduce Izuku. This here is my son, Izuku Aizawa, and he'll be helping us with our training for today. Show him your best behavior. Izuku gave a short, polite bow to the class. It's a pleasure to meet you, Class 1A. The students welcomed him before one of them spoke up. Hey, mister, no offense, but how is he going to help us with our training today? The student asked with a snobbish tone. Yeah, how Mr. Aizawa? He's just a kid. Another spoke up. Izuku slightly bristled at the comment but remained polite. I'm only a year younger than all of you. He mumbled. HHH. The class exclaimed in astonishment. Aizawa activated his quirk for intimidation. Be quiet, he threatened. The class immediately shut up. Aizawa gave out a short sigh before his quirk deactivated. You'll see exactly how he'll help. Change into your gym clothes and meet us in Gym Gamma. I wonder how Eraser's kid is going to help us, Mirio Tagata happily asked as they made their way to Gym Gamma, arms behind his head. This could be rather interesting. Don't get too excited, Mirio, Tamaki Amajiki said to his best friend. We don't even know that much about him. For all we know, he could be stronger than you, he said before hiding behind the behemoth. He also looks kinda scary with that mask. Mirio grinned. You think so? Wow, now I can't wait to face him. What do you think, Nejire? He asked, facing the girl. Nejire blinked. Huh? The normally eccentric girl said. She was too distracted by the boy she saw in the classroom. Something about him was just drawing to him. Was it the mask that gave him a mysterious vibe? His friendly personality? Or maybe it was the pain and uncertainty his eyes held as he introduced himself. She wasn't sure and she wanted to find out. Nejire shook her head before smiling. I'm not sure, but I can't wait to ask him so many things. Like, why does he wear that mask? What's his quirk? Does it have to do with his quirk? How's it like living with Mr. Aizawa? So many questions, she said excitedly. Mirio smiled as they arrived at Gym Gamma. Guess we'll find out soon enough. What? You want us to fight him? The same snobbish boy from before said as he pointed at Izuku, who is currently doing a few short stretches. You can't be serious. I'm very serious, Aizawa said as he faced his students. Despite not being a student as of yet, he does years of training under his belt. So don't hold back or you'll regret it. He finished as he sat near the bleachers. You guys can start when you're ready. All right then, Izuku said as the students faced him. Who's first? We are. The snobbish boy, along with his friends, stepped up, readying their quirks. Don't start crying if we rough you up too much, he said with a smirk, causing the rest of his classmates to frown at his words. Izuku didn't say anything, only adjusting his gloves before giving them a come-at-me motion with his hand. That seemed to set the boy off before he and his friends roared and charged at Izuku. Despite their hardest, they couldn't land a single hit on Izuku, who just merely dodged or parried their attacks. They're so slow, he thought to himself as he ducked underneath a strike. This is the best UA can offer. These ones are hardly worth being called heroes in training, he thought, before ramming his elbow against a student's stomach. This continued for a few minutes before Tamaki spoke up. Hey, guys, Tamaki spoke up nervously to his friends. Does anybody notice what's happening? He isn't. Well, yeah, Mirio said with a calculated look. The guy still hasn't used his quirk at all. Nejire could only look on in shock, jaw falling as she was unable to form words. Oh come on, aboard, Izuku taunted as he kept dodging. At least make me work a little. The students roared as they charged together at Izuku once again. He smiled underneath his mask as he jumped up high, chains sprouting from his back as they wrapped around various students. Well, what the hell is this? I can't get free. As the students cried out in despair, Izuku manipulated his chains, making a few students crash into each other while slamming a few onto the ground, and the rest onto the students who hadn't moved at all. This seemed to snap the rest of the students' attention as they joined the brawl. As Nejire readied herself to join, she soon smelled something in the air. What's that smell? It smells like. Her eyes widened in realization. Watch out, she cried out to her peers. Izuku smirked underneath his gas mask. Too late. A small spark ignited in his hand before a massive explosion erupted. Boom! Several students were knocked off their feet and sent flying while others tried to hold their ground. Those who did looked up in fright as they saw Izuku emerging from the smoke, giving him a sinister look. Now then, he began, cracking his knuckles. The students shivered at his tone. Shall we begin? He went overboard. Aizawa deadpanned as he gave a look of annoyance to Izuku, who wiped his hands as he overlooked at the students who were currently laying on the ground. Only a few remained conscious as a few others were on their feet, feeling beyond exhausted. Did I? Sorry about that. Although you were the one who told me to teach them a little bit about humility, Izuku said offhandedly as he wiped his forehead. I said to teach them humility, not to beat them to the ground, Aizawa said in annoyance. My bad. Aizawa sighed before he shook his head as he faced his students. I want you guys to remember and review this training exercise. Learn your strengths and weaknesses and try to improve them. Aizawa turned towards the exit. That's all. You guys are dismissed, so go home and remember what I said. He finished as Izuku followed him shortly after. That was a training exercise, was the collective thought on everyone's minds. Nejire paused for a moment before she realized that Izuku was heading toward the exit and quickly stood up to catch up to him. Wait, she called out to Izuku. He stopped in his tracks and turned to face her, who caught up to him along with her two friends who were not too far from behind her. Once she caught her breath, Nejire looked up at him with a big smile. Hey, can we ask you a few things? We kinda wanna know more about you, she said. Izuku blinked before he pointed to himself. You guys wanna learn more about me? Mirio nodded his head rapidly as he spoke. Of course we do. Why wouldn't we? You were so amazing during our training exercise, right, Tamaki? Tamaki gave a small nod before he looked, trying to hide his shyness. Why yeah, you were pretty amazing out there, he squeaked out. Izuku gave them a long look before he turned back towards the entrance, gesturing them to follow. Let's go somewhere more comfortable. I know a ramen stand not too far from here. Let's head there to eat. You can ask your questions there. Sound good? The three friends smiled. Yes. So anything you guys want to ask me in particular? Izuku asked as they waited for their orders to arrive. Nejire, the ever-so-curious one, was the first to ask, how is it living with a racer? Izuku gave a slight smile underneath his mask before he answered her question. Well, it's not so bad as people may assume it'll be. I usually don't ask for much as I pretty have much everything I need, so we usually get off pretty well. Tamaki, surprisingly, was the next person to ask. How long have you been living with him? Oh, for about 8 years, give or take a few months, Izuku said, although it does feel longer. I guess you learned your abilities from him during those years, huh? Mirio asked. The way you fought today proved that. Izuku shook his head lightly, confusing the first-year student. While it's true that Dad overlooked my training, I always had these abilities even before he met me. The three students blinked in confusion. Huh, how is that possible? Tamaki asked. Izuku looked away at this. Sorry, but that's a bit personal. The air got a little tense, so Mirio decided to change the subject. Well, either way, you're pretty awesome during combat. Do you think you can give me a few pointers? Izuku gave a nice smile at this. Sure, I have some ideas that can go well with your quirk. What is your quirk, by the way? During the exercise, you demonstrated so many powers that it was hard to tell what exactly your quirk was. That would be my quirk, inheritance. While Izuku was a bit sensitive about his past, it didn't mean he had a problem telling people what his quirk was, as long as he only said a few bits about it. Besides, this bunch seemed like they could hold a secret. Inheritance, the three friends asked in unison. Izuku nodded. Inheritance allows me to copy a person's quirk and use it for myself I wanted to. Pretty cool, no? He asked with a nice smile. The three nodded in disbelief as Tamaki asked, So how many quirks do you have? That's a little secret, he mischievously said as the four had a good laugh over that. It was then that Nejire had a question that was kind of bugging her since she first saw him. Hey, she said, catching his attention. Why do you always wear that mask? Does it have something to do with your quirk? She asked as she poked her cheek in wonder. Izuku complimented whether or not he should tell her before he nodded. It does actually. When I was younger, I copied a gas quirk, and it went a little wild when I couldn't control it properly, which caused my respiratory to mess up a bit. Hence, why I wear my gas mask, to help regulate my breathing while I'm fighting and after when I'm done. Although it's usually because I love wearing it. The three accepted his answer before their order arrived. Finally. I was getting a little worried that they forgot about us, Izuku happily said as he began to take off his mask. The three friends held their breath in anticipation as they waited for him to finish taking off his mask. As soon as he did, a deep blush began to appear on Nejire's face as she stared at him. He was, in a word, hot. She wondered why he would hide such a handsome face from the world before Nejire mentally facepalmed as she realized she was already told why. The other two had similar thoughts running through their heads. Thinking that he looked very cool, Izuku blinked as he realized that they were still staring at him. Are we going to eat or what? He asked, snapping them out of their stupor. Thanks for the meal, they said as they dug into their meals. The rest of the afternoon remained uneventful. Izuku was pretty much welcome to the group of three, as they discussed various topics as they ate. It was during this time that Izuku realized that he was really enjoying himself, much more than he had the past 8 years. Was it because he made new proper friends? He didn't know, but if it was, he was glad that this was the case. Izuku could definitely get used to this. As time went on, he learned a lot about his new friends, such as their personalities, interests, and the like. Mirio came across as an extraordinarily goofy and very energetic individual. Tamaki was extremely shy, reserved, and introverted, especially around large crowds. Still, he was a nice guy to hang around with. Last but not least was Nejire. She intrigued him the most, as she was a very kind, talkative, and endlessly curious girl. In a word, she was very bubbly. He was also very impressed with their drives to become heroes. The fact that they tried their hardest in each aspect into becoming a hero made him conclude that they will make it big in the future of being heroes. They blushed as they profoundly thanked him. In turn, he tried to share bits of his own life, although it was a bit difficult due to his difficulty expressing himself. They seemed to understand, which relieved Izuku. As the evening started drawing near, Mirio and Tamaki excused themselves as they had to do a few errands before they went home. They bid Izuku and Nejire farewell before they left, leaving the two alone at the ramen stand. Nejire didn't mind. If anything, it gave her an excuse to learn more about Izuku, and so she could just be with him. The two continued to converse, learning more about each other as time went on. It was also where Nejire found herself being drawn to the green-haired teen even more than before. Unfortunately, all things had to come to an end as it was getting late. Nejire was ready to bid Izuku a good night before he interrupted her. You have another question, don't you? He asked Nejire, catching her off guard. Truthfully, she did have another question but wasn't so sure if it was okay to ask him. I do, but it's more of a request than a question, Nejire said, fidgeting slightly in her seat as she looked away. Well, go ahead. I'm sure I can comply with your request, Izuku said as he stared at her. Nejire blushed as she saw that Izuku was staring at her. She took in a long breath before she asked, if it isn't too much trouble, whenever it's just us, could you please keep your mask off? Izuku blinked in curiosity. I don't mind, but may I ask why? Nejire looked away as she spoke in a quiet tone. I just think you look better this way. You look really good without your mask on. By now, her face was a deep crimson, and she hoped that Izuku didn't notice. Izuku, oblivious as always, merely stared at Nejire, causing her to fidget lightly. It was only after she saw him moving that she started to relax. Slowly, Izuku started fittingly with the back of the mask before he removed it entirely, once again showing her his handsome face. Nejire smiled at this. You know, there's another reason why I wear this mask, Izuku said, causing her to look at him in curiosity. I find it difficult to understand human emotions. Sometimes I find it impossible. Often, people usually expect me to react a certain way, and I find myself unable to do so, which is why I wear this mask so that people won't be able to see how I don't give any sort of reaction to anything. To hide the trouble I have with human emotions, he said as he looked down in slight sadness. For a few minutes, there was silence between the two. As he continued to look down, Izuku soon felt a pair of hands embracing his own, causing him to look up at Nejire, who was smiling at him. Don't worry, if it's help that you need, then I'll be there for you. As long as you stick with me, we'll tackle this challenge head on, so try not to give up. Deal? She asked with a soft smile on her face. Izuku stared at her eyes for a bit before a small smile appeared on his face. Deal? Hey, did you hear? A villain is attacking not too far from here. Well, really, let's go check it out. A young man stopped in his tracks and overheard the conversation between the two civilians before they ran off. I should be heading to class, but this villain attack might delay me, Izuku mused to himself as he headed towards the scene. Might as well watch if he was going to be late either way. Might as well as check it out. As he finally arrived at the scene, Izuku watched as a humongous shark-like man roared into the sky from atop of a train bridge. He then destroyed a pylon, sending it careening down to the civilians below. He then saw Death Arms running towards the falling debris, catching it before it could cause any harm. Oh, nice. Way to go, Death Arms. The punching hero. I wish I had a quirk that made me super strong. The hero could be seen struggling a little with the heavy weight, but he managed to hold it. Suddenly, a stream of water shot past the civilians, keeping them from getting any closer to the scene. Izuku looked around before he noticed the rescue hero backdraft. Everyone, please stay back. This area is far too dangerous. Well, it's the rescue specialist. Backdraft is here. He'll make sure we're okay. This guy must be pretty desperate to go full monster in front of everyone in the middle of the city. Just some amateur stole someone's bag. A quirk like that, and he's just some petty thief. I sure hope they get this done quickly, Izuku thought to himself as he made his way through the crowd, getting to the front so that he may get a better look at the scene. Wouldn't want father getting upset with me for being late, remembering his father's teachings on punctuality before a shadow flew over him. Suddenly a bunch of girls shrieked in excitement as they recognized the hero. Ah, it's Kamui. We're your biggest fans. The pro hero ran along the roof of a bus before launching into the air towards the villain. He landed on the bridge before he leaped again, narrowly avoiding being crushed by the behemoth. He finally ended up high in the air above the monster. Kamui Woods running down a train tracks and jumping out the way out the villain's fist once again. He then swung around the villain's arm and landed on an overpass. Assault, robbery, and illegal use of powers during rush hour traffic. You are the incarnation of evil. Izuku chuckled to himself as he heard Kamui Woods' words towards the villain. A bit much, don't you think? Kamui stuck his fist out as he started to activate his quirk. Lacquered, he said as the wood started to expand enormously. Chain prison, he exclaimed as several large branches headed towards the villain, who covered his face in response. Cannon. Suddenly, before Kamui's attack could strike, a gigantic woman came rushing in out of nowhere and kicked the villain in the side of the head. Kamui stood there in confusion as Mount Lady stood up. Piece of cake for the world's next hottest hero. Hello everyone, I'm Mount Lady, and you don't have to worry about this bum anymore, Mount Lady said as she winked at the crowd as they cheered for the heroine. Wait, she's getting all the credit? Izuku shook his head. Tough break, Kamui. The new hero then started to shrink down while waving to the crowd. Izuku raised an eyebrow at this. Gigantification? She's certainly got the looks and attitude to be a crowd favorite, and her quirk is showy. Aside from that, it'll be hard for her to get around the city without causing loads of property damage. She might not be instrumental in certain situations. Raids might be her best bet, Izuku said to himself as he watched the villain being handcuffed and handed off to the police. Before he left, he caught Death Arm's eye as he was comforting a sulking Kamui Woods. The pro hero smiled before he waved at him. Izuku lazily waved back before he headed towards Aldera Junior High. Alright, listen up. Since you are all in 3rd grade now, it's the right time for you to think about your future, said the teacher with a flourish as he held a stack of papers in his hand as he grinned from ear to ear. I could hand out your career aptitude tests, but why bother? I know you all want to go to the hero track. At that, the class cheered as they showed off their quirks. Izuku was the only one seen among them who seemed to tune out the commotion, preferring to write down notes from earlier in the day. Yes, you've got some very impressive quirks, but no power usage is allowed in school. Get a hold of yourselves. Hey, teach, don't lump me in with these bunch of losers. I'm the real deal, but these guys will be lucky to end up sidekicks to some lousy hero, Katsuki Bakugo said as he rested his feet atop his desk. After he said this, many of the students appeared agitated by his actions. The hell does that mean? You think you're better than us, Katsuki? Come on, I'll take you, weaklings, on, Katsuki exclaimed with a challenging smirk. Izuku's eyes flicked towards him for a second before he shook his head with a frown and went back to writing in his notebook. Izuku was usually level-headed, not letting anyone or anything bother him as he paid them no mind. But if there was one thing that irritated him to no end was Katsuki's attitude. It was merely annoying and tiring. Sure, he proclaimed that he'd become the #1 hero one day, and he has the skills and quirk to back it up, but his attitude will one day bite him in the ass. It was for this reason that Izuku had a hard time understanding how exactly Katsuki was one day going to be the most popular hero if his attitude and superiority complex was holding him back. The teacher perked up. "Ah, yes, Bakugo. You are going to apply to Ua High School?" "Yes." The class reeled back in shock at this revelation. "What? The best school for heroes in all Japan? That school has a 0.2 acceptance rate. And if that isn't enough, the entrance examination is the most difficult one too. It's impossible to get into." Bakugo smirked. "I'm not surprised you extras are scared by the mere mention of UA. It's the only place worthy of me." The blonde then finally stopped leaning back on his seat and jumped on top of his desk. "I aced all of the mock tests. I'm the only one in this shitty school who stands a chance at getting in." With a savage grin on his face, he continued his shouting. "I'll end up more popular than All Might himself and be the richest hero of all time. People worldwide will know who I am. And it all starts with UA High," he proclaimed. Now that I think about it, I believe that Aizawa also wishes to enter UA." Izuku stopped writing as his eyes looked up to the class, who suddenly went silent. He was not surprised to see the conflicted expressions on the faces of his classmates. While everyone there knew that Izuku had a quirk of some kind, no one there knew if it was strong enough to deserve a place at UA. The reason for this was his and Katsuki's confrontations. Izuku was never one to show off his talents, his quirk being one of them, which is why nobody has ever seen his quirk in action during school. That and because he wanted to follow school conduct. In turn, this led the blonde to believe that Izuku didn't have a quirk and was, therefore, quirkless, making Izuku beneath him. Whenever Katsuki or someone else tried to bully him, Izuku would subtly use his gas quirk to make them feel drowsy, sapping them of their energy and making them too tired to even move correctly to attack him, which is why Izuku was able to defeat them with a single punch or throw easily. Due to this, most students knew that Izuku had a quirk of some kind. They just didn't know its nature. Katsuki, on the other hand, refused to believe this. "Deku!" shouted Katsuki as he slammed his hand onto Izuku's desk and used his quirk to make it explode. Izuku reacted by moving his notebook to safety as his desk exploded. However, he calmly sat there without moving an inch, not even batting an eye. "You damn piece of shit," cussed Katsuki as he raised his hand once more for another explosion. "Thinking you're in the same league as me? You fing quirkless SH. Katsuki was interrupted when Izuku suddenly grabbed his wrist before it could go any closer to the top of his head from where he was sitting. He slowly stood up. Over the past year, Izuku grew an additional 2 inches, putting him at an impressive height of 5'9", making quite a few people have to look up at him. Katsuki gritted his teeth in discomfort when Izuku tightened the hold he had around his wrist while he pinned him down with his disapproving glare. "We aren't allowed to use our quirks here, Bakugo," Izuku said while glaring at him, pushing him back and away from him. "Whether you feel insulted or not, it doesn't change the fact that it's my decision to apply there, not yours," Izuku said before he sat down once more. Katsuki's anger only boiled even more and was about to shout before the teacher interrupted. "Bakugo, sit down before I send you to the principal's office," the teacher shouted before he sent the explosive boy an aggressive look. Katsuki only scoffed before he complied, sitting down as he grumbled to himself, "Shitty thing Deku." Izuku sighed as the teacher resumed his class. "Hey, get back here. Someone stop that monster," cried a store owner as a vaguely shaped humanoid sludge with jeans ran out of the convenience store with stacks of bills stuck on his body. "Yell all you want, sucker. This cash is mine," cackled the sludge villain as he pushed a woman down, who had used her quirk to create a shield to protect herself. His arm hit a pole and slid right through without hindering him at all. "Hey, is there no hero nearby? Maybe they're all still busy from that scene this morning." A rather skinny man with pants and a white shirt that was way too large for him exited a supermarket, carrying with him 2 bottles of soda while coughing before looking at what was happening. He was so skinny that he almost looked like a skeleton with no muscle or fat, just skin. "Remember when we didn't need to worry about randos with quirks all the time? Seriously, there's no stopping them." Suddenly the skinny man from before bulked up into a bigger, more muscular man. "Yes, there is. You know why?" The sludge villain looked around and saw the man, gasping in fear. "I am here." Everyone turned around to the sound of that bellowing voice only for their eyes to widen in disbelief and awe. "Holy shit. No, Fing Wei. Holy crap, it's… Izuku quietly walked home, thinking about his plans for the next 10 months. He would need to increase his training if he wanted to make sure he made it into UA. And certainly get more sparring practice with his father. Maybe I should ask him to sign me up to other martial arts locations. I'm sure he knows a few good ones, Izuku thought to himself. His phone suddenly rang, interrupting his thoughts as he quickly turned it on to see a message from his girlfriend. Hey, we haven't hung out in a while. Want to go somewhere tomorrow? Nejire. Izuku smiled underneath his mask as he quickly replied to her, sure. Do you want to meet tomorrow at the new cafe at 10:30? Izuku's and Nejire's relationship was a real surprise to everyone, none more so than Izuku himself. Ever since they made the promise at the ramen stand, Izuku and Nejire hung out with each other nearly every day, learning more about each other each day that passed. It got to the point where it was almost impossible for them to be seen separated from each other. At the same time, Nejire began to grow feelings for the young brunette. A few months later, it got to the point where Izuku trusted Nejire enough to share his past. The young girl was in tears by the end of his story and was hugging him tightly while firmly vowing that she'll always be there for him, in which Izuku thanked her with a smile. A few weeks later, Nejire confessed her feelings to him, surprising the young man. When he asked her why she would fall in love with someone like him, despite everything that has happened to him and caused him to be what he is now, she merely smiled and responded, "Who wouldn't fall in love with you? Despite everything that has happened to you, you held on to the future, never falling into a dark path, and instead decided to become a better person, a hero. You're kind, encouraging, smart, and not to mention handsome. That's why I fell in love with you, no matter who or what you are." It was at these words that something fluttered inside his heart, confusing him greatly due to him still having trouble with certain human emotion. When he mentioned this to Nejire, she smiled and said that he'd soon find out. And he did. For a while, Izuku never fully comprehended the whole idea of being in love. The only love he really had was with his father. Of course, that was only fatherly love rather than romantic love. While it did take him a while, Izuku was able to understand that what he felt was love for her. He soon realized that he was secretly in love with Nejire as well, despite not knowing when it started. When he reciprocated his feelings towards her, Nejire never felt so elevated before, even when she flew. He did warn her about him not fully understanding the whole concept, but Nejire said it was fine as long as she helped him. It was after that they began dating. When they revealed their relationship to their friends and family, they were happy for the new couple as they were waiting for them to finally get together, much to Izuku's and Nejire's embarrassment. Izuku was broken out of his thoughts when his phone rang once more. "Sure, that sounds great. I'll see you tomorrow at 10:30. Bye, Nejire. See you tomorrow." Izuku. As Izuku smiled to himself, he stopped as he heard rumbling coming from a maintenance hole just behind him. He readied himself for whatever was about to appear. The sludge villain seeped through the manhole cover, coalescing in front of Izuku. "A medium-sized invisibility cloak to capture," muttered the sludge villain before leaping towards Izuku. He immediately jumped back, dodging the sludge villain's attack midair before he landed a few feet away from the villain. He then sent several chains to hold the villain down, only for them to go right through him. The sludge villain cackled, "Ha, nice try, but I'm made entirely of liquid. Come on kid, let me take over, it'll only hurt for a bit." As the villain spoke, Izuku released a knockout gas from within his body. "Just give me 45 seconds, and I promise, you won't feel a thing." The sludge villain slurred before he finally fell knocked out, stopping any further attacks. Izuku relaxed as he stared at the unconscious villain in front of him. Now that that's over with, what should I do now? Rattle, huh. He turned his head to the source of the noise and watched as the sewer lid popped out from the ground. And out came a colossal figure. "Have no fear, because I am All Might paused as he noticed that the villain he was chasing was unconscious. "You're a little too late, All Might," he heard as he turned to face where the voice was coming from, recognizing the person instantly. All Might smiled. "Ah, young Aizawa." Izuku smiled at him as he put his hand up in greeting. "Yo, so, how long are you able to keep up with this form now?" Izuku asked as they rested on top of a building. All Might sighed as he showed him his scar in his skinny form. There was only so much that the surgeries and recovery girl were able to do. "I could only keep this form up for about 3 hours now. By the way, have you given my offer any thought?" he asked as he patted the bottles in his pocket that held the villain. Izuku shook his head in response. "No, not really. I still think that there are better successors that are out there waiting. Besides, I feel like I should prove myself first before you give me your quirk first." All Might gave a small laugh at this. "My boy, I think you already proved yourself time and time again. But I'll respect your decision, so I'll wait until you prove yourself to be worthy of my power." Izuku nodded as he checked the time before looking back at All Might. "You should get going soon. I heard that the police station was going to close early for today. Guess I should. I'll be seeing you later, young Aizawa. Take care," All Might said as he buffed up. Izuku waved goodbye. See ya. All Might grinned as he jumped from the building, leaving a strong gust of wind. Izuku stood for a few seconds, looking at where All Might jumped before he made his way down the building. None of them noticed the bottle that held the villain fall from the sky, as All Might's sudden jump caused it to fall out from his pocket. That thing, Deku, Katsuki cursed as he was walking with his flunkies, crushing a can of soda he had finished before tossing it into the recycling bin. Everything he does just pisses me off. Piece of shit doesn't have a quirk, and he thinks he can be a hero. Who says he doesn't have one? Replied the lackey. It could be really subtle. Every time you tried to beat him, he seems to knock you off balance before he knocks you out. It's not just you either. I saw other people trying to pick on him, and he did the same to them too. Nah, that can't be it. Deku is just a quirkless freak, the other lackey cackled as he took out a cigarette. Katsuki kicked a bottle full of liquid as hard as he could to vent off his frustration, letting bounce on the wall before landing in a trash can without the cap. When he smelled smoke, he turned around to his lackeys in anger. What did I tell you about things smoking around me? Get caught, and it'll go on my record and make me look bad. His flunkies didn't reply but instead pointed behind Katsuki in fear. What? Said Katsuki as he started to turn around. An invisible cloak, with a great quirk, shouted the sludge villain as he pounced onto Katsuki. All Might made a few more leaps, jumping off rooftops to rooftops before stopping on one and sat down. He began to emit smoke and coughed a bit of blood before transforming back to his emaciated form. Just need a few minutes to rest, sighed Toshinori, back in his original form now. He thought back to when Izuku first found out about his secret. It was after a villain attack was stopped before he had to run off to avoid being exposed. Unfortunately, he didn't notice that Izuku followed him to make sure he was okay. Before All Might could hide away from him, he deflated in front of Izuku. At first, Toshinori feared the worst and expected Izuku to scream out in terror or something of the like. He definitely didn't expect to see Izuku just look on without a care in the world, only asking him if he was alright with a blank look. When Toshinori questioned Izuku about his lack of response to his real form, he merely shrugged and tapped his head. I noticed that you were moving a lot more slowly than how you usually move thanks to analysis. I also noticed that you seem to be more recluse from society even though you still do hero work. It didn't take me long to figure out that you had an injury of some kind that limited your abilities. Am I wrong? After All Might had a moment of shock, he shook his head in relief as he knew that Izuku was able to keep a secret. He then began to explain to Izuku the cause of his injury as well as his battle with All for One, including the possibility of the villain's return in the future. After this was revealed, Izuku swore to keep the secret of One for All from spreading and promised to help Toshinori find a successor. Toshinori was broken from his train of thought when he suddenly heard an explosion a few blocks away from where he had jumped past. Quickly checking his pockets, he paled when he noticed the bottles were missing. Oh no, this can't be happening, gasped Toshinori before quickly running down the stairs. Izuku walked home as he wondered what to eat for lunch since his father was going to be home until later in the evening. Maybe I should have ramen. I haven't been to the stand in a while, so it wouldn't hurt trying it out, Izuku thought to himself as he rounded around the corner, until he heard an explosion break out not too far from where he was. Izuku looked towards where he assumed the blast came from, worry etched on his face. What was that? He asked before he started sprinting towards the source. It's a monster. Pro heroes, including Death Arms, can be seen running towards the danger. It's taken someone hostage. Death Arms pounded his fist together before running at the villain. How dare you prey on a child? The hero jumped into the air before coming back down with a solid punch. However, his arm only sank into the villain, not making any impact. What the hell is this? Some kind of goo. A slimy appendage came swinging down and threw the hero into a nearby wall. You okay, Death Arms? One hero asked. Heads up, the baseball hero shouted. Another appendage launched at the other two heroes. Stay back, or I'll snap his neck. There was a lot of movement in the body. Suddenly Bakugo burst out yelling. You picked the wrong guy to mess with. I'm gonna send you back to whatever Fing sewer you crawled out of. He yelled as he set off more explosions from his slime-covered hands. Let me go, you bastard. The blonde shouted, letting off a massive explosion. You got so much power. I really hit the jackpot. With a quirk like yours under my control, I could take All Might down with one punch. Slime shot up into the air. Whoa, is that a special move? This dude is a legit supervillain. It's her. That new hero mount lady will stop him. The said heroine could be seen running down the street with thunderous footsteps before suddenly stopping. My only weakness, I need at least a 2-lane road if I'm gonna make my way through here, she said. Bakugo's cronies were whimpering as the flames surrounded them. Suddenly a wooden appendage grabbed them and pulled them away. It turned out to be Kamui Wood saving bystanders. Fire and wood don't exactly make a good combination. I'll let someone else stop this guy. Backdraft can be seen dealing with the fires. Don't look at me, I've got my hands full here. Where are those fire trucks? Can you guys get to it? Death Arms spoke up. Can't get a grip on his weird body. Plus that kid's quirk is causing explosions left and right. This is a shutout. We got to rally and knock him out of the park somehow. The slime villain attacked once again, and the heroes barely dodged. It's no good. None of us have the right quirks to stop a villain like this. We'll do damage control until someone with the right powers shows up. There's still plenty of people to save. Backdraft shouted as he continued to douse the flames. Don't worry, I bet every hero in the city is coming. Kamui added as he brought civilians up to safety on a nearby building rooftop. I'm sorry, kid, you'll just have to hold on a little bit longer. Death Arms thought before he growled in frustration. Damn, if I only had more power, I could blow this guy away. This looks bad. Maybe we should run. Come on, heroes. You got this. As Izuku got closer, he could see the smoke clouds growing more prominent along with explosions. Finally, he reached his destination to see it was at a shopping district and pushed through the crowd to get a better look at what was happening. His eyes widened when he saw the street littered with destroyed property and burning asphalt. Still, even with the big crowd of people watching, he managed to make out the heroes trying to deal with the situation. Just as he expected, they were the same ones from this morning. They weren't easy to miss. Looking on, Izuku was surprised to see the sludge villain he had fought earlier. Clearly, he had somehow escaped from All Might, and now it was once more rampaging around. Why aren't the heroes doing anything? It looks like they've met their match. Plus, the villain captured a kid. Things aren't looking good for him. Midoriya looked back towards the slime villain in shock. He caught someone. I wonder how long they've been in there. Why aren't they fighting? Izuku asked one of the people watching the fight. The villain took a schoolboy hostage, and he is using his quirk to cause the destruction here. The heroes aren't acting because they don't want to harm the kid, someone explained with a worried tone. Izuku's worry only grew. Nearby, Toshinori had just arrived at the scene, still in his normal form, and was horrified to see the damage caused by the sludge villain, who this time had succeeded in claiming a victim. Izuku's eyes focused on the slime hero, who had turned around just in time for him to see Katsuki Bakugo, someone he profoundly disliked most in the world, trapped within the villain, struggling to get out. His eyes were no longer one of arrogance and contempt but filled with desperation, fear, and pain, begging for someone to help him. Izuku didn't even think about what he was going to do next. He sprinted right past the police officers and heroes without a second thought. Toshinori had been in the crowd for a while, gripping his injury as he thought to himself how pathetic he was, unable to do anything. When he saw Izuku run out, he mentally screamed in shock as to why the boy was suddenly running out there. He could tell that Izuku didn't even get permission to act. He could get in serious trouble for this, yet he's still running out there to help. Hey kid, come back here, shouted Death Arms, coming to the same conclusion as All Might. You, glared the sludge villain, remembering the same boy who defeated him before he was captured. Katsuki could only widen his eyes in shock as he tried to struggle out of the villain's grip. As Izuku continued running, while ignoring the pleas from the heroes to stop, he began analyzing the situation. I can't use my gas quirk as I did before without hurting Bakugo or without exposing my multitude of quirks. I'll use barrier to surround him so that he'll be separated from the villain. The others won't be able to see that, and Bakugo will be too busy coughing up slime. Without a second thought, Izuku activated a barrier around Bakugo, separating him from the villain just as he planned. While Bakugo was busy coughing up slime and catching his breath, Izuku sent several chains towards the sludge villain, activating erasure onto the villain at the same time to avoid suspicion. Huh, what's this? The sludge villain tried his best to dodge the incoming strikes but failed as several chains hooked around him, erasure erasing his quirk at the same time as the slime slowly began to dissipate. Looks like erasure isn't as effective if I'm using more than 2 quirks at once. I'll have to work on that. What the F is this? Eck, the villain shouted as the chains suddenly brought him down, making him smash against the concrete floor violently, creating a layer of smoke. As this was happening, the crowd and several heroes stood there baffled, unable to comprehend the scene that was currently unfolding in front of them. Not too long ago, the heroes that were on the scene were having a hard time containing the sludge villain as well as rescuing the hostage. Now, there was a boy, no older than 16, running in to save the hostage as well as taking down the villain, all the while making it look all too easy. All Might smiled at the scene that he was witnessing right before his eyes. What am I doing? Young Aizawa is still trying to help even if he could get in deep trouble for this, yet he still goes. I'm so pathetic. I have to make it up to him somehow. As the smoke slowly began to dissipate, Bakugo was seen lying unconscious on the ground while Izuku was struggling to remain standing before he gained his footing, the quirks he used taking a bit of a toll on him. The civilian crowd began to cheer for Izuku as they rushed in to praise the hero, who remained in place while breathing at the effort. Toshinori stood in the back, his whole body quivering in excitement and happiness as his eyes locked onto Izuku's heaving form. Despite what you might think, young Aizawa, I believe that you have shown us the mark of being a true hero, and I know your father will agree with me. He thought to himself as he continued shivering. I think I found him. My successor. You idiot. Do you have death wish? Scolded Death Arms while Kamui Woods and Mount Lady standing next to him. There was no reason for you to risk your life like that. Kamui Woods added his 2 cents. After the villain was quickly defeated, the pro-heroes proceeded to handcuff the villain and hand him off to the police. From there, the heroes dragged Izuku off to the side to scold him. Man, you're a tough kid, said the Plague Mask hero to Katsuki. With a quirk like that, you'll easily go pro. Hit me up in my agency. I'd love for you to be my sidekick while in training. The news reporter seemed more interested in the praises of Katsuki, so they mostly ignored Izuku's scolding. Although they did get a comment or two out of him before, he said he was too tired for questions. Like his father, Izuku was never one for the media. Once Death Arms saw that the coast was clear, he smiled at Izuku. Nice job out there, Aizawa. We would have had a hard time if your All Might hadn't shown in time. He praised Izuku. Merely I smiled. It was no problem. Mount Lady blinked as she looked at Death Arms in surprise. Huh, weren't you just scolding him a few seconds ago? Didn't he technically break the law? Kamui Woods waved her off. Aizawa is a special case. The government allows him to do a bit of hero work as long as the pros keep an eye on him. Now that I think about it, Death Arms started as he turned to face Izuku. Who permitted you to act? I sure as hell didn't see anybody give you permission before you ran in. Izuku nervously looked off to the side. Well, it was me. Izuku and the pros turned to see All Might walking up behind them. I was in a bit off a rush with another villain attack in the city, so I sent young Aizawa to investigate the problem here and gave him full permission to interfere if he had no choice. All Might, the pros said in shock as they looked up at the hero. All Might gave a broad smile. Well, I must be off. There is still so much crime I have to resolve before the day ends. Until next time, everyone. And with that, he jumped off into the distance. Izuku and the pros stood there, watching for a few seconds before Mount Lady spoke up. Hold on, she said as she turned back to look at Izuku. What were those chains that came out of nowhere? For that matter, what's your quirk? Izuku sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. You're still a new hero, correct? The heroine nodded in response. Well, it's sort of classified to new heroes, but what I can tell you is that the quirk I used is called adamantine chains. I can produce chains from my body as well as from the ground and control them telepathically. Mount Lady stared at Izuku in awe. Whoa, that's a powerful quirk, kid. Izuku eyes smiled. Thank you. Death Arms chuckled before he spoke once more to Izuku. You should probably start heading home, Aizawa. It's getting kinda late, and I'm sure your father is waiting for you. Izuku nodded before his eyes widened in fright, knowing his father was watching the whole thing live. Crap. As the sun began to set, Izuku continued to walk down the road, dreading for what was to come later. There is no way Dad won't see this. I'm almost positive that Nezu sent him a video of today's events. He lamented. Maybe I'll get lucky, and he won't find out. He was soon cut from his thoughts when he heard a familiar voice call out to him. Hey Deku. Izuku stopped in his tracks, not bothering to turn around as he already recognized from where the voice was coming from. Don't think for a second that I owe you anything. I never asked to be saved, and you never helped me, got it? I was fine by myself. I don't need a quirkless loser like you, so don't you dare look down at me, you fing nobody. Katsuki said as he stormed off. You're welcome. Izuku replied sarcastically. Katsuki left. Well, it's not like I was expecting any sort of praise from him, he said as he continued walking. I am here, only to jump back in fright when All Might suddenly appear in front of him out of nowhere. I was looking for you, young Aizawa. Geez, All Might, way to scare a guy like that. Izuku heaved as he tried to control his breath. All Might poofed back into his skinny form as he sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. Sorry. Didn't mean to scare you like that. But I have been looking for you. Think we can talk somewhere in private? All Might asked. Izuku took a few more breaths before he nodded. Yeah, I know a ramen stand where I was heading towards before the villain attack. They give their customers privacy, so it shouldn't be a problem. Plus, we'll get to eat something after a long day today. Sound good? He finished as he gestured towards the paved road. All Might smiled. Sounds perfect. So, what did you want to talk about? Izuku asked as they waited for their orders to arrive. The ramen stand Izuku and All Might were currently eating at was the same stand Izuku invited the big three to eat at when they first met. It was Izuku's favorite place to eat when he felt like relaxing and enjoying himself. It's also the same place where Izuku and Nejire liked to hang out when they had the time or solely for a date. All Might took a long sip of his green tea before responding. I wanted to speak to you about inheriting One for All. Izuku's eyebrows rose in surprise. Oh, I see. Well, you already know how I feel about that. All Might nodded at this. I understand that. You said you wouldn't accept unless you felt that you'd earned it. Izuku nodded in confirmation as All Might continued. but I don't think that's the only reason, is it? Or am I wrong? He inquired as he gave Izuku a curious gaze. The teen squirmed for a bit before he relented with a sigh. No, you're right. It's just that. Am I really right for it? I'm still coming to terms with the quirks I was given. Not to mention the quirk copying ability I have. I don't know. Doesn't it make it seem like I'm some sort of a villain? Izuku asked as he looked down at his lap. He was certainly not expecting All Might to suddenly let out a loud laugh. Izuku gave a slight frown at this. Come on, Toshinori. I'm serious. All Might gave him a calm down motion with his hands. I know. Sorry for making it seem like I was laughing at you, he said as he began to calm down. But that wasn't why I was laughing. No, it was because what you just said proves that you are worthy of one for all. Izuku's face morphed into one of confusion. Let me explain. You just said that all the abilities you have should make you a villain, right? While you may not realize it, you just listed the faults that you may have, and with that, you're trying to correct them. From what I've seen this past few years, you've been trying to prove to not only us pro-heroes, but the government as well that you are not a villain. The fact that you have been doing this for a long time proves that you are a hero, and I'm sure many others will agree with this. All Might said with a smile. Plus, I think today's events just puts the icing on the cake, and you're just about the only person I can trust to inherit one for all, he finished with a wink. Izuku stared at the pro-hero with wide eyes before he looked away, tears threatening to fall from his face. Thank you. I never really thought about it that way, he said as he wiped away the moisture from his eyes before he faced All Might once again, a smile adorning on his face. Well, with a response like that, how can I possibly say no? All Might smiled. Excellent. Now, since you know most of the secrets of One for All, I trust that you'll be able to keep this to yourself, he asked before he gave a look of confusion when he saw Izuku shake his head. Of course, I'll keep your secret safe with me, but I've been thinking, maybe it's also best that a few people I trust know about this secret as well. What do you mean? Well, you said there are some people close to you that know about the secret of One for All, correct? Izuku continued once he received a nod from All Might. Eventually, they'll pass on, leaving me as the sole person with the knowledge of One for All and the only one to teach it to future generations. You would help with One for All, right? So it stands to reason that I can't do this by myself as well. I'll need help from not only you but also from the ones who are close to me. All Might nodded in understanding. Fair point. All right, you can tell a few people, but only those you trust and not too many. Who did you have in mind? Izuku smiled as he put 2 fingers up. I have 2 people who come to mind. The first is my father. All Might cringed at this. What's wrong? I don't think Aizawa will approve the idea of you inheriting One for All. Izuku shrugged his shoulders. Maybe, but he'll eventually see that it is the most logical thing to do. It would be hard to see that I inherited your quirk since I have so many other quirks. Besides, you said it yourself. I'm just about the only person you can trust to inherit One for All, right? All Might's sweat dropped. Geez, way to turn my words against me, he sighed, but you're right. Anyway, who else did you have in mind? I was thinking of telling Nejire. All Might's eyebrow rose at this. Your girlfriend? Are you sure about that? No offense, but young Hato isn't the quietest person on the planet. Izuku chuckled. He couldn't blame him for that idea. You're not exactly wrong, but I know Nejire. She can keep a secret when it's dire. She's about the only closest person I know can keep a secret for me. Izuku firmly finished, leaving no room for argument. All Might leaned back in his seat as he released a soft sigh. Well, if you're 100% sure, then I'll trust your judgment. We'll talk about your training regiment for you to acquire One for All next week. All right. Izuku nodded as their orders finally arrived. A young girl walked up, bowls resting on her arms as she slowly approached them. Sorry for the wait. It took a little longer with the extra large bowl for Izuku, she said as she placed their orders in front of them. Izuku smiled at her. No problem. Thanks for the food. I am. Tell your father I said hello. He finished as he began to dig into his food. Iam blushed a little before she nodded, walking away rather quickly soon after that. All Might chuckled before he joined Izuku. After the duo finished their meal, they bid each other a farewell as they went their separate ways. The sun had already set by the time Izuku arrived at his apartment complex, and he wasted no time in getting in. Doesn't look like Dad's here yet, Izuku said as he closed the door behind him. Maybe he didn't find out about this afternoon. Or maybe he found out from his boss at work while he was grading papers. A voice spoke from the darkness in the room. Izuku immediately froze as he slowly turned to face the source of the sound, fear etching on his face. A lamp was turned on as a chair spun around to face Izuku, revealing Aizawa, sitting with one leg across the other with one of their cats resting on his lap. I've been waiting for you, he said as he continued stroking the cat currently on his lap. Izuku slightly trembled as he wore a nervous grin. Dad, I didn't know you were going to be home so soon. Principal Nezu decided to let me off early today, saying how I should spend some quality time with my son after a long day of work. That Fing rat. Izuku thought to himself as he angrily thought of the principal of UA. Next time I see him, I'll strangle the ever-living shit out of him. Aizawa ceased his petting as he stood up, towering over Izuku, who remained frozen in his spot. After a few moments, Aizawa released a long sigh as he rubbed his eyes. You're lucky All Might was there to cover for you when you decided to charge into the scene without much of a plan. Otherwise, it would have been a mess trying to explain this to the officials for your foolish decisions, Aizawa said as he continued to stare Izuku down. Izuku made a mental note to thank All Might once again next time he saw him before he put his head down in shame. I'm sorry for my actions, he quietly said, refusing to meet his father's eyes. Another few seconds passed before Aizawa released another sigh. It's fine. This is the first time you've done something like this, so I'll let this one slide. But don't let this happen again. Understood, he said as he put his hand on Izuku's head. The boy looked up at his father and nodded. I promise. Aizawa nodded before he sat down on the couch, prompting Izuku to follow. Good, as long we're in an understanding. Now, I want you to tell me how today's events went by and how it led to it. Let's see what you did wrong in your fight and see what you can improve for next time. Izuku smiled and nodded as he began to retell the crazy events that led up where they are now. The next morning rolled around, and Izuku was up and early, getting ready for his date with Nejire. Usually, he would be getting ready for his morning workout but decided that it will take up too much of his time before it was time to meet up with her. After saying goodbye to his father, Izuku began to jog towards the new cafe as per their agreement. He began to play music on the mask he wore along the way, which doubled as a pair of headphones. It was one of the first gifts that Aizawa presented to him when Izuku began living with him, to which he cherished to this day. So much that Izuku only customized it so that it may keep fitting him even as he grew older. Once Izuku arrived at the cafe, he took off his mask and stuffed it in his jacket as he began to wait. That was another thing about the gas mask he wore. He only really took it off during special occasions such as these, and eating. Deciding to wait outside for his girlfriend, Izuku took out his phone and began to scroll down the news. He didn't have to wait long as he heard someone call out to him. Izu. Looking up from his phone, he spotted Nejire waving at him as she walked towards him. Since it was the weekend, she didn't wear her UA uniform and instead wore a tight pink long-sleeved shirt, tucked inside her black skirt, which showed off just how well-endowed Nejire was. She was also wearing black heels that Izuku got for her birthday a couple of weeks ago. The girl flew right into Izuku's arms, who quickly caught her and brought her into a close hug. Izuku smiled before putting Nejire down and held her from her waist. It's great to see you again, Nejire. So, what happened yesterday? I heard that you got into a villain fight. Was he strong? What kind of quirk did the villain have? Are you hurt? What kind of quirk did you use? Immediately after they sat down, Nejire began to bombard Izuku with questions of the events from the previous day. Did you use your gas quirk? Explosion. Oh, maybe erasure. That would have made the fight so much easier, Nejire said as she got closer to him from across the table, a smile ever so present on her face. Izuku chuckled as he waved her down. Easy, Nejire. I can't answer all your questions at once, he said as he began to calm the brunette down. When did you even hear about the incident? Nejire's smile grew even more. It was all over the news. It would have been impossible not to notice. I see. Plus, Principal Nezu told me. Of course, he did. Goddamn, that rodent. What else did he tell you? Nejire shrugged as she sat back down. Not much, just that you were involved in the incident yesterday. Speaking of which, did your dad find out? She asked as she took a sip of her coffee. Izuku nodded. He did. Luckily, he let me off the hook this time around since this was the first I've done something like this. He did make me promise not to make the same mistake again. Nejire blinked. I thought for sure he was going to go at you for this. Izuku's eye twitched. Come on, it's not like I'm usually reckless. It was the spur of the moment kind of thing. Nejire giggled into her hand. I know. Anyway, I've been meaning to ask, since it's only 10 months away, are you going to start training for the UA entrance exam? Or are you going to get in through recommendations? I've been thinking about it for a while now. While the thought of getting in through recommendations seems like the easiest way to get in, I think I want to try out the regular entrance exam, Izuku finally said. Nejire set her cup down in surprise. Really? Why? I mean, not that you might have a problem getting in through the entrance exam, but you said it yourself, it'll just be easy to get in through recommendations. Izuku looked down at his cup. It's more of a personal goal for myself. I want to test just how good I am for the entrance exam and see if I'm ready for the real world of the Hero Society. Izuku shrugged as he looked back up at her. That's how I feel anyway. I hope you understand what I'm saying. Nejire shook her head with a smile. No, I totally agree with what you're saying. Don't worry, I'll be supporting you all the way. And I'm sure everyone else will agree as well, she stated happily, referring to their two other friends, Mirio and Tamaki. Izuku smiled at her. Thank you. I'll be sure not to let you down. She smiled in response as they continued to drink their remaining coffee before ordering dessert. I just realized something, Nejire said as they walked hand in hand after leaving the cafe. Is Yue going to let you perform the entrance exam with all of your quirks? I'm pretty sure that'll be overkill, she questioned with a thoughtful look on her face and a finger to her cheek. Izuku shook his head in response. Nope. Dad said that if I wanted to partake in the entrance exam, I'd only be allowed to use a maximum of 3 quirks of my choice. Oh, I see. Have you thought of what quirks to use for the exam then? Nejire asked. I thought of 2, but I want to keep an open mind until the exam rolls around, just in case I change my mind or I gain a new quirk, Izuku responded. He paused mid-step as he remembered something important he wanted to discuss with her. Now that I think about it, there's something I wanted to talk to you about. Nejire stopped walking as she turned to face her boyfriend. Oh, what is it? It's a bit personal, so let's head back to my place and we can talk about it there, Izuku said as he gestured her to follow him. Nejire began to follow him. You sure your dad won't mind having me over? Izuku chuckled as he shook his head. Nah, he knows you came over a few times before, so he doesn't really mind. Besides, he's out on a job. Long as you don't make a mess, you'll remain on his good side. Well, as good as it could get. Once Izuku arrived home with Nejire, he allowed her to get comfortable on the couch as he grabbed a few snacks. All right, we're here. So what did you want to talk about? Nejire asked as she took a bite out of a cookie Izuku brought. The teen took in a deep breath as he sat down next to her. Nejire, what I'm about to tell you is a huge secret, and under no circumstances should you tell anyone unless I permit you or I trust the person you wish to inform. Can you please promise me that? He asked with a serious face. Nejire nodded, noting the seriousness in her boyfriend's voice as he spoke to her. Of course, I promise I won't tell a soul. So what did you want to tell me? Izuku closed his eyes as he began to tell her the secret of One for All. It all begins with All Might and his quirk. One for All. Izuku let out a yawn into the cool morning air as he waited at Dagaba Beach. It's been almost a week now since Izuku revealed the secret of All Might and One for All to Nejire. Suffice to say, it surprised him that she took it so well without any problems. She managed to stay quiet as Izuku explained the situation before she decided to ask her question. Izuku made sure to take the time with her to answer each question to the best of his ability. After that was done, Nejire swore to keep his secret safe and to help him along his path as much as she could. Then came the hard part, revealing the plan to his father. Don't get him wrong, Aizawa knew that Izuku can take care of himself. That wasn't a problem. What was the problem was when All Might explained that he was going to be overseeing Izuku's training so that the boy can someday utilize his quirk. If there was one thing that Eraserhead always relied on, it was the logicalness of several actions. All Might and logic simply didn't fit in the same sentence. Aizawa let out a long sigh, letting the information sink in before he spoke. I can see why you let Izuku inherit your quirk, All Might. He is logically the best person to take care of your secret and quirk. All Might visibly relaxed on the couch after the long silence. Geez, that was so awkward. So then you agree with. But let me set some ground rules. Aizawa cut him off with a glare. All Might gulped as nodded for Aizawa to continue. Even though you're going to be in charge of his training regimen, I want to see what exactly you have planned for him. I won't stand if you're just going to have him do several exercises until he tires himself. All Might nodded at this. Understandable. Second, I want to make sure that there's also time for him to spar with me. Lately, he's been asking for more martial arts training, so I'll be taking him to several locations to see what fits him best. This would also give me an idea of how well he'll be able to fight with the extra muscle he'll accumulate after your training. Is that clear? Aizawa asked, although it was more of demand. All Might nodded with a smile. Rest assured, Aizawa, I'll make sure to give you the full details of my plan and his new schedule too. All Might stood up with a smile on his face. Don't worry, I'll make sure that his training will make him the best hero in the country. Ha ha ha. He ended with a laugh. Aizawa rolled his eyes with a sigh. Very well. That was about 3 days ago, with both All Might and Aizawa finally agreeing on Izuku's training regimen and schedule. They agreed with Izuku training with All Might for 4 days and then Aizawa for 2 days. In order to make sure that Izuku didn't exhaust himself, they made sure to give Sunday off for him. Today was going to be the first day that Izuku started his training with All Might, and right now, he was late. By 2 hours, Izuku let out another yawn before he covered his nose in disgust, having inhaled the foul air from the debris. All Might better be here in the next minute. The smell is so overwhelming, Izuku thought before he sat down on a clean patch of sand. I could have been sleeping right now. Hey, a voice called out to Izuku, startling him out of his train of thought. He looked around before he spotted All Might running towards him. There you are. What happened? I've been waiting since 6 a.m. you know, Izuku said as he crossed his arms. All Might laughed sheepishly as he rubbed the back of his head. Sorry. An old colleague, and I guess the conversation took a little longer than I expected. I definitely didn't expect Gran Torino to call me about my idea of having young Aizawa as the next bearer of One for All. Izuku gave him a long stare before he sighed. Well, I guess it can't be helped. So, what's your grand plan for my training? All Might smiled and gestured towards the trash on the beach. This. Izuku blinked. The trash. Yes, I did a bit of research and it turns out that this place was once a nice clean beach. But after a while, people started to illegally dump their trash here. This is the end result. All Might explained. Oh, I get it now. You want me to move the trash as a way of my training, right? Izuku questioned, starting to fully understand what the training was going to be like. All Might nodded with a smile. Precisely. Heroes these days are all about the showy stuff. Originally, being a hero meant doing volunteer service, even if it was considered boring. You can't waver from those roots. All Might explained. Izuku blinked. Okay, I get that part. But why exactly can't I receive one for all right now? Your body does have a bit of muscle, but it's not enough. If you were to try and use one for all now, your limbs would shoot off, he exclaimed as Izuku's eyes nearly boggled out of his head, grabbing his arms protectively. But I like my arms. Izuku whimpered as he continued to hide his body away. All Might laughed, which is why we're doing this. I'd say it'll take about 6 months before your body will be ready to inherit one for all. And how exactly are we going to do this? All Might smiled. Not to worry, kid. I've got you covered with the help of this, my American dream plan. He sighed as he handed Izuku a piece of paper with his schedule. Follow this to the letter and the beach should be cleaned up just in time. I also detailed every other aspect of your life while I was at it. My sleep schedule. Izuku murmured as he continued to look over his schedule before something caught his eye. Hold on, how come I'm only training with you for 4 days? All Might took the liberty to poof back to his true form before answering his question. That was the agreement your dad and I came to agree on. You'll have 2 days to train with him while I have you for 4 days. Izuku pondered for a moment before he straightened up in realization. That's right. I asked Dad if he could show me different martial arts. That's probably what he's going to do. Toshinori nodded. Yep, that's what he said he was going to do. Although, compared to what you know now, I'm kinda surprised you need to learn anything else. There were many times when he saw Izuku fight and to say that he was impressive would be an understatement. Under the tutelage of Eraserhead, the young vigilante was able to make leaps and bounds in his ability to adapt to any fighting style that suited him best in different situations. From large villains to fast villains, Izuku was able to control the battle to his favor. To hear that there were some things that he hadn't learned yet was surprising, to say the least. Toshinori shuddered at the thought. It's a good thing he wants to be a hero. It'll be terrifying if he was a villain. Suddenly, the thought of them possibly failing the raid that night sent a shiver down his spine. He shook his head to rid the thoughts. Young Aizawa, he called out to Izuku, prompting the young man to garner his attention. If I'm being honest, this is going to be super hard. Think you're up to it. A confident smile graced the teen's face as he looked up at Toshinori. Of course, let's get started. 3 days later, Ryu's martial arts studio. Izuku questioned as he walked alongside his father. I've never heard of it. The studio only opened a few days ago, so it's not surprising that it's also your first time hearing about this place, Aizawa said as they passed a corner. Ryu's martial arts studio is run by a retired pro whose specialty was close combat and the like. I've worked with him a few times before, so make sure you soak up everything he has to teach you. What kind of martial arts do they teach? While Izuku knew a great number of techniques, there were also a few that he had no knowledge of, which resulted in him getting blindsided on his weaknesses. A problem he hopes to correct in the near future. Ryu specializes in mixed martial arts, which is perfect for someone of your stature. So don't get arrogant thinking that you have the upper hand due to your quirk. Ryu can definitely give you a few surprises if you're not careful enough, Aizawa warned. Izuku nodded. Right. The duo continued their way for a few minutes when Aizawa halted. All right, this is it. As they walked in, the young teen began to inspect the place. At first glance, there wasn't much to catch someone's attention from the outside. If someone were to take the time and look a bit further, they would see that the studio was a lot larger on the inside than what it appeared to be from the outside, meaning that there were a lot of opportunities for someone to gain experience if they practiced here. As the door chimed, signaling their entrance, a man of reasonable age looked up from behind the counter and beamed at the recognition of his old colleague. It's been a long time, Eraser. What brings you to my studio? Looking for some space to practice? The man questioned. The Eraser hero shook his head as he greeted the man. It's good to see you again. I came here not for me, but for my son over here, he said, tilting his head over to Izuku. This is Izuku. Izuku, this here is Ryu Kendo. He's an old colleague of mine and is the one in charge of the place. Izuku gave a small bow in greeting. It's nice to meet you, sir. The man now known as Ryu gave a short chuckle. Nice to meet you too, kid. And just call me Ryu when we're alone. Never was one for formalities, he said with a smile. So tell me, Izuku, you interested in mixed martial arts? Izuku smiled as he shook his head vigorously. Oh yes, of course. I've been studying several types before, but there's still so much I don't know about. Ryu blinked before he turned to look at the eraser hero. Ah, so this is the kid you were telling me about. The one you began teaching a few years ago. Aizawa nodded. Yeah, Izuku's been learning from for the past 8 years or so. Lately, he's been trying to branch out a bit, so here we are at her place. Ah, I see. Good to know that he has the experience. Makes things easier for me, Ryu said before he rubbed his chin in thought. Although, I need to see what exactly he knows already. Would it be okay if he spared one of my pupils? Just to see where exactly he stands. Aizawa gave a short nod. That's fine with me. What about you, Izuku? Said Teen gave a nod of acceptance. Yeah, that's fine. So, who will I be sparing against? Izuku questioned. Ryu grinned before turning his head to the stairs that led to another floor. Itsuka, come down for a minute, will you? He shouted. Coming, a voice shouted in response. A few seconds later, footsteps were heard as a young girl around Izuku's age appeared from the stairway. She had orange hair, tied into a ponytail from the side of her head. She also wore a light blue shirt with darker colored jeans. Ryu motioned towards Itsuka. This here is my daughter, Itsuka Kendo, my star pupil. Itsuka, this is Eraserhead and his son, Izuku. I want you to spar with Izuku for a bit just so I can see how good he is as his father claims. Is that all right? Itsuka nodded with a smile on her face, excited to see how well she'll fare with someone who shared her interests. Yeah, of course, it's with me, she said before turning to face Izuku. It's nice to meet you, Aizawa. You can just call me by my first name. I hope this spar will go well, she said with a smile. Izuku smiled back. Nice to meet you too, Itsuka. I suppose if you're fine with me calling you Itsuka, I will allow you to call me by my first name too. I'm looking forward to that spar as well, he said with a smile. A small blush appeared on Itsuka's face before it quickly dissipated. Ryu clapped his hands together. Great. Now that we got introductions out of the way, what say we head into the dojo? Itsuka, Ryu called out to his daughter as she prepared herself. Yeah, Dad. When you face Izuku, I don't want you to pull any punches. Itsuka's face scrunched in confusion. Huh, why? Wouldn't I accidentally hurt him? Ryu gave a small laugh as she pouted. Hey, what's so funny? I'm serious. Her dad just shook his head in response. My bad. Didn't want to make it seem like I was laughing at you, he said before his face grew serious. Although, I do mean what I said about not pulling any punches. The kid could prove to be a real powerhouse. And if he was trained by Aizawa, then that only confirms my suspicion. Itsuka's eyes widened. Really? Do you think he can be better than your Eraserhead? I mean, he does look like he knows his stuff. She trailed off. Ryu shrugged. Maybe not. That's the whole point of this spar, to see how well he'll do against you. Think you can show him what we're made of? Itsuka's smile grew. I won't let you down, Dad. Alright, you kids only have 3 minutes to spar, so make it count. Ryu began. Remember, quirks aren't allowed, just hand-to-hand combat. Got it. Izuku and Itsuka nodded. Got it. Alright then, get ready. Both teens took up their stances and Kendo wasted no time in sizing him up. Inspecting him, she began to go over her plan of action. Izuku had the obvious advantage in size and strength. She also took note of the stance that he took. His feet were fairly spread out, but his left arm was extended out with a slight bend, palm facing diagonally to the right side while his right hand was clenched in a tight fist near his waist. Not really unheard of before, but not really a common stance most people use. From what she knew from her father, he had some knowledge of fighting, but she had no idea to what extent. One thing that struck her as odd was the fact that she couldn't really get a read on him. Throughout her many years of training, she was taught in finding an opening on an opponent and exploiting it. It was a very easy and basic way to gain the upper hand, but this time, she couldn't locate any type of opening. His guard was near perfect to the point where Itsuka knew she'll have a hard time winning this spar. Nonetheless, she readied herself for the upcoming battle. Begin. The orange-haired girl quickly lunged forward on her lead foot and went straight for a right jab to the chest, before making contact. Izuku managed to sidestep her to his right and swatted her hand away before sending a palm strike to her chin. As she narrowly avoided it by moving slightly to her right, Izuku followed it up with a knee to the stomach, to which she doubled over in pain before jumping back. For a few seconds, they sized each other up before rushing towards each other. Itsuka sent a punch to which he blocked and sent a punch to her, making her block with her forearm. In response, Izuku sent a few palm strikes to which Itsuka either knocked it away or blocked it. She then sent a punch aiming for his face before he leaned his head back and retreating back a bit. As soon as he did, Izuku jumped into the air. Sensing a kick, Itsuka raised her arms up to block on instinct. She was right in her assumption as Izuku sent a few stomping kicks to her forearms before once again jumping back. Between the time he jumped back, Izuku once again closed the distance between them as she sent a kick to his head. As he raised his arm to block the incoming kick, he realized the added pressure to the kick and noticed too late. Izuku using the momentum to jump up and used her other leg to kick the side of his head. Izuku grunted as he was stunned by the sudden tactic by the orange-haired girl. He took a step back as he wiped the slight blood that trailed down his cheek. Not bad. In fact, you're really good at this, Izuku. Thanks, she momentarily said with a smile before it morphed back to seriousness. She once again rushed forward, sending 2 jabs towards the green-haired boy, which he retaliated with a block and a dodge before sending a palm strike to her chest, successfully hitting her sternum. Stunned by the lack of air, Izuku let her guard down, allowing Izuku to send another palm strike to her chin. Confused by her sight of the ceiling, she soon found herself axe-kicked to the floor, her back slamming on the floor and knocking the wind out of her. She struggled to get up before something interrupted her next action. Time. All right, you guys, that's enough. Izuku got up on one knee, catching her breath as she struggled to stand. She soon noticed Izuku standing right in front of her with his hand reaching out to help her. A small smile was plastered on his face as he spoke. I really did mean what I said earlier. You really are an amazing fighter. I kinda figured you were a skilled martial artist, but this fight just proved my theory. You also helped me realize the flaws in my techniques, so let's help each other out in the future. No. Izuku stared at him for a bit before looking at his hand and smiled back at him. Yeah, that sounds good to me, she said as she grabbed onto his hand. Izuku pulled her up as soon as she did. Once she was back on her feet, Ryu and Aizawa walked up to them. Well done to both of you. You really showed me how well you both trained. And Izuku, I think I have an idea as to what you might need to be added to your techniques, Ryu said before Aizawa added his 2 cents. Ryu and I will be going over the programs, transactions, and such. You kiddas can get to know each other while we finish this, he said as he and Ryu walked off. So, Izuku began as they sat at a nearby bench. That's your fighting style? Huh, I'll admit, it is a little hard to get through your defenses and try to land a decent hit on you. You are so in tune with your rhythm. The fact that you used mixed techniques makes you so much more impressive. Izuku smiled. Thank you. Although don't count yourself out yet either. You were just as impressive during our spar. In fact, I'm not sure what the outcome might have been if we weren't interrupted. Izuku blushed as she mumbled a thank you. Sparing aside, it's too bad we weren't allowed to use our quirks. I would have loved to see what your quirk is. Izuku blinked. You want to know what my quirk is? Yeah, my quirk is called Big Fist. It's pretty much what it sounds. I can enlarge my hands to enormous sizes. Oh yes, I have heard of this quirk before. Saw it a few times myself actually, Izuku said with a hint of amusement in his tone, something that didn't go unnoticed by Izuku. So, what's your quirk? Is it the same as your father's? Izuku asked. Izuku shook his head. Sort of. My quirk is something akin to a mutation. My quirk is called inheritance. Inheritance? I don't think I ever heard of it. I'm not surprised. It's one of rarest quirks out there. Inheritance allows me to copy any quirk from anyone that I come in contact with. Izuku gaped. Whoa, really? That's amazing. How many quirks do you have? Izuku pondered for a bit before he replied, including inheritance. About 11 were copied or unlocked. The orange-haired girl's eyes widened. Holy shit, that many. Wait, what do you mean unlocked? Izuku flinched. Aw shit, I slipped up. Maybe I can play it off as part of my quirk, he thought before he cleared his throat. Well, the thing is, inheritance is still a bit of a mystery to me. There were times when a quirk just manifested in me out of nowhere, so I'm guessing I'll unlock more in the future. What Izuku said wasn't entirely a lie. Inheritance was the first quirk he received during the experiments, and since it was an experimental quirk, the scientists didn't know its full capabilities either. Even analysis couldn't make him fully understand the quirk, as its effect was only useful when analyzing quirks he received after he was given analysis. Thus, his first quirk was still a mystery to everyone, including him. The fact that the quirk had a hand in him manifesting new quirks wasn't really out of the question, just a possibility. Izuku nodded in acceptance. Makes sense. Izuku internally sighed in relief. She shot him a smile. You know, I'm starting to get jealous of you now. Huh, yeah, you got such an amazing quirk, being able to copy so many quirks and use them how you want. And it's super versatile too. Plus, you're already pretty good at hand-to-hand combat. It makes me feel like I'm not doing good enough, Izuku said as her smile dropped a bit. Izuku immediately came to her defense. Come on, don't say that. You're already pretty amazing yourself, and your quirk is really handy. Izuku couldn't help but blush for a brief moment before shaking that out of her head. It wasn't every day that someone complimented her on her quirk, or called her amazing. Izuku snorted. Handy huh? Izuku nearly smacked his forehead at the unintentional joke. Ignoring that part, I'm being serious. You can do a lot with a quirk like that. Oh yeah, like what? It's good for fighting and grabbing people, but not much else. That's pretty bland if we're being honest. Izuku placed his hand under his chin and thought, Well, with how big your hands expand, you can use them like giant fans to blow stuff away or knock people off balance in a fight. You mean like an air blast? Something like that. I'll let you in on a little secret. One of my quirks is called gas, and your quirk is the perfect ability to counter it. Really? How? She curiously asked with a tilt of her head. Well, my quirk allows me to create any gas I want and control it at will, he said as he produced a small amount of visible gas. But should I use it against you, my quirk would totally be useless. And with that, Izuku dissipated the cloud of gas. Itsuka blinked as she smiled once again. I guess I never saw it that way. Thanks. That actually makes me feel a lot better now. Izuku smiled in return. It's no problem. Every quirk has its unique qualities, so everyone should always look at that. Plus, my quirk isn't all that perfect. I find that hard to believe. No, really, I'm being serious. You want to know another secret? Izuku inquired as the ginger head leaned forward to listen. Even though I can use multiple quirks, it's really difficult to control them all at once. It also gets pretty tiring after a while, he said. If I keep going for a long period of time, there's a chance I might collapse out of exhaustion. So basically, your body can't handle the stress of using too many quirks at the same time, Itsuka asked with a thoughtful look. Izuku nodded. For now at least. I'm hoping to improve on that by the time of the day for the entrance exam for UA. Itsuka's eyes widened. Wait, you're applying to UA too? So am I, she said excitedly. Is that so? I guess we'll see each other at the entrance exam then. Yeah, let's work hard together to get into UA, she said. Izuku nodded in agreement. Izuku. Both teens turned to look at their incoming respective fathers. We finished the transactions. Are you ready to head home? Aizawa asked. Izuku nodded. Yeah, we just finished talking, he said before he turned to face Itsuka once again. Guess I'll see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. After they said their goodbyes, Izuku and Aizawa began their trek back home. So, what do you think? Aizawa asked after a couple of minutes. Sigh, the studio problem, child. The studio. What did you think about it? Oh, well, it seems nice. I can definitely say that I'll learn a lot from it. Plus, I think I found my new sparring partner. Aizawa's eyebrow rose. You mean that Itsuka girl? I'll admit she's pretty good at melee combat. She should be able to keep you on your toes. Of course, this is only because you weren't really fighting a villain. You would have been a lot more vicious in the spar. Probably. But who's to say that she probably wasn't holding back either? Izuku asked in amusement. You think she was holding back? Izuku hummed for a minute before answering. Maybe. Hard to say really. But she does show promise in becoming a strong hero, he said as he began to place his mask back on. Her drive to win the spar and the fact that she has the skills to back it up shows that. Aizawa nodded in agreement. A logical way to see that. It seems we have to step up your training quite a bit. Izuku smiled underneath his mask. I guess we do. A large fridge was hauled into the back of a truck, filled with other appliances as well. Toshinori stood off to the side in his skeletal form. As he continued to watch Izuku lift more junk, he began to see the signs of his training paying off. Already Toshinori could see the signs of the young teen's body developing more into a lean muscle. While different from All Might's more significant and opposing stature, Izuku's growing figure suited him perfectly. All Might's form was more for strength and brute force, but Izuku's structure was more for fast and precise strikes. This was fine for both of them, as they also weren't sure if One for All will be the same for Izuku as it is for All Might. Either way, the progress the young man was making was astounding. Another couple of minutes went by before Toshinori noticed the sun was beginning to set, deciding it was best to call it a day. All right, young man, let's pack it up. Sun's setting, so let's hurry up and bring this to the junkyard before heading home. Izuku stopped what he was doing. Right, he said as he sat down on an old washing machine atop of the truck. By the way, I've meant to ask, but how well do you think I'm going so far? Toshinori took a moment to look at Izuku's figure before looking at the garbage-filled beach. It's only been 2 months since we began, but you're making remarkable progress. Just 5 months before you can stop cleaning, and you'll be ready to inherit One for All. Izuku nodded before a stray idea came into mind. You know, I think I'll continue cleaning up the beach even after the 4 months. Toshinori quirked an eyebrow. Really? Yeah, it's like you said. Before being a hero meant fighting off villains and rescuing people, service is what mattered. Besides, it's starting to grow on me. Helps me relax and takes my mind off of things. Toshinori smiled as he clapped. Bravo. It seems like you're starting to get the hang of being a real hero fairly quickly. I learn from the best, Izuku said with an eye smile as he continued cleaning. Ever since he began his training with All Might, Eraserhead, and Ryu at his dojo, Izuku has been making leaps and bounds on improving his abilities. He was also able to learn several new fighting techniques such as ninjutsu, a martial art from years past before Quirks was discovered. He also learned Krav Maga, a militaristic fighting system developed for the security forces derived from a combination of several techniques. Ninjutsu, while an old technique that not many people use nowadays, was perfect for Izuku to practice, considering he uses adamantine chains for both close and long-range combat, and used speed to dispatch foes quickly. Krav Maga is another technique that fitted someone of Izuku's caliber. For someone who uses several different abilities in their style of fighting, Krav Maga was a walk in the park for the young hero to be. It promoted finishing a fight as swiftly and aggressively as possible, defending against various attacks and countering most quickly and efficiently. Of course, Izuku was sure to act carefully when using this fighting style, as it was known to cause severe or permanent injury or even cause death to an opponent. It's due to this that Izuku made sure never to use this against a friend, especially if they were sparring. As Izuku continued to clean the beach, his mind started to wander. What to make when I get home? I suppose I can make some more katsudon. Or I can try and make something else. I'll have to go for more groceries tomorrow, Izuku thought as he lifted another piece of metal sheet. Getting around is going to be tough. I really need some mode of transportation, or I'm just going to have to make more trips. As Izuku lifted off another piece of metal scraps, he found the source of the sound. From what he can tell, it was an old, broken-down motorcycle. If memory serves him correctly, it was a Harley-Davidson, although the color was very faded. While he was no expert, Izuku could tell it was a Model 750. Oh, and the stars align. Hey Toshinori, Izuku called him by his name as All Might insisted in his real form. Can you come here real quick? What's up? He asked as he made his way over to where his successor was. Check this out. Found it near where I was just cleaning. Toshinori's eyes widened in admiration. Whoa, that's a killer ride. But isn't it a little banged up? For now, hopefully, I can convince Dad to let me take this home with me to repair it. Toshinori crosses his arms with a raised eyebrow. You think Aizawa is going to let you keep it? Seems kind of a long shot. Izuku shrugged. Maybe, but I think I can convince him if I tell him the perks of having a motorcycle. Namely, sleeping in. All Might's sweat dropped. That man does love his sleep. Well, I guess there's nothing wrong with you taking it home if your dad gives you the okay. Just then, a presence made itself known before them. Whoa, so this is what your training is, Zuzu. Looks interesting. A familiar voice spoke up, causing the duo to jump in surprise. Izuku relaxed as he recognized who it was. Oh, Nejire, it's you. What are you doing here? I came to find you, silly. Plus, I wanted to see how your training with All Might is. Speaking of, where is he? She looked around before spotting a thin man behind her boyfriend. Oh, is that him? All Might inwardly began to panic. Oh shit. How did she know? Wait. His head instantly whipped to face Izuku. Did you tell her? He half whispered, half shouted. Izuku blinked. Oh yeah, I thought that was the agreement. Only the part about one for all. Oh, All Might sighed. Oh well, not much we can do about it now. Just try to remember next time, please. Izuku nodded. Don't worry, I'll remember. It probably wouldn't have mattered either way. Nejire's pretty smart, so she would have been able to connect the dots easily. Nejire chose the time to speak up. Don't worry, All Might. I'll keep your secret about one for all safe with me. Hard to believe that when you're shouting. Anyways, I thought you were heading to my place, Nejire. What happened? Izuku asked. Nejire placed her hands behind her back, a smile adorning her face. I was, but then I realized I'd get bored just waiting for you. So I decided to look for where you said you'd train. And here we are. I see. All Might looked between the two, confusion continuing to grow. Am I missing something here? Oh, earlier I invited Nejire here over to my place to eat, he said, gesturing over to his girlfriend. Her parents are out of town, and since she can't cook for herself, I invited her over. Nejire gave a small pout. Hey, I can cook just fine. You nearly started a fire just by boiling water. That doesn't count. You can't cook water. All Might sighed in relief. Oh, thank goodness. And here I thought you were going to do something else entirely. Izuku looked in confusion. What do you? His eyes widened at the implication, a growing blush appearing on his face. No, not that. Jesus, All Might. The rest laughed at Izuku's expense. Nejire suddenly had an idea. Hey, why don't you join us, All Might? Toshinori choked. Yeah, come on, it'll be fun. Have you tried Zuzu's cooking? It's amazing. Izuku bashfully rubbed the back of his head. I wouldn't put it like that. Toshinori waved his hands. I don't know, I wouldn't want to intrude. The greenette dismissed his concern. It'll be fine. It'll just be the three of us. Dad has to stay at UA a little longer grading papers so it wouldn't be a bother. All Might's shoulders relaxed a bit. Thank God. That man scares me. Well, when you put it like that, how can't I say no? Let's hurry up so we can eat. Izuku and Nejire saluted. Roger. I never took you for a cook, young Aizawa, Toshinori said as he set the table for the three of them. I always thought you and Aizawa eat takeout. Izuku chuckled as he turned on the stove, his mask removed from its original position. We did for a while, back when Dad first adopted me. It wasn't much, but that's what we relied on back then. He continued as he cracked some eggs. So, after a couple of years, I took it upon myself to learn how to make a few dishes. One thing led to another, and I became the chef for this place, he said as he mixed the eggs. It's not so bad. Pretty fun actually. Nejire, are you done cutting the onions? He asked, turning his attention towards the brunette. Nejire smiled as she dumped the sliced meat in the pan. Yep. I also took the liberty of cutting up the chicken and popping it into the pan. Thank you, Nejire, I can take it from here, Izuku said as he headed over to where she was. Nejire smiled as she let Izuku take over and made her way over to where Toshinori was sitting. So that's what Izuku's training is, huh? To build up some muscles, Nejire asked, taking a seat across from him. Toshinori nodded. That's right. For him to properly assimilate One for All, young Aizawa needs to have the proper physique, he said, motioning his hand towards Izuku. If he doesn't, there's a chance that it might damage him more than it should help him. Cleaning up the beach is the just start of our grand plan. He finished. Nejire blinked. Oh, okay, but then what's so dangerous about it? It can't be that bad. Izuku's deep voice cut in from the kitchen. Apparently, if I use the quirk now, my limbs would break along the rest of my body, he casually said as he added some salt and pepper to the frying pan. The brunette's eyes bugged out. Wait, seriously? That's scary. Are you okay? Are you hurt? I didn't even get the quirk yet. It'll take young Aizawa another few months before he's ready to receive One for All. Toshinori laughed a bit. Don't worry, I'll know when he's ready. Nejire let out a sigh of relief. That's a relief. So when Izu does get your quirk, does that mean he'll be all buff like you? 'Cause that doesn't really fit him. Toshinori only shrugged. Probably not. From what I know, One for All varies from different people. My master before me didn't have to gain a whole lot of muscle like me. Although at the time, One for All was much different and weaker before it was given to me. So at this point, who knows? Maybe Izuku's analysis will be able to break it down when he receives it. It seems like the only way to find out. That's a good idea. Until then, we'll have to wait until young Aizawa is ready. Nejire smiled as she digested the information. Wow, Izuku, getting another quirk. You seem to be getting stronger every day. And it's All Might's quirk no less. Toshinori chuckled. In these times, he's going to have to. The next generation of heroes will be much stronger, but that doesn't mean that the villains are far behind, he said before his tone got more serious. Izuku will need all the help he can get when he faces him one day. Nejire nodded, knowing the dangers that came with having the power of One for All. The young teen blinked as an idea formed in her head. Hey, this just came to mind. But why doesn't Izuku just copy your quirk? All Might. Please, just call me Toshinori in this form. As for your question, we tried that a long time ago. Actually, Toshinori began, but nothing came up. For some reason or another, young Aizawa just couldn't copy my quirk. We tried various methods to copy my quirk, all failing in the end. Nejire put a hand under her chin, eyes twinkling in wonder. That's so weird. Usually, Izuku doesn't have a problem when it comes to copying quirks. Maybe yours is special, she said before a realization hit her. Hey, wait a minute. Didn't you say that One for All can't be forcibly taken? Could it be that it's protected? And that's why Izuku can't copy it? Toshinori's eyes widened as his breathing hitched. Hey, you may be onto something. And copying it is almost the same as just taking it. So maybe it is the reason why young Aizawa can't copy it, he said as he thought back to his quirk. Seems like there's more to One for All than we originally thought. Nice job, young Hato. It looks like young Aizawa's observation skills are rubbing off on you, said girl beamed at the praise, smiling brightly with her hands on her hips. Well, it is one of the perks of hanging around with Izuku all the time. So bubbly. After another few minutes of small talk, Izuku emerged from the kitchen, placing 2 steaming plates of omuris in front of them before placing one before himself. Whoa, is that omuris? It smells good, Toshinori said as he stared at the steaming dish, his mouth watering from the heavenly smell. The young teen nodded. Yep, I learned this just recently, so I decided to take another crack at it, Izuku said as he took a seat next to his girlfriend. And the trio clapped their hands together. Itadakamasu, they said in unison as they dug in. The moment Toshinori and Nejire bit into the soft omelet, their eyes lit up in delight as they ravaged their meals. Izuku only chuckled as he joined them. Nejire swallowed her portion before she asked another question that was on her mind. By the way, what were you guys looking at when I got to the beach? Izuku said, looking up from his food. You guys were looking at something when I got there. You were studying it kinda hard. Izuku blinked before he realized what she was talking about, swallowing his bite before he answered her. Oh, that. We just found an old motorcycle dumped there. I was discussing with Toshinori if I was allowed to take it back home to repair it. Nejire's eyes lit up. Really? So if you do repair it, do you think you can take me to places? Sure, but that's if I manage to restore it. I don't know much about motorcycles, let alone how to repair it. I might need to ask someone to repair it for me, Izuku said. The number one hero smiled as he gave the young teen an idea. You know, some pro heroes have their own support professionals that build their gear. Maybe you should start looking for one when you go pro. They might rebuild your motorcycle. Izuku gave a small laugh. Huh, maybe. Who'll want to work for me? So it was you. Izuku dropped the laundry appliance he was hauling in panic and looked at the source of the sound. A girl with pink hair started dashing towards him, startling him on how fast she moved before he backed away as she got up close to him, his hands up in defense. So, you are the one stealing from my salvage, she hissed as she glared up at him. Now, he could see her full figure, her legs covered by a gray baggy jumpsuit which she had opted to wear around her torso and open, tying its arms around her waist to keep it in place, her copious chest covered by a black tank top. His eyes caught hers, amber eyes with crosshairs staring back at his emerald. I didn't know this place was taken, he mumbled, his voice not matching his character. Well, it's not really taken, but a lot of good junk I've been salvaging gets taken away before I can get my hands on it, the teen explained, her arms flailing around in the process. Izuku rubbed the back of his head in guilt. I'm sorry, I guess I should have realized that other people might use this place for their purposes, he said. Oh, sorry, didn't introduce myself. My name is Izuku Aizawa. And you are? The girl gave a broad smile. Meihatsum, inventor extraordinaire. She joyfully responded. Whoa, that's a neat-looking mask. How does it work? Where did you get it? Can I examine it real quick? This time her eyes light up at the sight of his high-tech gas mask. Izuku sweat dropping at her eagerness. She reminds me so much of Nejire. An inventor? Huh. I guess that's why you come to this place to salvage up some supplies, he asked as he calmed her down. Makes sense. There aren't many places where you can get particular items like the ones from these machines, so I guess you make do with what you find. Yeah, that's it, she whooped. It had been a while since someone understood with what she did. They keep saying that I'm too young to have those class of items because they deem it too dangerous. She put her fingers up in quotation marks, so I took it upon myself to find what I'm looking for and voila, I found a gold mine, Mei said before she gave a small pout. Well, I did, that is until you started stealing away my supplies, she said as Izuku chuckled nervously. So I explained myself. Now it's your turn, Mei said, sitting on the washing machine that had toppled over when Izuku dropped it. Oh, I guess it is, he mumbled, then sat down on the sand. I was cleaning the beach as training for when I apply to UA, he said, getting her full attention. UA, are you applying to the support course? She asked excitedly. Izuku shook his head. No, I'm applying for the hero course. That's why I'm hulling all this junk. It was then that Mei got a closer look at him that her eyes went wide in recognition. Wait a minute, you were the guy from the news a few weeks ago. The one with the sludge villain and saving a kid, she exclaimed with a smile, jabbing her finger at his chest. Izuku gave her an eye smile. Yep, that's me. Can't believe some people still remember that. Mei's smile only grew. All right, I've decided, Mei began, pointing her finger at him. You're going to be my customer. That wasn't the reaction he was expecting. You're planning on going to UA too? He asked, eyes wide. Yeah, support course. And you, my kind sir, she poked his chest, are gonna hog the spotlight if you get in. He nodded dumbly. Yeah, I suppose that makes sense. There's a possibility I'll make the news again. Mei nodded enthusiastically. And when you do, you'll use my gear, and I will be in the spotlight too. So are you telling me, he pointed to himself then at her, you got yourself an inventor? She gave a thumbs up. But in exchange, I'm going to need you to stop hulling away my salvage. I need it for my babies. Izuku's eyebrows rose in alarm. Babies? My inventions. Oh, Izuku sighed in relief. That's what you meant. Well, either way, I can't stop now. I need to use this for my preparation. Mei hummed for a few seconds before she got an idea. Well, I do need help getting these back to where I work. Getting these sweet supplies is pretty tiring. And they are pretty heavy, she said as she paced around. Tell you what, you can get some of this junk onto my truck, and I'll let you continue with what you're doing. Deal? Her hand outstretched towards him. Izuku looked at her hand for a moment before he grabbed it, smiling underneath his mask. Deal. 2 months later, a meeting with Endeavor, Nejire asked from atop a broken-down radiator as they took a break from cleaning. Why do you need to meet him? It's Dad who's going to have a meeting with him, Izuku said as he opened up a soda can. He's meeting with Endeavor in the account of Shoko Todoroki's recommendation to UA. I'm there to evaluate her and to examine her abilities should I have to. Nejire let out an O as she popped a wonton into her mouth. And they trust you with that? No offense, but I thought they'd have left that to the teachers. Principal Nezu seems to trust me enough. Besides, I'll just be giving my intellect on a few things thanks to analysis, Izuku answered as he stole a wonton from Nejire, who puffed her cheeks in response. Plus, it'll be a bad idea to keep me and Endeavor in the same room. Nejire smirked as she gave her boyfriend a sly look. Oh yeah, how's that working out for you? Terrible. Back when Izuku was first announced to the pro heroes as the first government vigilante, many opposed this notion, and Endeavor was no exception. after he had gotten the report on Izuku's many quirks. He deemed the young boy a freak. He demanded Izuku to be locked up to prevent him from being a danger to society. Of course, the people who know Endeavor knew that was bullcrap, as the reason he said this was because he thought Izuku would be an obstacle in his path to be the #1 hero. Since that day, there has been fierce tension between Endeavor and the two Aizawas. It didn't help that a particular conflict formed between Izuku and Endeavor 2 years ago caused the hostility to grow between them. Nejier gave a short laugh at Izuku's response as they continued eating. Are you sure it's a good idea to have you two just with Endeavor? That's a recipe for disaster. Which is why Midnight will be joining us. 2 teachers are supposed to go anyways, Izuku said as he took the last wonton. Hopefully, she won't be so clingy as she usually is. Nejier gave an amused grin. I don't know, she does seem to like you quite a lot, she teased, twirling a strand of her hair as she spoke. Izuku sighed. Yeah, you're right. Well, it's not so bad. It's not like it really bothers me. Nejier gave a small pout of small jealousy before an idea came to her head. Smirking softly, she made her way over behind Izuku, who was busy drinking his soda. As he sipped his beverage, he felt 2 arms wrap around his neck and noticed a strand of blue hair near his peripheral vision. Izuku turned his head to look at the brunette. What are you doing? Nejier smiled as she nuzzled her face into the back of his neck. Nothing, just wanted to cuddle with my boyfriend. This is an odd place to cuddle. Well, it could be because I felt a little protective over my Zuzu after talking about Midnight, Nejier said as she rested her head on Izuku's shoulder. I can't stand the idea of her stealing you away from me, she teased. Izuku chuckled. You know that's not going to happen, Nejier. You know I love you. Nejier blushed at his rare show of affection before she smiled. I know. I'm just teasing you, she said as they viewed the ocean in front of them. But why no? Nejier began as she tilted her slightly to face Izuku. I'm not against the idea of sharing you. The poor boy nearly fell at his girlfriend's words. What? What are you what? He stuttered. Nejier turned away, grabbed her sides as she laughed. Ha ha. Oh man, you should see the look on your face. Oh, it's always a laugh when I catch you off guard, she let out before controlling herself, wiping away a tear from crying too hard as Izuku sighed in relief. Although, she began, wearing a soft smile as she turned back to face Izuku. Hands behind her back. I wasn't joking about sharing you. Poor Izuku didn't know how to respond. What? Nejier, how can you just say that out loud? Wait, why am I exactly surprised about her just being blunt? I don't know. Will you truly be okay with sharing me? Nejier nodded, her smile growing. I don't have a problem with sharing you, just as long as you give us equal love and attention. And I know you can do that if our relationship for the past year doesn't say anything about it. She turned away from him. After all, once you get into UA, you'll be popular fairly quickly. And I'm sure girls would be all over you when they see how sweet you can be. Izuku started to relax as he took in everything she said but was still a bit skeptical. Are you sure about this? I wouldn't want you to think I'm cheating with you or anything. Plus, who else would want to be in a relationship with me when I'm already with you? Sure, I'm sure. Don't worry about it. And besides, I can already think of 2 people who would want to date you too. Really? Like who? Nejier put a finger to her cheek and thought. Well, there is Midnight for starters. She's almost Dad's age. Hey, I don't mind. Do you? Izuku remained silent. Oh, and let's not forget about Mei. She's pretty awesome. Oh, and Itsuka, too. Nejier smiled at the thought of their friends. It wasn't a surprise that the 2 got along really well. When the 2 first met, it was just a barrage of questions at each other as they tried to learn everything from one another. Needless to say, they became the best of friends in 5 minutes. As for Itsuka, Izuku introduced Nejier to her when she was curious about his training. The 2 girls got along fairly quickly as well, which resulted in Itsuka gaining a new friend as well. Izuku thought for a bit about Mei. Over the past couple of months, Izuku has been able to interact with Mei much more frequently. While she was a bit witty and could be a little challenging to control at times, Izuku enjoyed her company and her the same. Mei, on the other hand, was glad someone kept up with her ramblings on her babies. She didn't have many friends growing up, thanks to her need for inventing and her intelligence, but she was happy to find a friend in Izuku. Itsuka was someone whom Izuku was definitely able to get along with. They shared a mutual interest in martial arts and shared a strong passion for being a hero. They also had a deep love for quirks, much how Nejier had a deep love for learning. While he remained oblivious to it, Nejier was able to tell that Itsuka held a small amount of affection for the greenette and was more than simply amused by it. Back to where Izuku was, he wasn't quite sure if Mei or Itsuka was able to see him in a romantic light, but filed that thought away for later. Let's discuss this some other time, okay? We should get back to cleaning up the beach, Izuku said, interrupting Nejier from her train of thought. At the sound of his voice, Nejier nodded in agreement, her smile never leaving her face. Right. Ding dong. I'm not getting that. Aizawa called from his room as he tried to adjust his tie. With a sigh, Izuku made his way over to the door, already knowing who it was as he braced himself. Creak Izuku. A woman's voice shouted as she glomped Izuku, pressing his face against her chest. It's been such a long time. Did you miss me? The woman asked as pressed the poor boy's head further into her bountiful chest. It's nice to see you again, Midnight. Izuku mumbled from in between her bests. The woman now revealed as Midnight smiled as she pushed the boy away, holding him in arm's length. Oh, come on, Izuku, you can just call me Kayama. She began before a predatory glint appeared in her eyes. Or, you can just call me Nimiri. Izuku began to sweat nervously. Sure thing. Stop being a cradle robber, Nimiri. Aizawa emerged from his room, drawing their attention. You do know that you're about twice his age, right? Midnight gave a small pout. Oh, come on, Shota. You don't have to call me out, she said as she plopped down on the couch. Anyways, are the two of you ready? It's almost time to leave. Aizawa gave a nod as he grabbed a briefcase. Yeah, just let me grab a few things, and then we can head off. Thanks again, Nemrui, for coming with us. The 18-plus heroine waved him off. It's no problem, Shota. I know how you and Endeavor are. Which reminds me, she turned to face the greenette. Are you two still on bad terms? Yes. Any chance you can fix that when we get there? No. Midnight's sweat dropped at this. Well, that's not very comforting. Tell me again why you guys can't just forgive and forget. Izuku scoffed at this. Forgive him? If I remember correctly, he was the one who practically initiated the fight, constantly antagonizing me with how I'm a danger to society, and how I should be locked up to avoid public panic. Placing the gas mask on his face, he continued rambling. Seriously, how arrogant he get. Is his pride literally that important for him to just do what he did out of nowhere? I'm just surprised the news never caught wind of this. Midnight shrugged with a solemn look. Unfortunately, Endeavor's got a lot of money, so anything that happens that involves putting him under a bad light is instantly swept under the rug. Izuku sighed in response. Such is the life of a big shot pro. You're just lucky the end result made him keep his mouth shut. Otherwise, who knows if you'd still have a change of going pro. I suppose, he said as he strapped on some black gloves. At this, Midnight raised an eyebrow. What's with the gloves? Izuku raised his hand up to adjust the glove. Well, I can really be copying anybody's quirk when I touch them, so I usually wear these whenever I go out, even at school. Besides, he began as he turned his head towards Midnight. Copying a quirk without their permission would be just plain rude, wouldn't it? He asked menacingly. A sudden chill went up Midnight's spine as she processed what just happened. God, why does that turn me on? A few seconds of silence went by before Midnight asked her next question. So, what are you going to be doing while we're over there? Izuku blinked. Oh, while you two are talking with Endeavor, I'll be having a little chat with Shoko Todoroki. It's been a while since we last spoke. Nimiri gave him a teasing smile as she wriggled her eyebrows. Oh, are you sure that's not all you're going to do? You two are going to be alone after all. Kayama, please. All right, stop teasing the problem child. Let's go. Aizawa's voice drawled into the room, making his way over to the door. Fine. Ruin my fun, why don't you? Aizawa rang the doorbell before they waited. After a few seconds, they heard what seemed to be the rushing sound of footsteps before the door slid open, revealing an out-of-breath Fayumi Todoroki. Oh, you're here. Please come in. You can take your shoes off if you want, Fayumi said as she moved to the side, allowing the trio to enter the household. It's fine. We won't be here long anyway, Aizawa said as they took in their surroundings. The interior of the house resembled Japanese-styled rooms with tatami mats covering the floor. If one were to look outside, they would see walkways and a garden in the middle. All in all, it was a very nice-looking place. Please, follow me to the living room. My father is already there waiting for you, she began before noticing Izuku among the group. Oh, I was expecting you to be here. Izuku gave her a nice smile as he shook his head. Don't worry, I'm not trying to meet Endeavor. Actually, I'm here to speak with Shoko Todoroki. Fayumi brightened up at this. Oh, well, in that case, she said as she pointed her head to another hallway. Shoko's currently out in the courtyard. Just walk down the hall and make left. She should be in the garden. Thank you, Izuku said, giving a short bow before he made his way over to the courtyard garden. Fayumi continued smiling as she stared at the spot where Izuku just disappeared before she turned to face the teachers once again. Follow me, please. The courtyard of the Todoroki household that led to the garden may have been small, but the path that led to it was nothing short of amazing. All around the road were dozens of varieties of plants, some native and some not. Despite the gloomy atmosphere that may surround the household, Shoko Todoroki always found comfort in the garden, finding it relaxing where she can be alone with her thoughts. This was why she spent most of her time here, although she also knew she would be meeting someone, as said in the recommendation meeting. Shoko was a quiet and reserved person, standing at a height of 5 feet 8 inches. Her hair, while long, was tied into a ponytail, was evenly split between two colors, white on her right side and crimson red on her left. this unusual coloring being due to her quirk. Another result of this was that she also possessed heterochromia iridium, which caused her left eye's iris to appear turquoise, while her right was a somewhat brownish dark gray. Although today was an important day, Shoko opted to wear a dark blue long-sleeved shirt and black jeans. While admiring a patch of rindu flowers, Shoko's thoughts began to wander, particularly to a certain woman. Mother. It's been nearly 7 years since Shoko last saw her mother, and to say that she missed her was an understatement. She felt more lonely than she did before. Her mother was always there for her, healing her and taking care of her after each training session. Sure, she had her siblings, but even then, she was barely able to make conversation with them, let alone spend time with them. Not to mention one of their brothers was missing. She was practically alone in this world. Years of abuse from her father made sure about this. Her father, Shoko, loathed that man with a passion. Everything that has ever happened was his fault. All because he wanted to have a strong child. All because he couldn't reach to be number one. All because of his ego. Not a day went by where Shoko wanted nothing more than for the man to pay for what he's done. Eventually, when it was time to be a student at UA, she would make sure that she will never use his fire. This she promised. Shoko, snapping out of her train of thought, Shoko turned to face the voice source, noticing a boy she recognized immediately. Izuku, she gasped out, eyes widening. What are you doing here? Izuku waved his hand in greeting as he approached her. I came with Midnight and my father. They're in a meeting with Endeavor in regards to her recommendation letter to UA. I'm just here along for the ride. I see. Besides, Izuku said as he sat down next to her, it's been a while since we last spoke, hasn't it? Shoko smiled. It has. How long has it been now? About 6 months. Yes, give or take a few weeks. Despite the abuse and loneliness she endured for years, Shoko at least was able to make a friend in the oddest of circumstances. It was a little after Izuku was first announced to the pros as a government vigilante where Endeavor spoke about him to her. Izuku was a strong individual, no doubt about that, which to Endeavor was a massive obstacle in his plans to make Shoko take the spot of #1 hero. So he made it a point to tell her everything there was about Izuku, including his quirk and the status that he came from before the Erasure hero adopted him. Many years after that, she had the chance to meet Izuku in person during a time where there was a heroes meeting. At the time, the boy was still quite young, and so it wasn't a good idea to leave Izuku alone by himself. To solve that problem, Aizawa decided to take him to the meeting, rationalizing that by exposing him to such events, he will get used to the idea of essential gatherings for when he became an official pro hero. Thus was their fated meeting at the building housing the meeting. Their meeting was quite interesting to anyone present for the gathering. 2 quiet children who merely stared at each other in silence, neither blinking nor moving. It was only after they introduced themselves that they got along fairly quickly. It was then a friendship blossomed between was born, even if their meeting was cut short long after. Are you excited to go to UA? At least you have a guarantee of entering. Izuku asked. If it means getting away from that man as much as possible, I'm as happy as can be. Shoko's voice drawled. By the way, I heard that you're taking the standardized entrance exam. Why is that? I'm sure your father could have recommended you. That's true, I could have gotten in through recommendation. It is the easiest way in, he began, but in the end, I decided to take the entrance exam so that I could prove that I can pass their test. Going in through recommendation just seems so boring. I see. A comfortable silence surrounded them as they stared at the koi pond. After a few moments, Izuku broke the silence. So, do you still refuse to use your left side? Shoko's face fell. You know how I feel about using my left side, Izuku. I refuse to do anything that has to do with that man. And that includes my left side, she said while looking at her left arm. And I suppose you'll only continue using your right side? Izuku asked as he threw some bait at the koi. The girl nodded. That's right. Izuku gave her a glance and sighed, running a hand through his hair. You know there will be a time when you are forced to use your fire. What will you do then? At this, Shoko had nothing to say. She knew that at some point, she wouldn't be able to use just her ice power. She was indeed strong with her ice half. There was no argument there. If she were to use both sides, however, there was no doubt that she'd be a better pro. But the idea of using that man's power made her blood boil. There was a reason why she vowed never to use her left side. A vow she wouldn't be breaking anytime soon. Silence loomed over them once again before Izuku broke it once more. How's your mother? Did you get a chance to visit her yet? Despite not knowing the circumstance, Izuku knew that Shoko's mother was placed in a psychiatric ward. For what reason, he did not know, but what he did know was that it was not his place to pry. Although, there was no doubt that there was indeed something going on in the Todoroki household, and he had a feeling that Endeavor was in the center of it. Shoko shook her head. I haven't had the courage yet to face her yet. I don't know if I even can. Izuku gave a small chuckle. Oh, come on. I'm sure she'll be thrilled to see you again. I'm sure she's gotten better over the few years. The girl rubbed her arm as she looked away. You really think so? Izuku nodded. Of course. I'm not saying you have to now, but maybe sometime in the future. I think you need some type of closure from what I understand. I suppose that's true. And besides, he began as he gave her an eye smile. Wouldn't that get under Endeavor's skin? Shoko gave a small smile in response. I enjoy our little talks. As do I, Shoko. And from there, the duo continued chatting for the rest of the day. Several days later, BRZZT clang. Stupid thing, Izuku said as he knocked on his mask. It was the afternoon, and Izuku could be found at Takoba Municipal Beach Park training. At the moment, however, he was busy examining his gas mask. Nejire approached him, who was taking the day off to keep Izuku company along with Mei. The aspiring inventor on the hand was there to salvage for more materials. Hey, something the matter? Nejire asked as she observed Izuku tinkering with his mask. The Quirk copier grunted in annoyance. It's this damn thing. It's been on the fritz lately, and I just can't get it to work properly. Nejire blinked before she put a finger to her chin. Why don't you ask Mei to take a look at it? I'm sure she could fix it for you. At the sound of her name, Mei was immediately upon, eyes sparkling in excitement. Who has summoned the great me? Izuku raised his hand. I guess I did. Can you take a look at this, please? He asked as he handed over his mask to her, missing the light blush on her cheeks that appeared when she saw his face. Nejire only smirked, noticing this little tidbit of information, and stored it away for later. It's been acting up lately, and I don't know if it's from the sand or something else, Izuku explained. Mei hummed as she kept turning the mask around. Well, that's one possibility. It could also be that it's simply old and is just in need of modifications. Although, she sniffed the mask, there also seems to be a distinct scent of coffee. Care to explain? She asked as she turned to face Izuku, eyes filled with amusement. The boy at least had the decency to blush in embarrassment, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. I win. Nejire cheerfully jumped. Controller at hand, first place again. Told you nobody could beat me in Mario Kart. Damn it, Izuku cried out in frustration, his fist slamming down on the coffee table, the shock knocking his coffee over his mask as sparks flew out. Mistakes were made. They waved him off. No matter. I can have this baby fixed by tomorrow in no time. Maybe I can add a few improvements as well. Izuku smiled, but it quickly went away. Are you sure it's no problem? I mean, you're already working on the bike I asked you to repair. They only laughed in response. Don't worry about it. I like doing this kind of stuff, so it's no problem. Plus, as your inventor, it's my job to make and fix things for you, she said as she gave him a thumbs up. Izuku's eyes sparkled in happiness. You're a saint, Mei. Mei burst out in laughter once again, another blush appearing on her face, though she herself didn't notice this. Nejire did, however, and a plan began formulating in her head. Shit, Izuku thought as he ran from his house. Why did Suzu have to knock over my alarm? Now I'm late for practice, he yelled in his head, running along the path to Ryu's studio. Due to Izuku's strict training regime, Izuku was required to wake up no later than 7 a.m. and be ready for training at 8:30, enough time for breakfast and personal training. After that, he'd train with Ryu and Itsuka for 6 hours, practicing several techniques and different combinations, with nearly no breaks in between. At the same time, this was to help Izuku build up his stamina. It was tiring, but the results at the end of the day were worth it. Unfortunately, Suzu, the family cat, decided that Izuku's digital clock was the perfect place to lay upon for the night. By the time the early morning rolled around, Suzu had gotten tired of her sleeping spot and proceeded to jump off the stand, knocking over Izuku's clock at the same time. Such a commotion would have indeed woken up Izuku, even stir him a bit. But this is one of the few times I hate being a heavy sleeper, Izuku cursed. After a few more minutes of running, swinging by corners and dodging pedestrians, Izuku finally made it to the studio. Entering the dojo, Izuku placed his hands on his knees as he studied his breathing. Noticing the state her friend was in, Itsuka made her way over to the boy, bottle at hand. Hey there, I was wondering where you were. What happened? She asked, handing the bottle over to the greenette. Izuku chugged the water down, releasing a sigh in satisfaction. Thanks, I was nearly dying when I got here, he said, wiping his mouth. Suzu knocked over my alarm clock, so I didn't hear it go off this morning. Had to run my way here. He finished as he drank the last few remaining drops of water. Noticing the lack of response, Izuku turned to look at her, who was currently staring at him with her head tilted to the side. Something wrong? Itsuka blinked. Sorry. I didn't mean to stare, it's just that. She tensely stared to the side. I've never really seen you without your mask before. During training, you never really took it off even for a water break, so it kind of caught me off guard seeing you without it, she said as she smiled at him. It looks good on you. Izuku chuckled. So I've been told. You sure you'll be okay without it? She worriedly glanced at him. Yeah, I'll be fine. It's just for today, right? It shouldn't be a problem, he replied with a stretch, easily hiding just how exhausted he was. Okay, let's start training. 6 hours later. Never again. Izuku whimpered, on all fours in front of Itsuka as he took steady breaths. Never training without my mask ever again. I told you it was gonna be a bad idea. The girl reprimanded him while rubbing his back, but did you listen? Nuo. I took breaks. She chopped his head. Yes, only for you to chug at least 2 bottles in one go and nearly threw up on the last break. Itsuka finished with her hands on her hips. Seriously, you shouldn't push yourself too hard. You could hurt yourself. Izuku sighed as he fell back on his back. Well, at least that's over with. The girl nodded as she wiped her forehead. By the way, where is your mask? You usually always have it on. Izuku scratched his cheek. Oh, it's out getting repaired. Something happened to it while I was busy doing something else, he said, avoiding the ginger's piercing gaze. And it has nothing to do with what happened from what Nejire told me, Itsuka said with a suspicious glare. HRK, the big fist quirk user sighed. Well, at least it's getting repaired, right? When should it be ready? Today, actually. Bet fast. Izuku nodded. A personal friend of mine is extraordinary with gadgets. She can practically invent anything as long as she has the materials and has the mindset for it. Itsuka's eyes widened. Wow, she must be gifted. Izuku nodded as they walked over to the reception. You have no idea. Incidentally, she's also applying for UA, specifically the support course. The girl whistled. Well, there's no doubt in my mind she'll make it in then. What's her name? Meihatsume. You should meet her one day. She could make something for you. One day, but not today. I have some errands to run after this, so I gotta hang back. Izuku hummed as he gathered his stuff. A shame, but oh well. He strapped on his bag and waved. Welp, I'm off. I'll see you tomorrow on time, Itsuka. Itsuka smiled as she waved back. See ya, she said as Izuku walked out. Once he was out of sight, a slight blush surfaced on Itsuka's face. He looks good without his mask. Mei, are you in here? Izuku called out as he lifted a tarp over his head. Mei's workshop was a small but impressive workstation located near a junkyard. As it turned, her family owned the yard and owned a small business in tech repairs, which would explain her interest in inventing devices. The shop was cluttered with piles of machinery, tools, and workbenches. Several machines and other devices were found scattered around several tables. The smell of oil littered the air. The deeper Izuku walked into the shop, Izuku continued to look for the girl, who, for the life of him, couldn't find her. Where the hell is this girl? He wondered before a loud explosion went off. Boom. Cough cough. Found her. Izuku's sweat dropped as he cautiously made his way over to the source of the explosion. Upon entering, he noticed several bits of metallic fibers sprawled over the floor, as well as several bolts and scorched plans. Taking a careful look, the boy saw a moving shadow from the smoke approach him. Izuku, that you? The girl revealed to be Mei said as she took off her goggles, soot covering her face. Hey, how's my favorite client doing? I'm your only client. He deadpanned. Mei waved him off with a laugh as she wiped the dirt off her face. For now. Anyways, I assume you're here for your gas mask. That's right. Is it done yet? Mei's smile stretched. Follow me and take a look for yourself. She motioned the boy to follow her as she led him towards the back. Izuku trudged after her. Glancing over her shoulder, Mei spoke up. You okay? Izuku gazed up at her. I asked if you're okay. You seemed kind of winded when you got here. Oh, that. Yeah, I'm okay. Just a little tired from training. A little is an understatement. You look exhausted, Mei said as she rummaged through her inventions. I'll rest when I get home, Izuku replied as he sat on a nearby chair. So you say, the aspiring inventor said as she pulled out the now improved mask. Found it. Making her way over to the boy, Mei presented her masterpiece. Take a look. I made some modifications, just like I said I would. First, I had to take it apart, but I made sure to keep the original design as per your request. It's a custom-made alloy coated together with metals like titanium, tungsten, tantalum, and a few other metals. I added a small tank of oxygen just in case you need help to adjust your breathing. Of course, along with that, I made the mask waterproof as well. Or should I say coffee-proof? Mei teased. Thanks, Mei, Izuku said, a sheepish look appearing on his face. Moving on. Since I'm working on your bike, I started thinking. Taking your mask on and off every time you settle your helmet will no doubt be a hassle and start getting annoying. She began as she turned the mask over. I used to dabble in a bit of nanotechnology, so I decided to incorporate it into your mask, she said while pointing at a button on the side of the mask. This button will instantaneously release the nanobots from your mask and morph into a helmet. With that, it can also adjust to any size, so long as someone tries to wear it, she explained, pushing the mask into Izuku's hands. Izuku stood there in amazement at the young inventor's work. It wasn't every day that you got to see someone dabble in nanotech at such a young age. That's very impressive, Mei. But isn't nanotechnology a little dangerous? Normally, yes, but that's only if you inhale the particles, which is why I installed a filter. Come on, try it out, she said excitedly. With a laugh, Izuku placed the respirator on. already feeling it properly adjust on his face before settling. Moving his hand, Izuku pushed the button on the side of his mask as a black and green helmet materialized over his head. A reflective black visor clamped over his eyes as darkness surrounded his vision until a screen appeared, allowing him to see the outside world. "Whoa, that's really cool," he said as he took in the sight from behind the helmet. The young innovator beamed. "Right. This makes baby number 13. One of my greatest inventions ever made," she said, writing a few notes down. "Unfortunately, I still have much to work on your motorcycle, but it should be done by the time of the entrance exam. You really outdid yourself this time, May. Is there anything else I could do for you?" Izuku asked as he took off the helmet, reforming back into its mask design. At this, May fidgeted a little, which didn't go unnoticed by him. "What is it?" "Well, there is one more thing I've been meaning to try out." May turned over to a nearby laptop. Peeking over her shoulder, Izuku could see a system booting up. "For the past few weeks, I've been working on an AI designed to help heroes in communication, analyzing data and surroundings, solving or anticipating problems, and the like," she said, moving to the side to show him the program. "It's still a prototype, so it'll also be learning while it's exposed to the environment around it. I was kinda hoping you'll let me download it into your mask so it can gather data and improve itself over time." "Go for it." May stumbled. Really?" Izuku nodded. "Yeah, go ahead. You're already doing so much for me. This is the least I can do for you," he said, glancing at the system. "Besides, having an AI aid me through battle sounds pretty cool." A wide smile appeared on May's face. "Thanks so much, Zuzu." She glomped him before pulling back. "Well, let's not waste any more time. Mask, please," she said with her hand outstretched. Handing over the mask, Izuku watched as May attached several wires into the respirator and quickly began typing. "All right, this should only take a few seconds. And done. Uploading now." A low hum came from the mask before stopping abruptly. A flashing light appeared on the outside of the cover as it waited. May pumped her fists up in excitement. "Yes, connection complete," she said, giving the mask back to Izuku. "Come on, try it on." Izuku gave a strange look at the mask before putting it on once more. "Try saying something," May said in pure ecstasy, as she held a notepad on one hand and a pencil on the other. The boy scratched his cheek. Hello." Nothing happened for several seconds until, suddenly, a feminine voice spoke up. "Hello, nice to meet you," the voice greeted. Izuku's eyes widened. "Oh wow, it works," May squealed as she began writing down on her notepad. "Well, of course, I do. I am talking to you," the voice chirped with a giggle. Izuku softly smiled. "It's nice to meet you. Pleasure to meet you as well. It's too bad I can't see your face." "Oh, wait, I can," the voice said, a hologram appearing in front of them. The image revealed a young girl of around 16 years old, with long flowing, brown streaked hair with pink highlights and bangs, and aquamarine-colored eyes. Her clothes included a sleeveless white sailor suit, white shorts, and white thigh-high leggings with pink outlines. "Wow, so this is how the outside world looks like. It's beautiful," the AI said as she spun around with a laugh. "Didn't know you put so much personality into your AI," Izuku said as he watched the AI hologram enjoy itself. May stopped writing on her notepad. "I don't think I ever did that," poking her cheek with the pencil before smiling. "Oh, well, that doesn't really assure me." "Well, my name's Izuku Aizawa. What's your name?" Izuku asked. At this, the AI stopped mesmerizing at the scene around her and looked at him. "A name? I don't have one," the AI said almost sadly. May slapped her forehead. "Shoot, I knew I forgot something." Izuku gaped. "You forgot to give her name." The girl waved her hands in front of her. "Come on, give me a break. I was too busy focusing on her programming and appearance to think about a name. Besides, I had no idea if this was gonna work at all," she said. "But you're right, she does need a name." May rubbed her chin before snapping her fingers with a smile. "I know. How about you name her?" Izuku blinked, pointing at himself. "Me? Really?" The young inventor nodded. "Yeah, why not? You know I'm not good with names, and she is going to be our personal AI, so how about you give her the name?" "All right, if you're really sure," he said before closing his eyes in thought, crossing his arms in the process. What'll be a good name for her?" He thought for a couple of minutes until his eyes snapped open. "How about Kizuna?" "Kizuna? Huh, not a bad name," May said. The AI stared up in thought. "Kizuna. Kaizuna." She tested the name before smiling. "I like it." "All right then, my name is Kizuna. I'm looking forward to working with you, Master." Izuku gave a nice smile. "I look forward to working with you as well, Kizuna." Elsewhere, she ran as fast as her legs could carry her, dodging piles of trash as she darted down the alleyway, not knowing where to go. But at the moment, she had to keep running. She should go back, right? But when she stepped out of that building, she had felt so free. It was a feeling she had never felt before. Being confined in a white room, strapped in a chair with unknown tools next to her on a table and that man. That terror, that caretaker ... That was what she used to feel. Or on occasion, a bed that, despite the covers, felt so very hard, so very cold, in a dark, dark room lit with a single, dim light bulb. Her caretakers were to move her from the building back to headquarters for another extraction. Along the way, they got distracted by someone bumping into them and starting a fight. She saw her chance, and took it. She didn't want to go back. Little brat, where do you think you're going? Where the F is she? You idiot, you were supposed to look after her. Shut up you, and keep looking. Footsteps clapped against the sidewalk at a fast pace. She had gotten a head start, but she didn't know if it would be enough. It was only a matter of time until they caught up to her. There, the light. That was her way out. She ran faster, reaching to the outside of the alleyway. She could almost taste freedom. A figure walked right in front of her, causing her to slam right into it and fall. Hard. ... Rest of my quirks when we get home. For now, oof. The figure grunted in surprise. She froze on the ground before slowly gazing up at the figure. Sparkling, emerald green eyes were the first thing she saw. The next she saw was his entire face, one of concern. She flinched as the figure moved closer to her, reaching his hand out to help her. Hey, the man began in a warm tone. Are you okay? A little earlier, after saying his goodbyes to Mei, Izuku made his way home, conversing with a Kazuna along the way. So, what else can you do? He asked as he held the mask in front of him, preferring to wear it later after having a one-on-one talk with a holo Kazuna. Well, I have access to the internet and a private phone line. Keep things a little private, you know. The AI said in a cheeky tone. I can also monitor your vitals, like your heart rate, temperature, respiration rate, and blood pressure. I can also keep notes for you if you want. Izuku whistled. Handy. Monitoring my vitals will be useful when I use my quirks. Kazuna's eyebrows raised in shock. Quirks? The quirk copier chuckled. It always amused him to witness people's reactions when he revealed his quirk. Or quirks in this case. Mei left that part out. Huh. Well, anyway, yeah, my quirk's called inheritance. Whomever I come in contact with gets their quirk copied, and I can utilize them for myself. He explained as he walked by an alleyway. I can tell you about the rest of my quirks when we get home. For now, oof. Izuku was cut off when something slammed into his side from a dark ally, making him take a step to the side. Looking down, the teen was surprised at what he saw on the floor. By Izuku's feet was a little girl, no older than 5 years old. She had white hair, pale skin, red eyes, and a single horn growing out of her head. What was surprising was what she was wearing. She had a white loose hospital gown that reached down to her feet and had thick bandages around her arms and bare feet. Alarm bells started to go off like crazy in Izuku's head as he gazed down at the girl, who looked at him with scared and desperate eyes. Izuku reached his hand down with a concerned look on his face. Are you okay? Izuku's hand froze when the girl flinched. Kazuna's voice chimed in. Master, what? Where is she? A distant voice sounded from the alleyway the girl ran out. Izuku's instincts kicked as he figured out what was going on. Acting quickly, he grabbed the little girl and hid behind the wall of the alleyway entrance, covering the little girl's mouth. Said girl struggled against his efforts as she desperately tried to warn him. Izuku stared down at the girl in his arms. Hey, it's okay, it's all right. I'm here to help you. The girl stopped struggling, looking up with big eyes. Help. Really? She asked, hopefully. The teen opened his mouth to speak before getting cut off from a voice coming from the alleyway. Hey, guys, I think I smell her. Well, hurry up and lead us to her. Shit, Izuku cursed. Now what? He thought as he tried to think up of a plan. Looking at his other hand, Izuku noticed the still clenched mask in his hand and immediately came up with an idea. Quickly turning the girl to face him, Izuku placed the mask on her face. The respirator already sized itself to fit the little girl's face. The girl gave him a questioning look as Izuku pulling his hood over his head at the same time. Don't take this off, no matter what. Stay quiet until I tell you it's okay. Got it? Izuku told her as the girl nodded. Izuku held the girl closer before turning his head to peek into the alleyway, spotting at least 5 people in the vicinity. Initiating quirk, gas. Gas emitted from Izuku, who controlled its direction towards the incoming group. At that instant, the lead person stopped in his tracks. What the F are you stopping for? Hold on, I smell something. The leader said as he sniffed the air. It smells like, hey man, you okay? Yeah, hurry up. Shut up, and give me a sec. The man yelled back as he resumed his search. It smells a lot like, ugh. The man's voice wavered until he collapsed along with other dropping bodies. Izuku waited, listening for any movements before slowly peeking in, spotting unmoving bodies on the concrete. Turning back, Izuku looked at the shivering girl. All right, let's get going, he said, getting a small nod in response. Izuku took a few steps forward before pausing mid-step. Wait, there are 5 people. 3 of them are on the floor. That means, his eyes widened, realization settling in. Kazuna's voice shouted out in alarm. Look out. Immediately, Izuku jumped away as claws slashed down on him, kicking up dust in the process. The claws nearly got him if it weren't for the eye's warning. Once the dust cleared, Izuku eyed his assailants, 2 thugs that were with the group before. Well, what do we have over here? One of the thugs said, his hair brown and wore a thin vest that exposed his arms. Blades began piercing out from his body as he got closer. Looks like some kid trying to play hero, the other thug said. This time a woman with long, claw-like nails approached from the smoke. Come on kid, hand over the little girl and nobody will get hurt. Izuku pushed the girl behind him, like hell. What do you want with her? The man sneered. None of your business, kid. Just hand her over before things get ugly. This time the woman spoke up. That's right, you already caused us enough trouble with that little knockout gas you did. Unfortunately for you, I got a mask while Zyger over there can't breathe shit. The woman boasted. Great, this is just what I needed, Izuku thought, before looking at the girl beside him. Hey, he called, causing her to look up at him. What's your name? Iuri, she nervously said. All right, Iuri, stay behind me and don't move, he said as he settled his bag next to her. The girl nodded with a timid look. The one named Zyger clicked his teeth in anger. F this, Zinnia. Come over here, brat. He let out a battle cry as he charged towards at Izuku, blades emerging from his arms. As soon as he got close, Izuku slammed his fist into the man's jaw before he could react, making him lose control of his quirk and turning it off. Izuku threw a sharp left hook into the man's liver, making him double over in pain. Finally, Izuku shot his knee up into the villain's face and smashed it right into his nose, a satisfying crunch echoing. As soon as the thug was down, Izuku felt the air shift and felt something come on at him from the right. Ducking at the last second, Izuku saw razor-sharp claws slice at him. Acting fast, he kicked his legs under the woman, causing her to fall in the process. From there, Izuku threw a devastating uppercut to the villain's jaw, blood spilling out of her mouth. Initiating quirk, strong limb. While Zinnia clenched her mouth in pain, Izuku flashed forward. Arm cocked back and struck her in the stomach, sending her crashing into a nearby wall. Got you now, Zyger said as he slashed his blade down on the boy. Initiating quirk, adamantine chains. 2 chain scythes emerged from Izuku's arms. Grabbing the blades from their bottom handle, Izuku used them to block the incoming blades, stopping them just an inch from his head. The thug struggled against the boy's strength. The hell is this kid made of? Izuku pushed the man away and used his own blades to counter every strike the man delivered. Sparks flew as Izuku continued to slash, parry, and dodge at every swipe. One would say it was a one-sided match if one were to compare the fight between the two. While the balded man did have some experience in fighting with blades, Izuku far outclassed him. His past lessons in Kusarigama-jutsu and Kendo paid off, as well as his lessons with his father. As their assault continued, Izuku began to quicken his pace. Zyger began to sweat as he started to have trouble keeping up. At that moment, the man slipped up, and Izuku took the chance to strike the man in the solar plexus with his elbow. Zyger stumbled at the lack of air before getting kicked up in the face by the same boy who struck him, effectively knocking him out. Izuku huffed as he grabbed his chest in pain. His breathing hitched as he went too long without respiratory help. After a few seconds to collect his breath, he made his way over to the girl, who only stared in shock. All the while this was happening, Iuri stared in fear and awe, amazed by how fast the boy took care of the thugs and concerned for what may happen to the boy. Every time someone tried to save her or come near, they ended up dead. That man always killed them. He always said that she was cursed, destined to harm those who got too close to her. The boy needed to get away before he finds out and tries to kill her savior. Her fear caused Quirk to activate, her horn glowing with power as she slowly began to panic. Please, she shut her eyes, memories of the man haunting her. Leave me, before you get hurt, she said. She didn't want anyone else to get hurt. Why would this man help her? Why would he want to get involved with someone as cursed as her? They would only hurt themselves in the long run. Tears poured down Iuri's cheeks as her power finally went out of control, yellow sparks blazing as she cried. Izuku's eyes widened and rushed over to her, intending to calm her down. He kneeled down to get near her, only for her to scramble away from him. And no, get away from me. I'll only hurt you, Iuri cried. Izuku shook his head as he inched closer. I can't do that. You're hurt, and I need to help you, he said as he embraced her, the girl struggling to get away as he did so. Izuku almost regretted hugging Iuri as soon as he did. The wild jolts of electricity emanating from her horn struck him in the surrounding area as he continued to hold her. He bit down on his lip to avoid yelping in pain, which was odd considering his congenital analgesia condition. Come on, think. What should I do to calm her down? His eyes darted everywhere, searching for some way to handle the situation. His eyes continued to seek before they landed on the girl's horn. That's it. Initiating quirk, erasure. Izuku's eyes glowed red as he focused on her horn. He struggled as jolts of pain continued to course through his bodies. It was then he felt something else felt wrong. Liquid cascaded down on his face as he continued to focus on Iuri's horn. It was then he also noticed the lack of cancellation that was supposed to happen immediately after he activated Erasure. In my eyes, it feels like they're burning, he painfully thought as he continued to use his quirk. I don't think I keep up like this. His eyes continued staring in pain, determined to erase the girl's quirk to end her pain. Luckily, the random sparks from Yuri's horn began to dissipate, her horn shrinking as well. The teen may not have noticed, but at the same time, the power emanating from his eyes slowly began to disappear as well, and something else began to build up inside him. Yuri's cries began to cease once she noticed her powers began to fade. She glanced up to see Izuku still hugging her, and gasped when she saw streaks of blood streaming from his eyes. Despite that, he still managed to smile at her. "Are you okay now?" he asked, ignoring the little girl's concern for him. Yuri snapped out of her stupor. "Why yes, Biba, you're hurt." Izuku shook his head, the smile still plastered on his face as he wiped away the blood. "Don't worry, I'm fine," he said while he moved his arm around. "See, still in one piece," Izuku said, receiving a small nod from the girl. After putting his arm down, something caught Izuku's eye. The small patch of grass that Yuri laid upon was no longer there. Not even the tiny flowers that poked from the cement. Or rather, they were no longer in that form. Upon closer inspection, Izuku saw small objects from what appeared to be seeds. Along with them were a few small flowers, although they seemed to be in their blossoming stage. Izuku's eyes widened. Did she do this? How? Was it her quirk? He mentally asked as his mind ran a mile a minute. Does her quirk somehow change the genetic makeup of an organism? Does it give it a new form? Or maybe she simply reversed it to its previous state. The boy thought as he looked down at the girl. Is that why they are after her? For her quirk? Izuku shook those thoughts out before focusing his attention on the girl. "Come on, I'll take you, you damned brat." Izuku immediately threw himself over Yuri, shielding her from any damage. He clenched his jaw as he felt claws slash against his back before he jumped away with Yuri still in his arms. "TCH, I thought she was already down," he thought as he dodged another swipe from the cat-like lady. Getting some distance from her, Izuku widely opened his eyes to erase her quirk, only to be surprised when nothing happened. The hell? Why isn't my quirk working? Izuku's mind ran a mile a second as he tried to figure out why his quirk wasn't working. He ducked as another swipe from the woman as the claw grazed his hair. Zinnia started to get impatient as she began to lash widely. "Aw man, I'm still tired from today's training and running around," Izuku thought with a groan before he snapped back to focus. Initiating quirk, barrier. A yellow dome appeared, encasing both Izuku and Yuri in it. Zinnia attacked the barrier, but was rebounded several feet, skidding to a halt with clear anger on her face. "I only have enough stamina for at least one more quirk use. I have to make this count," Izuku thought as he waited for the opportunity to strike. Zinnia continued to grit her teeth in anger. She couldn't believe she was losing to this pipsqueak of a child. This was madness, and to make matters worse, the kid somehow had multiple quirks. She couldn't let the boy escape with the girl. If she did, Chisaki would be mad, and an angry Chisaki wasn't something anyone would want to encounter. If Zinnia came back empty-handed, there was no doubt he would kill her without a second thought. Making up her mind, Zinnia finally pounced, intending to at least try and penetrate the barrier. At that moment, Izuku saw his chance and took down the barrier, surprising the woman midair. With the last of strength, he raised his arm to unleash several chains. Synchronization processing. Izuku blinked in surprise. What was going on? This never happened before. Synchronization complete. Initiating quirk, adamantine sealing chains. Chains shot out from Izuku's arm and bounded Zinnia tightly. She struggled to move, only to release two things. One, the chains were too strong for her to break out of. The second, she couldn't use her quirk anymore. Zinnia began to panic. "What the F? What the hell happened to my quirk, you little shit?" She screamed until she was lifted and smashed against the ground. Izuku did this several times before finally flinging her across the alley, sending her crashing against a trash bin. As Zinnia slid on the trash heap, her eyes began to droop. "I can't believe I lost to this kid," she thought, slipping into unconsciousness. "No, he's not ordinary." Izuku panted for several seconds before scooping up Yuri into his arms, making her yelp. Taking his mask from the girl, he began speaking. "Kazuna, are you still there?" "Why yeah," she spoke up from the headset. "I need you to contact Nejire immediately." "Got it." Izuku was already exhausted as he was. There was no way he'd be able to fight more villains if they came. He needed help and knew that Nejire was able to provide. Throwing his bag over his shoulder, Izuku began running as he waited on the line to pick up. The line rang several times before finally picking up. Nejire yawned. "Hello, Nejire. I need you to bring Mirio and Tamaki and meet me at Takoba Municipal Beach Park, right now." Nejire was fully awake now. Izuku rarely sounded this urgent. What? Izuku once. "Please, Nejire, hurry." "Oh okay, I'll bring the others and meet you over there," she said as she shuffled from the other side. Izuku sighed. "Thank you, Nejire," he said and hung up. Eri continued to cling onto Izuku as he held her closer and continued running. This girl needs help, and I can't do that if I take her back home. I'll have to take her to UA to see Recovery Girl. She'll know what to do, he thought as he picked up the pace. Takoba Municipal Beach Park. As Izuku finally reached the park, he was able to see the rest of his friends already there waiting for him. Hey, Izu bro, well, what's with the girl? Mirio greeted him first before noticing the small bundle in the greenette's arms, who only buried her face into the crook of his neck. You adopting or something? Tamaki nervously made his way to his friend's side. Mirio, there's something serious going on here. We shouldn't be making jokes yet, he said, glancing over to Izuku and the girl in his arms. Oh, man. Nejire walked up to her boyfriend, confusion etched on her face. Izuku, why did you make us come here? And why is there a little girl with you? Her face turned into horror when she noticed his slashed, bleeding backside. Oh my god, Izuku, you're back. The boy in question shook his head. Don't worry about me. Look, I'll explain on the way, but right now, we have to get this girl to UA for help. It's the only safe place right now that I can think of, he said as he urged them to follow him. Mirio and Nejire followed suit, while Tamaki stayed behind a little, hugging his stomach in discomfort. Oh man, today's not my day, he thought as he hurried after them. So, that little girl was running away from some people, bumped into you, and caused you to fight a group of villains? Mirio asked as the group continued running. Man, you have the worst luck. Izuku rolled his eyes. Tell me about it. From today's wake-up call to a gruesome training drill, I could use a nap after this, he said as they slowed their run upon arriving at the gates of UA and made their way to Recovery Girl's office. Nejire glanced at the girl, who by now was walking with them down the hall, holding Izuku's hand along the way. Well, at least you got Eri away from them, she said as they walked, looking up at Izuku. Why call us, though? You guys are of the few I trust the most. I needed at least a little help in my escape, especially people like the big three, he casually said, their hearts swelling in pride. Reaching Recovery Girl's office, Izuku knocked on the office door and waited. Shuffling, Recovery Girl made her way over to the door. Gently opening the door, she was surprised to see the big three, along with Aizawa's child. What are you three doing back here again? And why is Izuku? She stopped as she noticed the girl hiding behind Izuku's leg covered in bandages. Oh my. Bring her in quickly, she said, stepping aside to let them in. Izuku nodded to her. Thank you, he said as the group made their way in, Eri still confused about the situation. The room, while small, was large enough for the group of friends to get comfortable. Eri, on the other hand, was very hesitant to be there, reminded of the white room that she was always kept. Izuku, noticing her discomfort, squeezed her hand in reassurance, giving a small smile. While this happened, Recovery Girl darted across the room, gathering her supplies so that she may begin her healing on the youngling. Now, what's this with you and the little girl? I hope you're not doing something so scandalous as to kidnap a child, Shio said as she prepped her notepad and machine. Izuku blanched at the sudden accusation while his friends snickered. What? No, she was in trouble, and I had to get her away from her actual kidnappers, he said as he looked down at the girl. At least, I think they're her kidnappers. They looked more like handlers rather than kidnappers. Well, regardless, I'll have to do a quick checkup before I can heal her, so let's start with that. Oh, can I help? A small voice spoke up, nearly making all in the vicinity jump in surprise. What the who's there? Shio spun around, trying to locate the source, syringe cane in hand. Show yourself. I have a giant needle, and I'm not afraid to use it, she threatened, waving the tool around. Izuku, realizing who it was, immediately intervened. Whoa, it's okay. It's just a friend of mine. Everyone's head snapped towards the greenette. Friend? The boy nodded before taking off his mask. It's a little thing May downloaded into my mask. The name's Kazuna, a support AI designed to aid Izuku in his journey as a hero. It's nice to meet you all. The AI introduced herself as she appeared via hologram. The room remained silent as the group processed the holo girl in front of them. Nejire was the first to break the silence. Whoa, that's so cool. So, what can you do? How much do you know as an AI? Can you travel through the internet like they do in the movies? Are you going to take over the world and enslave humanity? The girl asked, bouncing up and down. Kazuna giggled. In order. All kinds of things, as much as you do, haven't tried it yet, and no comment. Looks like Kazuna made a new friend. Tamaki shrunk behind Mirio. They're evolving each day. A sudden thought crossed Mirio's head. Wait, what do you mean you know as much as we do? Don't AIs usually know everything about everything? Kazuna hummed in thought. Know everything about everything. What an odd thing to say. Oh, but no, I don't know everything. I'm just a prototype, so I kind of just learn things on the go, she said as she sat on top of a desk. Eventually, everything I learn will be processed and integrated into other AIs, so it kind of evens out at the end. Tamaki shivered. I knew it. As this was going on, Eri peeked from behind Izuku's leg, recognizing the voice. Kazuna, the girl said in a small voice. At the sound of her name, the AI looked down at Errol, smiling as she hopped off the desk. Hey there. You see, I told you that Izuku here was going to save you, she said in a gentle voice. Yuri slowly nodded. Yes. Izuku gave the AI a questionable look. You know her? Kazuna nodded. MMHM. Yuri still had the mask on while you were fighting the villains. She was still scared, so I tried to calm her down by introducing myself to her. Gave her quite the scare. I see. Thank you for that. Izuku thanked her, making the AI nod in return. Shio cleared her throat. While this is nice and all, I would like to know how exactly you'll be able to assist me with her examination. Oh, that's easy. I can perform full body scans and perform a diagnosis to detect any injuries or illnesses, Kazuna chirped. She was happy to share just how useful she can be. Recovery Girl laughed. How convenient. If what you say is true, then this will go much easier and faster. Maybe when this is over, you could work with me more often. Kazuna beamed. I'd love to. After that little ordeal, Recovery Girl grabbed a notepad and wrote a few notes down, before she smiled at the child still hiding behind Izuku's leg. Hello, young lady. My name's Recovery Girl. What's yours? The girl nervously peeped at her from behind the teen's legs. Eerie. The old woman smiled. Well, Eri, I'd like you to sit up here so I can run some tests. Is that okay? Her grip on Izuku tightened as she looked up at her guardian, slightly fearful. He just smiled at her. It's okay. Recovery Girl is one of the best heroes around. She can fix up anyone without hurting them. Eri gazed up at him before nodding and allowed Izuku to pick her up. He eased Eri onto one of them before she clung onto his sweater tighter, lips quivering as tears threatened to spill. Please, don't go, she said in a small voice, almost a whisper as she buried her face once more into his sweater. Izuku gave her a soft smile and spoke in the same warm tone he used earlier. Eri, I need you to let go so the nice lady can examine you. But what if they come back? They won't. And if they do, I'll make sure to protect you from them. Eri stared up at him with hopeful eyes. Promise. Izuku nodded as he ruffled her hair. Promise. Eri appeared hesitant for a few seconds before she nodded and let go of Izuku. Shio smiled at the scene before clearing her throat to get their attention. Well, to start, we'll have to take off those dirty bandages, otherwise your wounds can get infected. She reached for Eri's arm, only for the girl to pull back in apparent panic. She tightly held her arm close to her chest as she rapidly shook her head no. Getting an idea of what was under those bandages, Izuku pulled back his sleeve, revealing multiple scarred tissues from what appeared to be from syringes. The sight made most of the people present cringe, mainly the big three. Shio and Eri, not so much. Shio, mostly because she knew of the boy's horrific past. And Eri, who was more curious than scared of Izuku's scars. Nejire visibly saddened at the sight of his scarring, knowing how painful the procedures probably were, even if Izuku did not vividly recall. Mirio and Tamaki weren't too far from her line of thinking. Kazuna was shocked, but nonetheless still horrified. They programmed the AI with data she already knew of Izuku. This was the first time she learned about the various scars that adorned Izuku's arms, and her first time learning a little about how he got them. Eri gently touched Izuku's scarred arm, eyes filled with curiosity. Did they get you too? Eri asked in a small voice. Izuku shook his head softly. Not exactly, but some bad people did do this to me. I was saved because I let good people help me. We want to help you, Eri, but you have to let us see what's under those bandages. Please, let us help you, he said in a tender voice. While the teen conversed with the bandaged girl, Nejire and the others smiled at the heartfelt interaction. While he may haven't noticed it yet, Izuku showed more emotion to children than he did to others, including his girlfriend, though it was very little. It was one of the things Nejire admired so much about him. Despite his traumatic past, Izuku was still able to recover his mental health and emotions. His interaction with Eri was, by far, one of the most evident pieces of evidence that proved his growth. Eri looked at him with big wide eyes before she gave a small nod, allowing him to remove the bandages. After he was done, Izuku moved to the side, allowing Chio and Kazuna to begin their examination. And what they found was not good. Eri was malnourished, had a weak immune system, and her arms and legs were covered in scars. Everything made Izuku's heart ache for the poor little girl as he understood the hell she went through. By the end of the testing, Eri was resting in the hospital bed with an IV tube attached to her arm, a bowl of sliced apples next to her. Izuku leaned against the wall by his friends, looking down with a thoughtful look on his face. Tamaki took notice of this and decided to take the first step. Something on your mind? Tamaki approached Izuku, causing him to look up at his friend. You were staring kind of into space a little there. It's nothing. It's just, he began, turning his eyes towards the sleeping girl. She reminds me so much of myself, it's kind of scary. It's not every day you run into someone who experienced a similar situation to yourself. Tamaki nodded. Yeah, I get it. It must be weird just to have someone run into you in the middle of nowhere, throwing you into a situation you didn't think you'd get into. Izuku rubbed the back of his head. Yeah, about that. Sorry I dragged you guys into it. It was the best decision I was able to come up with while trying to get away at the same time. Tamaki waved him off. Don't worry about it. It would have helped us if we were in the same position you were. Even so, he's right, you know. Nejire cut into the conversation. You would have done the same for us if we were in any trouble. That's just the kind of person you are, she said with a smile, with Mirio giving a thumbs up and a smile from behind her as well. Izuku returned a smile of his own. You guys are the best. A couple more minutes went by before Chio finished her report and approached him. With a sigh, Recovery Girl began her report. Well, other than a few stitches and minor scrapes, she'll need time to recover from being so malnourished. She'll also need to go on medication to help with her immune system. Other than that, there doesn't seem to be any other problems with her. Izuku nodded at her, a wave of relief washing over him. Thank you so much, Recovery Girl. You too, Kazuna. The elderly lady smiled with a nod of her own. It was no problem, the pleasure is all mine. You did the right thing saving the poor girl from those villains and brought her here as quickly as possible. And another thing, she began as a frown appeared on her face. Grabbing her cane, she whacked the boy on top of his head, causing his friends to jump in surprise. Why didn't you tell me you were injured as well? You're bleeding all over my wall, she screeched as she pointed at the now blood-stained wall. Izuku stared at the wall, having the decency to give a sheepish smile, rubbing the back of his head. Sorry about that. I was kind of focused on getting Yuri help first, then getting fixed up myself, he said with a small laugh, causing the rest to sigh and shake their heads. Well, it doesn't matter. Come on, let's get you healed up too, she said, dragging him over to another bed. I wonder what your father will say when he comes around for his drops. At this, Izuku's eyes widened in surprise. Dad's still here. I thought he would have been gone by now. No matter what the reason, his dad would usually find all possible ways to get home and sleep. Well, that was before he had to organize some expulsion papers. He just expelled the last of his students today. A shiver went up the students' spines. Harsh. Izuku rubbed his eyes with a sigh. Well, I better go tell him that No, you're staying here and getting healed up, Nejire said as she pushed the boy down. I'm sure someone else can get him for you. I told you I'm fine. Just because you can't feel it doesn't mean that your body is indestructible. Nejire cut him off with a light glare. Your body still has its limits. Don't act so recklessly and take better care of yourself. Shio smirked at the confrontation between the two. Good to see someone to look after his recklessness. Izuku gave a low sigh, knowing that he wouldn't be able to get through to Nejire when she was like this. Okay, fine. Can one of you guys at least? Don't worry about it, my man. I'm on it. Miro cut him off with a wave from the doorframe before disappearing down the hall. Now that that's taken care of, let's heal you up. About 10 minutes later, Mirio appeared with Aizawa in tow, a passive look etched on his face. He entered the room, glanced at his bandaged son, then to the girl, and back to his son again. Aizawa let out a long sigh as he pinched his nose. Why is it whenever something happens, it's always you brats? The big three let out a loud hey, while Izuku snorted. Well, anyway, tell me the situation, and don't leave anything out, Aizawa said as he sat backward on a nearby chair. And thus began Izuku's tale of his little back alley encounter. From the first meeting to the fight against two villains, to the sudden discharge of Yuri's quirk, and to finally, his meet-up with his friends to bring the little girl to UA. Aizawa took this all in stride without flinching, most likely from the exposure of encountering similar cases to this one, including his own son. After Izuku was done explaining the story behind his run-in with Yuri, Aizawa gazed at the sleeping girl. So you're telling me that this little girl, who doesn't look like she could hurt a fly, is capable of killing people by accident? He asked as he continued staring at the sleeping girl. Izuku nodded. That's what she claims she does. I'm not too sure about the details myself, but I have seen her power by chance. Seeing he got everyone's attention, he continued. Yuri's power seems to emanate from her horn, and the horn's size dictates the strength of her power. She mentioned something about how her power can make them disappear. Aizawa glanced at the little girl. So her quirk allows her to make people disappear. Just like that. Izuku shook his head. It's a little more complicated than that. I think her quirk allows her to reverse an organism's cellular structure. In other words, a grim look appeared on his face. Their bodies are rewound to previous physical states and genetics. Shock ran through everyone's faces as they listened to Izuku's explanation. Mirio stepped forward. Disbelief spread across his face. That's insane. She can rewind someone's body. That's unbelievable. How do you know that? At this, Izuku tapped the side of his head. She used it on me. What? The group exclaimed. Relax. I'm fine. She healed a few of my injuries after she struck me with her quirk. Izuku reassured them before he continued. Anyways, I came to this conclusion when several other things happened. The area around us had a bit of greenery growing. When her quirk activated, several sparks came in contact with some of the plants, reversing them to when they were seeds. Aizawa rubbed his chin and thought, doesn't sound like any quirk I've heard of before. It could be a mutation of some sort. That could be why those people were after her in the first place. Tamaki blinked in shock. Her quirk? This time Chiyo spoke. Children more often than not inherit their quirks from their parents. Sometimes they'll get a combination of both, which is known as a hybrid quirk. She began, however. There is a rare chance when the child doesn't receive any of their parents' quirk. When that happens, a child may manifest a quirk that is entirely unrelated to their genetic lineage, akin to a mutation. And it's because of this that people might gain a sudden interest in a child's quirk and kidnap them for their gain. Aizawa finished for her. The room remained silent as they processed the new information. Suddenly, Izuku remembered a particular detail he accidentally left out. By the way, he spoke up, catching their attention once more. Her quirk didn't just heal my injuries, it also affected one of my quirks. Aizawa's eyebrows rose in anticipation. What did it do? Izuku rubbed his wrists. When she struck me with her quirk, I used a razor to try and erase her quirk. But I think the clash between the two caused some sort of mutation to my quirk. As a result, I lost erasure, but in exchange, initiating quirk, adamantine sealing chains. A small length of chain emerged from his arm. It transferred the power into adamantine chains. Once he finished, Mirio and Nejire ran right up to him, stars shimmering in their eyes. Tamaki merely watched from afar. Whoa, that's so cool. Come on, you've got to show us, Mirio exclaimed, with Nejire vigorously nodding in agreement. Izuku stepped back. Wah, here, right now, he stammered. I don't think that's a great idea. You're right, it's a fantastic idea, Aizawa interrupted. We need to see if what you say is true. Not that we don't believe you, but we need to see for ourselves, and a demonstration is a good way to see just how your new power reacts. Izuku thought for a moment before nodding. I guess that makes sense. But who will I use it on? Mirio immediately raised his hand. Excitingly, let me do it. Nejire puffed her cheeks. Hey, no fair, Mirio. I wanted to go. Haha, you snooze, you lose, Mirio teased as he approached Izuku. He held out his arm as the greenette wrapped the chain around the appendage. All right, that should do it. Try activating your quirk now, Izuku said as he took a step back and watched the scene unfold. Mirio nodded and tried to activate permeation, only to realize that his quirk wasn't working. He tried with all his might to start his quirk, but to no avail. The chain wrapped around his arm continued to glow a dark color as it continued to cancel out Mirio's quirk. After a few more tries, Mirio released a sigh. I give up. There's no way I can use my quirk with these chains. Looks, you were right, Izuku, he said as he removed the chain from his arm. As Izuku's friends gushed over his quirk's new power, Aizawa released a sigh of his own. At least erasure isn't all gone. He can still use its power to some extent, thanks to his chains, he thought to himself as Izuku continued to converse with his friends. It would have been terrible if he lost it altogether. Hey, Dad, Izuku knocked him from his train of thought. What are we going to do with Eri? Once she's all healed up, Aizawa sighed as he rubbed his head. Normally, the police would take custody of her until they could find her parents or a close relative. We'll file her in later when she's done recovering. That might be a problem, Kazuna interrupted. The Aizawas perked up. After running a blood sample, I had it search for a possible connection to any known karyotypes on record. Nothing came up. Her parents don't exist, nor the rest of her family. Izuku's eyes widened. That's impossible. 3 people don't just not exist. Kazuna's face fell. It gets worse. I also ran a search on any missing children that might have been reported from any foster homes. Nothing. Aizawa combed his hair with his hand. Okay, that poses a problem. If she doesn't have any relatives she can rely on, our best choice will be to put her into a foster home. For now, we'll have to keep her under close watch, someone who can be trusted to take care. What if we adopt her? Izuku interrupted him. Aizawa snapped his head towards him. What if we adopt Eri? She'll be under our watch, and should her powers go out of control, we can stop it. It's the most logical decision in a time like this. That is a wonderful idea. Chiyo added her 2 cents. The girl already seems to trust Izuku. There shouldn't be a problem staying with you. And besides, what the boy says is true. You two are the most capable people to watch over her should her powers go awry. Izuku clasped his hands together. Please, Dad. There's nowhere safer for her than staying with us, he pleaded as the rest of the group watched. Aizawa stared at them for a few seconds before he sighed. I can tell you've grown an emotional attachment towards Eri, which is probably why you suggested adopting her, but you make a good point. She'll be safer in our hands better than anyone else, he said. Meanwhile, having woken up earlier, Eri listened in. Her excitement began to grow at the possibility of having a real family. But even if we did adopt her, there'll be too many responsibilities with her. It was easier for me to take care of you since I had fewer responsibilities, and you listened pretty well, he began as he looked at the girl. But Eri's a whole different story. She's been sheltered most of her life, which likely means that she hasn't received an education, let alone understanding social interactions. I can take care of her now, but she'll need someone to properly look after when I'm busy during the next school year. teaching and grading hero curriculum was a bitch. If it's a teacher you're looking for, then not to worry. Recovery Girl spoke up. I was a teacher here at UA back in my youth. You could leave little Uri's education to me. I could take care of Uri when you're busy, Izuku said. It'll be easier since I can take her to and from school. And we could help take care of her when you're both busy. This time Nejire chimed in. I'm sure Mirio and Tamaki wouldn't mind helping, right guys? She asked, receiving a shake of their hands, smiles on their faces. Mirio pumped his fist up. Oh yeah, I don't mind. I could show her a ton of awesome things while I'm with her. Maybe tell her a few jokes as well. I could help with her nutrient, Tamaki said, drawing all eyes to him as he shrunk back. Well, my quirk makes me have to learn about all kinds of foods, so there's that. Maybe I should have kept my mouth shut. So many eyes. Seeing no way to dispute this, Aizawa relented with a sigh. Well, as long as you keep up with your word, then I guess we can adopt her, he said, causing the group to cheer. I'll handle Iri's missing case file with Recovery Girl and report this to Tsukachi. He'll be able to keep things under wraps. Eat something in the meantime. You look like you haven't eaten in a while. He shooed them away as he closed the door leading to the nurse's office. Nejire glanced at Izuku, who, with the situation taken care of, looked more exhausted than he did before. She carefully grabbed his arm. Come on, I'm sure Lunch Rush wouldn't mind making some food for us. You look like you're starving. Izuku merely nodded as the group made their way to the cafeteria. They remained silent the entire course until Mirio broke into a fit of laughter. Izuku turned to the laughing blonde with a raised brow. What? Mirio just waved him off with a smile. Nothing. Just find it funny how you're adopting Iri the same way Aizawa adopted you. Same circumstances and everything. Like father like son, eh? Izuku blinked. You make a good point. Guess I'm more like my father than I thought I was, he said as the group laughed. Elsewhere, 5 people were on their knees, their bodies bounded and gagged, along with a fearful look on their faces. In front of them was a figure with dark hair and a suit, wearing a coat over it and a plague mask. Behind him were various other people in their own costumes. How could you lose her? The figure asked in a calm voice but was releasing a large amount of killer intent that had them pissing themselves. It wasn't our fault. Some kid took her. The group leader who wasn't gagged cried in a desperate voice as he looked at the man in front of him. He knocked us out before we can even. You had one simple job. The man cut off as he rubbed his face. Bring her from point A to point B. Yet somehow you lost her to some kid. Is that right, Zyger, Zinnia? He asked the pair who were gagged as they furiously nodded. He then took a deep breath and let it out slowly. At least these 2 tried to get her back. The 3 of you were defeated before the fight even began. B-boss, please, give us another chance. We promise we'll. The man was interrupted when he felt a hand on his head, making him pale. That's enough out of you. No plea. Splat. In an instant, the upper half of the man's body exploded into a gory mess, painting the walls and ceiling in a dark crimson color. The lower body stayed standing until it fell with a splat. The other 2 bounded villains were screaming through their gags as they tried to move away but weren't getting far. Zyger and Zinnia merely stared at the bottom half in pure terror. So ... what now, overhaul? Came the voice of Mimic as the rest of the 8 precepts listened in. Chisaki took a deep breath. We still have some vials of blood left from before she ran. We continue our experiments and be more careful with how much we use. Beyond that, we have no choice but to track her down. The vials we have won't last forever. We need more ... and Iri is the only source. When they run out, we'll need to be on the lookout. She could be hiding somewhere. And when we find her, we'll bring her back. She's the key to our success. They gave their nods, and Chisaki sighed, glaring out the window. I won't let this plan fail. This is all that I've worked on. Years of effort, research, and experiments all funneled into this one project. I won't fail, Pops. This is just a bump in the road. I will succeed. And when that day comes, you'll thank me, he thought before advancing on the other 2 screaming villains, deciding to let the ones who fought to bring Iri back lie. Zyger continued to look at the bloody mess while Zinnia looked away with tightly closed eyes, tears spilling from the corners of them as she listened to the blood-curdling scream. Why did I ever sign up for this? This will be your room from now on. Izuku opened the door for Iri, allowing her to take in the sight of the interior. I frequently stock up the fridge every week or so if you're ever hungry, just take something from there. My room's next door, in case you need anything. Any questions? Izuku asked as he watched Iri explore her new room. A few days after the incident, Iri was released from Recovery Girl and was allowed to go home. Well, her new home. True to his word, Aizawa organized Iri's adoption papers and gave her a new name, Iri Aizawa. Soon after, Izuku was called to bring the girl to their apartment complex, where she would be living from then on. He made sure to buy some clothes for the girl on the way to UA. A good thing they called him too. During Iri's stay at Recovery Girl's clinic, the poor girl was constantly afraid, wanting to stay by Boy's side who saved her life. Because of this, Izuku had to skip school a few times and remain by Iri's side. He didn't mind in the slightest, as he already had top marks at his school, so it didn't pose much of a problem if he skipped a day or 3. Once it was time to bring Eri to her new home, the girl clung into Izuku's side the entire trip. For some, it may have looked like a cute little sister spending time with her brother, but to the few who knew, it was for a much darker reason. Eri only relaxed when Izuku ran his fingers through her hair, an act that always seemed to work since the first day he tried it. He made a mental note of that particular action. Eri paused in her examination of the room and faced Izuku, giving a slight shake of her head. Good. Are you hungry? Eri nodded shyly at him. A little. Her tummy rumbled loudly, causing the girl to squeak and blush. She looked away from Izuku out of embarrassment, but he only smiled gently. Me too. Come on, let's get something to eat. Okay. Gently taking her by hand, Izuku guided Eri to the kitchen and seated her on one of the high chairs. Taking out his smartphone and a pair of headphones, Izuku played a kid-friendly show to keep her busy as he placed the earbuds in her ear. As she sat comfortably, Izuku began rummaging through the fridge. Well, she seems quite attached to you. Kazuna spoke up from the headset laying on the counter as he tried to come up with an appropriate meal choice for the girl. Her eyes are nearly always glued to you whenever you're around. She's even doing it right now, Kazuna noted. Kazuna could already see that Eri had become very dependent on Izuku. Anyone else getting this attached this quickly would probably not be a good thing. But kids were different. She knew from online sources how impressionable children were and how easily they could form attachments. If Eri really had had no positive relationships in her life so far, it was no surprise to Kazuna as to why she had latched onto Izuku with such enthusiasm. He had been the first person to show her kindness, the first to defend her, and the one who saved her from those terrible people. In Eri's mind, Izuku was literally the safest place in the world. It didn't matter if she didn't know anything about him. The only thing she knew was that he wasn't going to hurt her, and that was more than enough for her to stay close to him. Kazuna's comment caused Izuku to peer over his shoulder and notice she was right. While Eri was currently busy watching the video, she looked up every once in a while, making sure he was still there. Izuku hummed, well, I don't blame her. After being imprisoned for so long, I'm more surprised that she'll trust a stranger like me over anyone else. Maybe. But it's likely she didn't know who to go to from the beginning. The fact that you wanted to save her was probably reason enough for her to trust you, Kazuna said as her eyes loomed over to the occupied girl. But this also means that she's quite naive to certain aspects. You'll have to educate her on that. Izuku didn't reply but only acknowledged it with another hum. Figuring out what to make, he began setting out the ingredients he needed and started cooking. As this was happening, Eri carried on with her video, only to stop when she spotted a bit of movement from the corner of her eye. The hour, Suzu decided to make herself known at the moment as she jumped on top of the counter Eri was in front of. The girl gave a small start before calming down a bit. Once she saw it was only a cat, she inched closer to get a better look at the feline. I see you've met Suzu. Izuku spoke from the kitchen, catching a glimpse of the black cat walking around the counter. She's very friendly. Go ahead and pet her. She loves getting scratched behind the ears. Eri answered him with a small nod and reached attentively towards the cat with her outstretched hand, albeit a bit nervously. Sensing what Eri was trying to do, Suzu leaned her head into the girl's hand, who began scratching the feline behind the ears just as she was told. The cat purred under the girl's touch, causing the corners of Eri's mouth to twitch upwards, something that Izuku took notice of. After a long wait, Izuku emerged from the kitchen, unveiling platters of pork cutlets and rice for dinner. As he prepared a plate for Eri, the meal's delicious scent rose to fill the room. Izuku realized with amusement that the girl was staring at the dish with her adorable button nose twitching as she drooled from the smell. As soon as he finished, Izuku placed the finished plate. The girl's eyes glittered as she gawked at the delicious food lying before her. Still, she hesitated to touch it, as though she was unsure if she was allowed to have it. Noticing how she stared at him nervously, Izuku took his chopsticks, picked up one of the pork cutlets on his plate, and then bit into it with a smile, giving her a slight nod in the process. Eri tried using the chopsticks as well, but it was clear she had no idea what she was doing. Izuku chuckled amusingly, causing Eri to puff her cheeks in frustration. Wiping his mouth, Izuku stood up to help her, showing her how to hold them and pick up the food. Finally getting the hang of it, Eri took a bite of the pork cutlet, eyes sparkling in delight as a few tears escaped her eyes. Izuku merely stared at the girl, letting Eri have her space as she continued to let a few stray tears trail down her face before he wiped them away. After she calmed down a bit, Eri began shoveling the food into her mouth, startling Izuku at the pace the little girl was eating. As Eri proceeded to take in more handfuls of pork, she suddenly reached out to her chest and thumped it a few times. Seeing how she had a bit of trouble swallowing, Izuku slid over a cup of green tea, to which she took enthusiastically and gulped it down before she continued eating. Is it good? Izuku asked. MMHM. She hummed back, her mouth stuffed full of food. Izuku grinned as he joined her, both of them enjoying their meal in silence. Once finished, Izuku picked up their plates and began washing them. Did you enjoy your meal? Izuku asked as he dried his hands with a spare cloth. Eri nodded. Good, now come on, you need a bath. He led her to the washroom and handed her a towel from beneath the cabinet. I'll find some clothes for you, so wash up. Okay. Eri only continued to stare at Izuku, causing him to mentally slap his forehead in realization. Right, sheltered and abused child. The people there probably never took proper care of her. Izuku thought to himself, so I guess I'll have to bathe her then. Izuku set about bathing the child in a tub brimming with bubbles. Kids like bubbles. Right, I think. Both he and his father were never one for such things when Izuku was younger, so that didn't matter at the time. Once the bubbles began to appear, and after making sure Eri was comfortable, Izuku got right to work. Starting from her hair, Izuku made sure to scrub Eri's scalp before heading for her long locks of white hair. From top to bottom, Izuku proceeded to wash her clean, acting extra careful whenever he scrubbed her arms and legs, which were littered with scars. If Mirio or Nejire ever caught wind of this, they'll never let me live it down. Izuku thought to himself, praying his friends will never discover this. After a few more minutes, Izuku gave Eri a final rinse before picking her up from the tub and began drying her with a towel. Using the same cloth, Izuku carried Eri to her room, where he promptly dressed her in new pajamas, all the while the girl grew more drowsy. Once done, Izuku nodded, happy with Eri looking clean and sleepy in her new pajamas. Okay, now let's get your teeth brushed and then get to bed. There should be a spare toothbrush for you in the cabinet, he said, letting Eri retake his hand. She yawned, eyes drooping from sleepiness. As soon as their teeth were brushed, Eri held her arms up towards Izuku in the universal gesture all children made when they wanted to be picked up. Izuku did so after a short pause to figure out what she wanted and got the little girl bundled up safely in his arms. Eri wrapped her small arms around his neck and clutched at his shirt, her eyes barely open. After placing Eri underneath the covers and tucking her in, Izuku made his way over to the door side. Do you need anything else? He asked. Eri hesitated, before delivering a small shake of her head. Sensing something was on the young girl's mind, Izuku frowned and made his way over to her. It's okay, just tell me what's wrong. The little girl shifted before relenting, keeping her head down. I'm scared. What if they come back and try to take me away again? What if they get you? She said in a meek voice. Izuku chuckled, rubbing her head once more. Is that what you're so worried about? Eri, you saw what I could do. They couldn't harm me even if they tried, Izuku said with a genuine smile. So, don't worry about me. I'll protect you no matter what. The small girl looked up from underneath his hand. Promise. The teen nodded. I promise. You're in safe hands, so try to smile a little more. Okay. Eri flinched. Something wrong? Izuku blinked, confused by the girl's slight tremble. Eri fidgeted. I don't know how to smile. The girl stuttered out. So that's what it is. It's nothing to be ashamed of, Eri. Izuku comforted her as he rubbed her head. I didn't know how to smile either when I was your age. Shock was one of the first emotions Izuku saw in Eri. Really? The brunette nodded. Oh, yes. It took me years to learn how to smile. It comes naturally eventually. A frown appeared on Eri's face. Will it take me years, too? Izuku shook his head. No. I didn't grow up in a very cheerful environment, which is why it took me years. But you have me, so I'll help you learn how to smile, okay? Eri nodded as a small yawn escaped from her mouth, signaling her bedtime. After quickly adjusting Eri under the covers, Izuku smiled as he made his way to the door. Well, if that's everything then. Wait. Don't leave, she pleaded as she rushed over to her savior, grabbing a fistful of his sweater and burying her face into it. Izuku slightly frowned. Guess she's not too keen on being left alone. Might have to work on that in the long run, he thought to himself before focusing his attention on the now crying girl. Hey, relax, I'm not abandoning you or anything. Izuku soothed her as he ran his fingers through her hair. I'm just going back to my room for the night, he explained as Eri peered up at him, although she didn't seem too convinced. The teen continued to comb her hair until an idea came through. How about I join you this night, Would you like that? Izuku asked Eri, getting a tiny nod in return. Okay, just let me get changed real quick. After changing into his nightwear, Izuku gently took Eri by hand, guided her back to her bed, and situated Eri so that she was lying next to him. But that proved to be pointless as she crawled over and buried herself into his shirt as much as she could, tucking her legs up into his stomach. Izuku couldn't help but smile and used his hand to brush aside some of her white hair behind the small horn on her forehead. Then he got his arms wrapped around the girl and curled his body around her, shielding her from the world as best he could. Good night, Eri. Good night, Papa. She managed to mumble out, but it was enough for Izuku to hear, causing the young man to reel back in shock. Before he could ask, she was fast asleep, so he closed his eyes with a sigh and slowly drifted off to sleep with a small smile. Guess this is my life now. The next morning, Eri peacefully woke up with a loud yawn, stretching her limbs and rubbing her eyes. She slept well for the night, the first she had in a while, in fact. Before her life was changed, she always woke up in constant fear, knowing the tortures she would go out throughout the days in Chisaki's hands. Now she didn't have to worry about such thought. She was in a new home with someone who genuinely wanted to protect and take care of her. Rolling over, Eri immediately noticed a missing individual. In a state of panic, Eri nearly tumbled off her bed. Was it a dream? It couldn't have been. She felt him hug her throughout the night. So, where was he? Tears began to well up in her eyes before she heard the bedroom door creak open. Izuku's head poking in. "Oh, you're awake. Sorry for leaving. Just went to make some breakfast for us," he said, entering the room with 2 bowls. Settling the dishes down on a nearby table, Eri was able to see the contents inside the bowls. It was filled with oatmeal, sliced apples, and cinnamon. The sweet smell instantly entered the girl's nose, and her mouth started to water. "I remember you telling me that you like apples. Hope this meal suits you," Izuku said, handing a spoon over to her. At the first taste of the oatmeal, Eri's eyes lit up and graciously began slurping up the rest of her breakfast. Izuku only smiled as he ate and spoke to her at the same time. "Once we finish eating, we're going out to meet a friend of mine. She wants to meet you for a few things," Izuku said, causing the girl to stop midway on her breakfast. Eri tilted her head. "Friend," sensing the slight uncertainty in her voice. Izuku made sure to elaborate. "Yes, her name is Meihatsu. She's brilliant and very friendly. A little loud, too, but kind nonetheless. Don't worry, you can trust her." Eri nodded but was still a bit nervous. After finishing up, Izuku cleaned their bowls and dressed Eri up for the day. Her outfit consisted of a white dress shirt with a frilled collar and a plain red pinafore with 2 large, golden buttons on either side of her chest. She also wore gray tights and a broad set of tan boots. As for Izuku, he only wore a loose black shirt underneath his dark green high-collared jacket and black pants. He opted not to wear his mask for the day, but still kept it in his jacket pocket just in case. Can't have a repeat of last time. And with that, they headed out. Living with Chisaki, or rather held against her will, meant that Eri had minimal contact with the outside world. She would catch glimpses every now and then, but the only thing she ever saw was the misery of the streets she grew up on. Not something a child should be exposed to at that age. But alas, life was cruel like that. Now that she walked with her savior, Eri could see things in a whole different light. The streets were bumbling with people, from all shapes and sizes, several vendors each with their items and colorful lights shining bright as far as the eye can see. For many, this was just an everyday thing and nothing special. But for Eri, it was a whole new experience for her, one that she was greatly enjoying with the tall teen accompanying her. One of the street vendors caught her eye, and she instantly stopped in her tracks. Izuku, feeling the tug of her hand from holding her, stopped as well to gaze down at her. Something the matter? Eri only pointed at one of the items laid out on display. A small dark red messenger bag with a single red strap and a little floral pattern decorating one of its sides. Do you want it?" Eri was quiet for a moment before she nodded. Making their way over to the vendor, Izuku purchased the small handbag for a reasonable price and gifted it to the young girl. Eri gladly proceeded to strap it over her right shoulder as soon as she received it. "Do you like it?" Izuku asked, watching as Eri marveled at her gift. Eri stopped what she was doing and nodded. "Yes, thank you very much," she said in her regular small voice. Despite not revealing it, Izuku was able to tell that it made Eri very happy, something he was able to tell just by looking at her eyes. No smile yet, but it was a work in progress, which was good enough for him. And with that, they proceeded towards their destination. Along the way, Izuku bought a candy apple for Eri, who merely drooled at the sight of the tasty treat. Eri continued to devour her sweet with content until she gazed up at Izuku, who remained focused on the road. "Papa," Izuku nearly tripped over himself before gathering his bearings. "Gotta get used to that." "What is it, Eri? Why does your friend want to meet me?" Eri asked with a tilt of her head. That," Izuku began, remembering the conversation he had earlier in the morning. Izuku, what can I do for you at this wonderful time at night?" Mei's hologram appeared from the respiratory mask, a neat little track Kazuna was able to do for both of them. Izuku quirked an eyebrow, noticing the dark circles under her eyes. "Night. Mei, it's 8:30 in the morning. Did you even go to sleep?" "Sleep gets in the way of inventing. Besides, there's no harm in it, just makes me slower, and increases your chance of getting into accidents. Seriously, Mei, you need to get into the habit of sleeping, it's good for you," Izuku said with a sigh as he rubbed his eyes. The aspiring inventor gave a small pout. "Fine, I'll think about it. So, any particular reason you called me this morning?" "Well, it's a start. Yeah, see the thing is, we recently adopted a girl off the streets and her quirk is very powerful," Izuku began. That information instantly piqued Mei's attention. "Go on." Her quirk allows her to reverse living objects back to a previous state. However, the only thing we know is that it emanates from her horn, which by the size of it tells us how strong it is, Izuku said before getting to the problem at hand. But other than that, we have no way of telling if it'll activate of its own accord or what. May leaned back on her chair, a thoughtful expression on her face, a quirk that reverses a person's body. And you said it, the power comes from her horn. Izuku nodded. Never heard of such a quirk before. And guessing by your circumstances, you need me to create something for her to keep track of her quirk in case it goes haywire. May inquired. Please, if it isn't too much trouble. May sat in silence for a few moments before smiling. Oh, why not? I suppose I could do that, but you owe me. I'll buy you those chocolates you like so much. You've got yourself a deal. May happily agreed, already salivating the taste of her favorite chocolate. Izuku smirked. So easy. But, May began, if you want me to get started on this device, you'll have to bring ... Iri to me as soon as possible, preferably today. Izuku thought for a bit before nodding. That's doable. Anything else? May was about to say no until an idea surfaced. As a matter of fact, there is. But we'll hold that off until much later, May said in an eager tone. Curiosity filled Izuku. And what would that favor be? May giggled as she waved her finger. No. That would be telling, and I'd rather it be a surprise. She teased. The team blinked in confusion. She wants to make something special for you, but she has to meet you so she'll know what to make, Izuku said, while also wondering if May can disguise the device as an accessory. Iri's eyes sparkled. Is it a hair clip? She eagerly asked, making Izuku chuckle at her innocence. Could be. Now, let's hurry up so you can meet her, he said as they picked up the pace. Watch your step, Iri. Izuku wanted the girl. Don't want to hurt yourself if you trip. The workstation seemed much more cluttered and busier than usual if the various machine parts littered everywhere wasn't a dead giveaway. The corners of the station were jumbled with what Izuku assumed were finished products, although he couldn't really confirm. Sometimes May would abandon one project when another idea came to mind. However, it was most likely because of the upcoming exam for support course students. Iri answered Izuku's warning with a nod. Okay, Papa. Papa, a familiar voice said from behind a tarp, except it wasn't May's voice. Emerging from the tarp was Nejire, who looked very surprised to see the two. Izuku, what are you and Iri doing here? I could ask you the same, Izuku said with equal shock. I'm here so that May can invent something for Iri. What about you? Nejire jumped as she waved her hands around. No reason. Just wanted to talk to May for a bit. Why, girl talk. She unconvincingly. Izuku narrowed his eyes a little, not taking the bait. I'm sure. Nejire sweated a little as she smiled. Hello, Ms. Nejire. Both teens turned to the small child, who was greeting Nejire. Thank you, Iri. Nejire praised the child in her mind as she kneeled to welcome the child. It's so good to see you again, Iri. How are you? Have you been eating well? Nejire asked in an excited tone of voice as she embraced the white-haired girl and rubbing her cheek with her own. Nejire, I don't think it's a good idea to be doing that. Iri is still recovering mentally, Izuku said as he watched the child squirm a little in the older girl's hole. Nejire's eyes snapped open in realization. Oh, I'm so sorry. I guess I got a little too excited. She apologized as she released Iri from her hug. The girl's mouth twitched upward. It's okay, Ms. Nejire. She sort of liked the hug. Izuku's girlfriend giggled. You can just call me Nejire, sweetie, she said, and Iri nodded. While Nejire was busy with Iri, May chose to make herself known, wiping her hands on a spar cloth. Upon noticing the new arrivals, a grin found its way onto her face. Ah, there you are, May said, catching their attention. I've been waiting for this. So, where's the guest of honor? Izuku smiled and gently pushed Iri forward, who was hiding behind his legs at the sight of someone new. Iri, this is my friend, May Hatsum, the one I told you about. Don't be shy, introduce yourself. The girl took a moment to look up at Izuku before she faced May and bowed. Hello. My name is Iri Aizawa. It's nice to meet you. The inventor smiled. Nice to meet you too. You can just call me May. May presented herself to the little girl. I'm going to be making something special for you. Do you want to help? Iri shifted before nodding. Well, come on. Follow me. May beckoned her. Iri was about to follow but paused mid-step and looked at Izuku for approval. The teen only nodded with a smile, allowing Iri to follow May into another room. Izuku waited until they were out of sight before speaking up. May's good with children. Go figure. May wasn't really the subtle type, as most people knew. She always seemed upbeat no matter what, even when things blew up in her face. She only laughed and carried on with whatever she was doing. In short, May was a very loud and joyful person, which was why Izuku was reluctant to introduce Iri to her, but it turned out just fine. Nejire nodded in agreement. No, kidding. I thought she was going to scare Iri accidentally. Guess we were wrong, Nejire said before facing Izuku and snickered. So, Papa, Izuku groaned as he covered his face. I don't even know how that started. I suppose it could be because I'm the first positive influence she's come in contact with for so long. Doesn't make it any less weird, though. Nejier laughed. Oh, come on. It's not that weird. I think it's adorable. Besides, this can be good practice for when we have children. She teased. Izuku chuckled, already thinking that far ahead. Isn't it a little too soon? The wave girl only smiled. Nope. Gotta start thinking about these kinds of things if we're going to enter such a dangerous career. Gotta think about Eri's childhood memories, Nejier said. Hey, speaking of which, can I come over sometime so I can see Eri? She's so cute. As long as you call ahead, sure. Nejier squealed in delight. Thank you so much. You're the best, she happily said, wrapping her arms around his figure in a tight hug before she frowned. You've gotten taller. She pulled away with a small pout. You're practically your father's height. That's not fair. Now it's gonna be harder when I try to kiss you. Izuku began laughing, causing her to pout harder before she joined in the banter. Another few more minutes went by, with Izuku and Nejier exchanging stories. The girl was able to make a significant breakthrough with her quirk, thanks to her boyfriend's advice. It was thanks to him that Nejier could now fly, though she had to work the kinks out with maneuvering, but she was getting there. Izuku was also happy to hear that Mirio and Tamaki were also performing remarkable work with their quirks thanks to his help. It's because of their newfound accomplishments that students of the school were already calling them the official Big Three. Izuku was also able to inform his girlfriend about the recent news with all might. After 6 months, it was time for him to receive One for All, which he was to receive the following week. As the couple continued with their conversation, May finally returned with Eri in tow, nibbling on one of the chocolates the inventor had. At the sight of her papa, Eri quickly ran to him, eager to be by his side once more. Izuku smiled as Eri hugged his side. Hey there. That wasn't so bad, right? Eri only shook her head as she proceeded to eat her chocolate. May chose to fill in for the girl. The little one was all right. Just took some measurements and asked what she wanted most before I finished. Should be done in a week, but I'll give you a call until then. Ms. Hatsum was really nice. She did some weird things with some tape and then gave me some chocolate. Eri finally spoke up, having finished the remainder of her sweet. Izuku bent down to wipe her chocolate-smeared face. That's good. You be sure to thank her for that, okay. Eri nodded and thanked the pinknet, who only grinned and gave a thumbs up. Speaking of chocolate, I believe we had a little agreement. They held her hand out enthusiastically for her prize. Izuku rolled his amusement before placing a few bars on the girl's outstretched hand, which she quickly took away with a squeal. A pleasure doing business with you. Oh, by the way, I'm done fixing your bike up, so you can take it home now if you want to. May said offhandedly as she pointed at the vehicle before she began chowing down on the sweet. Izuku's face filled with glee as he rushed over to his new ride. I love you so much right now, May, he said without thinking, causing the poor girl to nearly choke on her piece of chocolate as Nejier patted her back. Noticing the strange hacking sound, Izuku turned back to them, concern filling his face. Something wrong. May's face was red with both exhaustion and embarrassment and struggled to voice her thoughts. Luckily, Nejier swooped to her rescue. Oh, she's fine. A piece of chocolate just got caught in her throat. Izuku blinked. Oh, are you okay now? May swallowed as she gave a toothy smile, the blush still adorning her face. Why yeah, Jay just went down the wrong pipe, why you know. She laughed nervously while rubbing her head. Anyway, since you're probably taking your bike home, I made a spare helmet for Eri. It's right by the bike. She pointed, finally gathering her bearings. Izuku nodded as he began inspecting his now remodeled Harley-Davidson. No longer faded as it once was, the vehicle now sported a slick black color with dark green striped highlights, although the engine also seemed different as well as the exhaust pipes. As if reading his thoughts, May decided to explain. Since I wanted to make some improvements on your bike, I had to make some modifications. I created a much stronger and faster motor, but that meant I had to replace the exhaust pipes to fit the new engine. Now it should go just as fast as a Kawasaki bike, May continued as she pointed at the mufflers. Those were my idea. This type of motorcycle can get pretty loud, especially when it's going fast. I used a special metal for them, so it should be much, much quieter. Izuku gave May a quick hug. Thank you so much, May. You really are the best. May smiled brightly, a little unused to praise. It was nothing. Happy to help. Having grown bored of the conversation, Nejier began pushing Izuku out. Great. If that's all, May and I need to talk. Izuku's eyebrow rose as Nejier kept forcing him out. About what? Just girl talk. Nothing for you to worry about. When you say it like that, it does make me worried. Just go. I'll see you guys tomorrow, okay? Nejier said, finally getting Izuku to the exit. The teen turned around with his hands up. All right. I'll see you tomorrow, Nejier. He kissed her head, making her giggle. He then faced his attention to May. I'll see you next time, May, he said, to which she waved goodbye. Eri followed Izuku out, but not before she parted them with a bow. Once the duo was out of sight, Nejire faced the young inventor, a sweet smile on her face. So about that harem. Wham! Izuku grunted as his backside slammed against the mat. Itsuka atop of him as she pinned him down, somehow being put onto his back. Itsuka had her left knee brought up to the boy's chest, using her body weight to keep him from moving. His arms were pinned down just over his head by both of Itsuka's hands, who struggled to keep them down at the same time. So, do you yield, Izuku? Itsuka looked down at him while she panted heavily. Izuku likewise panted for a few moments before responding, yeah, I'm done. It was at that moment that Itsuka realized the position that they were actually in. The both of them were still on the ground, lightly sweating, with Itsuka practically laying on top of Izuku and their heads dangerously close to one another. Her face began heating up before scrambling back down onto the mat. At the same time, Izuku seemed oblivious to the situation as he sat up. A wave of awkwardness settled in the air before Itsuka decided to break it. So, what's the score now? She asked, still avoiding his face as she tried to calm her blush down. Izuku looked up and thought, I believe it's 56 now for you and 74 for me. Itsuka huffed, looks like I still have some catching up to do. Well, you have been progressing pretty well. You've been getting in more wins lately, Izuku said as he let himself flop down back onto the mat. You'll catch up in no time, and I'll be waiting until then. Itsuka smiled at her friend's encouraging gesture. That was what she liked best about him. While Izuku knew he was skilled in his own might, and undoubtedly much more powerful than the average pro hero, he always stayed humble about it. He never really bragged about his prowess nor the fact he could copy other quirks. In fact, Itsuka recalled her green-haired friend saying that bragging about his feats will only bring trouble, something he found to be tiring and irritating. Izuku seemed more at peace at helping others rather than worrying about himself. When she asked about this particular answer, Izuku only said, when you flaunt your success, you're setting yourself up for ridicule. Things can always go wrong. Your career stalls, fancy cars get repossessed, you lose your home, unfortunate events magnified by your shameless boasting. Nothing in life is foolproof. The only thing bragging will accomplish is prove that you're a fool, which brings me to my next point. I don't want to live in the kind of world where we don't look out for each other. Not just the people that are close to us, but anybody who needs a helping hand. I can't change the way anybody else thinks, or what they choose to do, but I can do my bit. It was there where Itsuka truly admired Izuku. It was mainly due to this that she pushed herself harder to improve herself, despite only knowing him for only a few months. He already had a significant impact on her outlook. Maybe Itsuka wouldn't reach his level, but she would make sure that she could give him a proper fight. Oh, by the way, Itsuka began, finally having the courage to face him again. We're supposed to be getting a new guy today. Dad wanted us to be the first to give him a warm welcome. I see. Anything you know about the fellow? Izuku asked, wiping the sweat off his face, intrigued by the information of a new arrival. Itsuka shook her head in response. No clue. The dude has a reserved and quiet attitude, according to Dad. That's probably why he wants us to meet the new guy, to make friends with him, she answered as she got up from the mat. Izuku followed suit, stretching his limbs before trailing after her. But if he ends up being Bakugo 2.0, I'm out, he replied with crossed arms, causing his friend to laugh. While they waited for the new person to arrive, Izuku and Itsuka chatted. After a few minutes, the doors opened and a figure walked in. The person's eyes wandered all over the place before they landed on the duo and began advancing towards them. The young man stood about 5 feet and 10 inches, had messy, indigo-colored hair that flared out in large tufts around his head. His eyes were dark purple and had very dark bags underneath them. His eyes also were a bit half-closed, almost as if he didn't have a care in the world, or as if he hadn't slept in days. Getting some serious dad vibes over here, Izuku mused. If I didn't know that Dad was single throughout his life, I would have thought this guy was his secret love child or something. Itsuka walked up to the boy with a smile. Hey there, are you Itoshi Shinso? She greeted. The boy nodded. That's right. And who are you? My name is Itsuka Kendo, and this is my friend Izuku Aizawa. It's nice to meet you. Itsuka introduced herself while Izuku responded with a lazy wave. Shinso returned the gesture with a curt nod. Nice to meet you too, I guess. A pregnant pause surrounded the trio, each person not knowing what to say next. Eventually, it was Izuku who broke the silence with a question. So, what made you want to come here? Shinso rubbed the back of his neck. I wanted to improve myself, just enough for the entrance exam for UA. Itsuka's eyebrows rose in surprise. Entrance exam? Are you applying for the hero course? Shinso nodded. That's the plan, he replied in a disconnected tone. Itsuka smiled in enthusiasm. That's great. Izuku and I are also applying for the hero course. Maybe we'll see you there. She could already see the three of them becoming friends. I see. So, what's your quirk? Izuku asked, now intrigued by the boy. Judging by how you want to join this dojo, I'm guessing your quirk isn't enough. Based on the teen's physique, Izuku was able to deduce that his quirk was more of a mental-type quirk. Shinso winced at the accuracy of his deduction, something that the two friends noticed. The purple-haired boy fidgeted for a couple of seconds before responding. My quirk is called brainwashing. If someone responds to me, I can control them, though it is slightly limited. Here we go. Shinso was already preparing for the usual responses that he heard his whole life from his peers. How villainous it was. How evil it was. At this point, Shinso just wanted to get it over with. He definitely wasn't expecting what came next. Wow, that's an amazing quirk. Itsuka clapped her hands in amazement with Izuku agreeing from behind her. That's a seriously powerful quirk, though now I can see why it may not be helpful in some situations, Izuku said as he cupped a hand to his chin and thought. Shinso began to smile a bit before it turned into a slight frown. Noticing this, Izuku quirked an eyebrow. Is something the matter? Shinso fidgeted. I suppose. It has to do with how villainous my quirk is. People are always saying my quirk was made to make me a villain. It's one of the reasons I want to become a hero, to prove that I'm not a villain. He looked away as he finished. Izuku and Itsuka looked at each other, frowns adorning their faces. Itsuka turned back to the teen. Well, I don't think you're a villain. Shinso blinked. Really? Of course not. The fact that people think you're a villain are just idiots, and you should stay away from them, Itsuka said with crossed arms. Izuku stepped in this time. She's right. Those types of people are the kind that put you down because they don't know the real you. They just judge you based on your quirk and call it useful for villain work. Nothing about hero material. Shinso frowned once more. But you just said that my quirk isn't suitable for several situations. Yes, certain situations are what I meant. Do you know how many circumstances your quirk alone can solve? Shinso shook his head. Your quirk would be instrumental in rescue missions or capturing villains. Izuku began listing off on his finger. You could be a huge help in, for example, disaster areas. Victims tend to panic despite people telling them to remain calm. With your quirk, you could easily control the situation and direct them to the safest path. Quite, really, you can become a powerful hero. Why you think so? Itsuka slapped Izuku's back with a smile. Izuku wouldn't say such a thing if he didn't mean it. He's right. You can grow into a really awesome hero with that quirk of yours. Izuku nodded. The way your quirk works doesn't define who you are. It's the way that you use your quirk that does. You say you want to become a hero, then that's what you're gonna be. It's not your quirk that can say if you are a hero or a villain, and it's not the people around you. Only you and your actions can say who you are. Shinso didn't know what to say. Nearly all his life, people always said that he was destined to become a villain. It's one of the reasons why he didn't have many friends growing up and why he mainly kept to himself. To hear that he had the potential to be hero was truly heartwarming for him. Tears threatened to spill from his eyes before he composed himself. Thank you. Itsuka gave him a warm smile. We'll help you get stronger. It may not be much, and we only have 4 months left, but we'll make sure you'll know enough in time for when the entrance exam rolls around. Izuku extended his hand out to him. You just have to promise to work hard with us. Deal? Shinso regarded Izuku's hand for a moment before closing his eyes with a genuine smile, taking the boy's hand in a firm handshake. Deal. 1 week later. The time has come. Young Aizawa, All Might began, Eraserhead and Nejire standing off to the side. The group was at Takoba Municipal Beach. The latter pair had decided to join Izuku and witness the torch be passed on to him. Now is the time for you to inherit One for All, a power that has been passed down for generations. Nejire was practically squealing in delight while Eraserhead only smiled slightly beneath his scar, proud of how far his son was able to go in this short amount of time. He had never seen Izuku so hard at work to improve himself, always pushing himself to his absolute limit and then some. In the beginning, Aizawa wasn't sure if he wanted Izuku to be involved in All Might's mess but soon realized that would have been impossible. The boy always went out of his way to help others who he didn't know, even to some who didn't really like him at first. Truth be told, a wide margin of heroes wasn't as friendly as they were now with Izuku when they first encountered the boy. It took time and effort, but the young man was able to make a proper name for himself in the hero society. Due to this, there are many now who supported him, despite the few who didn't. Izuku smiled a little and nodded his thanks. Thanks, All Might. But, are you sure I'm the right person to inherit this power? I admit I'm still a little skeptical. All Might laughed off his concern. My boy, I have seen you push yourself during these past 6 months. We even noticed how you would sneak in some extra training. You thoroughly exceeded my expectations. And now I can say with the utmost certainty that you're a proper vessel. This time his father stepped in. Inheriting such power seems very dangerous to me. I wouldn't even know where to begin with the dangers this power holds, nor from where it comes from. He gave All Might a pointed look, who only coughed into his hand. But I know you have what it takes to control such power and use it for the greater good. Make us proud, kid. Aizawa finished with a thumbs up. Izuku smiled with appreciation to his father and turned to face Neji, who was the last to voice her thoughts. We've been together for nearly 2 years. You've helped me in so many ways that I don't know how to repay you. But I know no matter what, I'll be there with you every step of the way. Neji smiled, clasping her hands behind her. You're ready for this, don't worry. Izuku released a heavy sigh. Yeah, you guys are right. I guess it's just nerves, is all. The fact that you're not sure if you're worthy of this power proves you are ready. An elderly voice chuckled. Neji nodded feverishly. Yeah. What sigh? Wait, who said that? Everyone turned around, only to face an extremely short, elderly man with heavy wrinkles. He wore what appeared to be a full body suit along with a yellow cape, a belt with the letter G on it, very thick yellow gloves and boots, and a dark domino mask. Aizawa's eyebrow raised. Who's this guy? Neji stared blankly at the old man. Is he a pro hero? While everyone remained confused at the strange man, All Might was the only one freaking out. Gr Grand T Torino, sir. What are you doing here during this fine morning? Seriously, what is he doing here? The old man, now known as Grand Torino, huffed. I heard you were giving the young lad here one for all today, so I decided to see him myself, he said before he glared at the number 1 hero. Well, aren't you going to introduce us? All Might's form went rigid as he began trembling. Yes, of course. Everyone, this is Sorahiko Torino, also known by his hero name Grand Torino. He is one of the few who knows about the secrets of One for All. He was also the sworn friend of my mentor. I believe I mentioned him in passing. Young Aizawa. Izuku thought for a moment before snapping his fingers. Oh yeah, I remember. The guy you're afraid of, right? All Might face faulted while Grand Torino laughed. I like him already. What's your name, kid? Izuku blinked. My name is Izuku Aizawa. It's nice to meet you, sir, he said with a bow before gesturing towards the others. This is my father, Shota Aizawa. The man gave a small nod in recognition. And this is Neji Hato, my girlfriend. The girl waved with a bright smile. Grand Torino nodded with a smirk. Good to see you have some manners. Looks like Tashinori did something worthwhile for once. The large man sulked. I've heard stories about you. You're the kid who has the power to copy Quirks, correct? Izuku visibly stiffened. He was unaware that others were still aware of his current status. It may have also been due to the fact he was a bit sensitive of his somewhat unnatural power. Yes, that's right. I'm aware that my quirk is similar to that man's power. I hope that doesn't pose much of a problem. The old man laughed. On the contrary, if you're this cautious about your own power, then that means you understand your responsibilities. That makes it all the more fitting for you to receive One for All, he said as his thoughts went elsewhere. Although, that does raise some questions on where they managed to receive such a powerful quirk. I highly doubt it was just cooked up from some lab. The others looked on as Izuku took a collective breath and clapped his face. Okay, I think I'm ready. All Might grinned. That's the spirit. Now, he trailed off and reached upwards, using his index and thumb to pull a string of hair from his head. He presented it to Izuku with an overdramatic and honestly unnecessary flourish. Eat this. Izuku blinked. What? He wasn't the only one as Neji and Aizawa blanched. All Might placed his hands up. Sorry, but in order to gain One for All you must ingest the current's bearer DNA. And hair is the least disgusting part of my body that you could eat, he explained, practically shoving the string of hair into Izuku's hand. You cannot be serious. Grand Torino sighed. Unfortunately, he's not. Izuku blinked once again before sighing with a slow nod. Bizarrely enough, I guess that makes a surprising amount of sense. To some degree, said Izuku with a bit of hesitation as he looked at the blonde hair he was holding between his finger. After a few moments, he sighed. With reluctance, he put it in his mouth, accumulating saliva to swallow it without issues. There goes the rest of my innocence. Even though he barely felt it because of this, he still gagged at the knowledge that he had willingly swallowed All Might's hair. Neji gagged at the sight while Aizawa grimaced. Hair from the number 1 hero or not, it was still pretty disgusting. Assimilating new quirk. Assimilation complete. Quirk. One for all. Assimilation complete. Izuku shuddered at the feeling of powerful quirk washing over him. Okay, I think it's done. All Might's eyebrows rose. That was fast. I don't remember inheriting One for All that quick before. It's possible that one of his original quirk is the cause. Aizawa began as he folded his arms. Analysis allows him to not only copy fighting styles but also process information a lot faster, even at a large scale. Grand Torino hummed. Is that right? Well, regardless, nothing to worry about for now. Well, come on kid, fire up One for All, and let's see you in action. Izuku nodded, only to realize something crucial. How do I activate One for All? All Might quickly interrupted with vigor. Clench your buttocks and yell. Shut up. Grand Torino hissed, prompting the now dejected number 1 hero to sulk a few meters away as Neji rubbed his back. Aizawa merely smirked at the scene. Look, activating One for All is actually like using any other quirk. There's nothing extraordinary about it. Just use it like any other quirk you would practice. Izuku nodded and clenched his fists. Green lightning cracked to life over the limb, and red veins burst to life as his muscles bulged ever so slightly. Initiating quirk, one for all. Okay, that's promising. He swallowed as All Might watched in worry over his pupil. Now, time to move it. He slowly moved his arm around as the power of one for all coursed through his limb. Cool, nothing's broken yet. Now, let's try to use it. Maybe try to use to a small dose of one for all. Megire interrupted. Worst case scenario, you end up shooting your arm out as you said, and things just don't end well. Everyone else nodded at the idea as Aizawa put his 2 cents in. If things head south, I'll use my quirk and stop you from hurting yourself. Izuku nodded and took a deep breath, closing his eyes. Izuku moved his arm a bit once more, cracking them open again when he didn't feel any pain. He then looked towards the crystal blue ocean. He concentrated and raised his right arm. It was so unreal. The power, he has never felt anything like this before. It felt weird as it meshed with his other quirks. It felt like an odd combination. Nonetheless, Izuku looked towards the ocean and yelled with all his might. Smash! Izuku sent a thunderous punch towards the sea. The force of the blow was so great that it sent him back a couple of feet. The sea was split into two as it created waves that were so high that it seemed that they could touch the heaven. It wasn't strong enough to completely change the weather as All Might did, but it was still impressive in its own right, especially since it was Izuku's first try. All Might and Gran Torino smirked as they watched the display of power Izuku put on. That smash was near the level of at least 10% of One for All's full potential. Aizawa and Nejire merely stared at awe at the power of One for All. He finally had All Might's power. Judging by the massive near-tidal wave, Izuku was going to be a real powerhouse. Izuku smiled at the power One for All displayed. He didn't expect to get it right away. If anything, he thought it was going to fail and go back to square one. Just as he was about to turn back to the rest of the group, Izuku felt his arm drop down to his side, the limb not moving when he tried. It wasn't broken, but it did feel paralyzed. Izuku stared at his limp arm and frowned. I don't think that was supposed to. Searing hot pain shot up in his arm, pure, unfathomable pain. Something that he hadn't truly felt in over a decade, as a black mass exploded from his arms. Quirk CESSFULLY unlocked. Quirk, BLACKWHIP. Unlocking NW Quirk, GIHHH. The boy cried out painstakingly as he grabbed his arm. IZUKU. The group called out in distress. Nejire quickly ran to the boy's side as he continued screaming in anguish. Gran Torino was the next to act. Quickly, Aizawa. Shut off his quirk. Aizawa instantly did what he was told and activated his quirk. While it should have immediately shut off, the black mass slowly began to die down, with Izuku finally able to relax somewhat. Young Aizawa, can you hear me? Are you all right? All Might asked worryingly, rushing over to his successor. Nejire carefully grasped her boyfriend's face. Izuku, talk to me. Can you see me? How are you feeling? Izuku swayed, his eyes having trouble focusing. Darkness enveloped his vision. Izuku groggily opened his eyes, only to see what appeared to be destroyed buildings as far as the eye can see. Izuku immediately stood up in alert, surveying the area as best he could. Where the hell am I? Izuku questioned. He glanced around, trying to find anything familiar before spotting two figures. One of them, a woman Izuku presumed from the figure's shape, pushed the other away to safety. I'm leaving. The rest to you, she said as another figure swooped in and took the person she pushed away to escape. Sorahiko, make sure his dream comes true. The woman whispered to herself as she watched them leave. Izuku blinked in shock. Sorahiko, isn't that? He was interrupted as the figure taken away reached out his hand to the woman in distress. Master, he cried, but to no avail. I'm counting on you, the woman said with a small smile. Master, the young man cried out, tears spilling from his eyes. The figure carrying him seemed to grit his teeth in frustration as he took the young man to safety. The woman pointed to the retreating figure. All Might, she said as she tightly closed her fist with a smile. Izuku's eyes widened. All Might. Then that means. It was then Izuku took notice of another figure, one who seemed to be floating with a sick grin on his face. The man's cruel smile grew. Thank you for such wonderful comedy, he mocked before unleashing a bright light upon the woman, engulfing her. Izuku quickly shielded himself with his arms and shut his eyes. Izuku waited, and waited, and waited until he realized nothing was happening. Opening his eyes, he came across another scene. This time with two men. One of them was on his knees and seemed to be in pain as the other figure had his hand clenching the former's face. Why are you doing this? The man on the ground wheezed, clutching the other man's wrist. You'll only bring suffering and pain. The other man gave him a sad smile. That is the only way for people to understand. They need to learn that times are changing. There is no place for the weak in this new world. You have to face reality and accept that this new superhuman-based society. He tightened his grip on the collapsing man's face. I can only hope this quirk will sway you into my ideals. Ag. The man screeched in agony, causing Izuku to gaze away from the sick scene as it slowly faded away. Izuku tightened his fist in a mix of anger and confusion. What the hell is all this? Our memories. Izuku's eyes snapped open as he tried to find the source of the voice. Who the hell? Who said that? Where are you? A hand gently grasped Izuku's shoulder. We're right here. Finally turning around, Izuku noticed 3 figures making themselves known. The rest, however, seemed to prefer to remain in the shadows. Don't worry about them, said the cheerful female of the group, taking the lead as the spokesperson. Right now, we're the only 3 that need to speak to you at the moment. Izuku squinted his eyes a bit, recognizing the woman from the first scene he witnessed. You're Nana Shimura, right? All Might's predecessor, he finally figured out, causing a bright smile to appear on her face. Got it in one kid. Yep, I'm the 7th torchbearer, Nana Shimura. But you can just call me Nana. She then gestured to the 2 figures behind her. These are the past users of One for All, the 1st and 5th. How is this possible? Izuku asked, still amazed by all that was happening. And what were those visions I saw? Don't know, shrugged Nana. I've never experienced this before. Don't think the others have either. When she looked back, the others nodded in agreement. But those visions you saw were pieces of our past that have been stored inside One for All. Though I'm not sure why they're kept there. So that man you were fighting, that was my older brother. This time a frail, almost sickly man spoke up from among them, though now he goes by All for One. It's a pleasure to meet you, Izuku. I'm the first bearer of One for All. He extended his towards Izuku for a handshake, to which he took hold of delicately, not wanting to harm the weak man accidentally. It was then that one of them moved forward to introduce himself. He was a large, muscular, bold man of large build, had a square jaw, small eyes, and without eyebrows. He also wore dark leather clothes, stylish goggles, and a bandolier. So you're the 9th? Huh. The name's Degoro Banjo. That quirk that manifested on your arm was actually my quirk, Black Whip. Izuku blinked, not knowing what was going on anymore. Black Whip. Degoro nodded. Black Whip is a pretty top-grade quirk. It's perfect for capturing and mobility. Just find something you want to grab, and the whips will do whatever you will them to. Its strength is dependent on the strength of the user. Since you've pretty much can use a good portion of One for All, they've adapted to that strength. It was then he placed a hand underneath his chin. A grave but thoughtful expression formed on his face. It's probably best you don't use Black Whip for now. Honestly speaking, you shouldn't have manifested that quirk so early. That's why it stung so much when you first used it. Why's that? It's because of that quirk of yours. The first bearer spoke up. Evolution forced it to evolve and unlock a portion of One for All and was about to unlock another portion. That wasn't supposed to happen, if it wasn't for your father's interference. Who knows what might have happened? Izuku's eyes widened in fright. Evolution did that. I guess we should have thought it through before inheriting One for All. Izuku gave a small nod in acceptance. All right, I won't use Black Whip unless it's necessary. Degoro nodded. It's for the best. Besides, you probably won't need it either way. The man's shoulders sagged as a dark cloud appeared above his head. You already have those cool chains of yours. The small group laughed for a bit, enjoying the amusing sight of the disheartened man. After composing herself, Nana spoke up. Honestly, I didn't see the point in you inheriting One for All when you already have so many quirks, she said with a frown before she laughed. But now I'm glad you did. Izuku blinked. The moment you obtained One for All, it simultaneously created a layer over your quirks. Nana elaborated before putting her finger up. In other words, now your quirks can't be forcibly taken by villains like All for One. I see. Izuku nodded in understanding. Speaking of which, the first bearer vocalized, how is it possible for you to have so many quirks? The only thing we know is that inheritance quirk of yours didn't manifest naturally. The rest of the group, including the ones in the shadows, nodded in agreement. Izuku's eyebrow rose. Aren't you inside my head? Can't you just look for yourselves? Degoro shook his head. We can only see what goes on now, not what happened in the past. I see. Well, the reason I have so many quirks is that some people experimented on me when I was about 3 or 4 years old. Since they wanted to implant so many quirks inside of me, they had to alter my body for several weeks, Izuku casually said, rubbing his head. They had to switch several neural pathways, and my blood was severely altered. My lungs were weakened due to one of my quirks, and I think at one point, my heart stopped beating for a few minutes. That's the most I can remember. Izuku finished, placing his arms behind his head as he looked up to the sky. Of course, this got several different reactions from the predecessors. Most of them were understandably angry. The notion of human experimentation repulsed a few of them, and Nana seemed the saddest of all of them. Very carefully, she made her way over to the boy and embraced him. At the sudden touch, Izuku stiffened, not used to being touched by others who weren't close to him. He did have a few trust issues, but he was working on them. Seeing how it was only All Might's predecessor, Izuku relented, allowing her to hug him as he relaxed. It may not be much, and I may not be your mother, but just know that we are here for you and that you're not alone. She tightened her grip. You already have a lot of friends and family that support you, and that girlfriend of yours really seems to care about you. Make sure you take care of her. Nana finished with a soft smile. Too bad he's so oblivious to the rest of them. Izuku chuckled underneath her arms. I will, thank you. After Nana released him from the hug, the first bearer stepped in. It's time for you to wake up. We made sure to repair any damage that Blackwhip might have sustained, but know this is a one-time thing. We won't be able to do this again for you, so be careful. The first bearer warned, and Izuku nodded. Degoro gave him a thumbs up. Good luck with mastering Blackwhip. I have a feeling you'll get the hang of it in no time. Be sure to tell Toshinori that I'm proud of what's he become, okay? Tell him that I'm always with him. Nana added with a small smile. She wasn't sure when she'll see him face to face, so it was best to do this now more than ever. Izuku nodded once more. I will. Thank you all for being here with me. I feel like I'm ready more than anything, he said as a light began to envelop him before his eyes widened in realization. Wait. Nana, what's you quirk? She gave a teasing grin. That would be telling, and I don't feel like saying it right now. Don't worry, you'll find out someday. The predecessors waved him off as Izuku was bathed in light before he finally vanished. Is he dead? No, you bumbling idiot. He's still breathing. He's just unconscious. Although if he were dead, I would have gladly strangled you to death. All Might. Ditto. You A soft groan escaped Izuku's lips, making his presence known to the group as he slowly sat up. Izuku, are you okay? Najire frantically asked as she examined him for any injuries. I feel like my head has been turned to mush. Izuku groaned. But other than that, yeah, I'm okay. Are you sure? You were screaming pretty loudly before. Aizawa cautiously asked. Izuku slowly nodded. Yeah, just slightly dizzy and emotionally unbalanced, but I'll survive. He rubbed his head before looking at Toshinori and Gran Torino. Oh, and I met the predecessors of One for All. What? The duo cried in shock as they stared at Izuku with wide eyes. Are you sure you didn't hit your head as you fell? You did collapse pretty hard, Najire asked, checking his head for any injuries. Izuku waved her off. My head is fine, and I know what I saw. Though to be completely honest, I only really interacted with 3 of them. The rest were kind of shy. And, what did they say? Gran Torino inquired with a raised brow. Izuku began to explain everything that happened in his head. He told them about the pieces of the past he saw, including the one from Nana Shimura. This caused Toshinori and Gran Torino to have grim faces, remembering that particular event. He then told them about the quirk that sprouted from his arm during his painful event. By the time he finished, the audience was in shock and awe, although there was some doubt mixed in. However, they couldn't dispute this as Toshinori and Gran Torino confirmed his story. On the other hand, All Might was grinning from ear to ear, happy to hear that his master was proud of him and everything that he accomplished. It was enough to make him cry, but he made sure to hold it in for the time being. Gran Torino was also in a similar state. He did not expect to relive the time he last saw Nana Shimura for the rest of his life as he dragged Toshinori away from the raging battle. The fact that a small part of her was still alive inside One for All placed his mind at ease, knowing she was still with them somehow. By the way, I think I get it now. Izuku interrupted their train of thought. Get what? All Might asked. Right now, I've only scratched the surface when I use a portion of One for All at a time. But the power is still there. I've only been thinking of One for All as a switch, where I turn it on and off whenever I use its power. Izuku explained as he grew slightly in size, and his muscles became far more visible. However, I've got it all wrong. I need to channel the power through my whole body. I need the power running nonstop so my body will adjust to the power faster. Aizawa nodded at his reasoning. You've only used that portion on your arm. Turning it on and off every battle will waste time. Not very rational to use from a standpoint of view. So now you're hoping you'll be able to channel it through your body, and hopefully be able to move around with it too. Izuku agreed. I just need someone to test it out with. Seems like you finally have a good grasp on using One for All. Gran Torino cut in, letting his cane drop to the ground with a soft thud as a smirk was plastered on his face. Wanna give it a try? Izuku returned the smirk, as long as you don't hold back. Gran Torino laughed, confident, aren't ya? Alright, folks, clear the way. We're about to have a little spar. Once the area was evacuated, Gran Torino immediately shot off, not letting Izuku have time to think as he bounced around the clearing. Due to not being finished, there were still layers of junk from where they stood, which was the most suitable terrain for Gran Torino to use to his advantage. Izuku, try as he might, was unable to keep his eyes on his opponent. The old man was always darting around the place, so it was hard for his eyes to keep up. At the last second, he managed to bring his arms up just in time for Gran Torino to land a kick on them before shooting off again. This same action repeated for a while before Gran Torino increased his speed. Heh, not bad, kid. Your reaction time is a little decent, I'll have to admit, he said, successfully landing another kick to the boy's back. But you have to act faster. You still haven't landed a hit on me yet. Izuku narrowed his eyes but didn't say anything, only continued to study his movements. As Gran Torino upped his speed, Izuku slowly but surely moved much faster. This time with every hit, the boy countered with a solid punch. He even managed to grab Gran Torino's leg before flinging him roughly across the sandy beach. As he skidded to a halt, Gran Torino smirked. His movements are far more synchronized than they were at the beginning. Plus, his reaction time has drastically improved while also acting more efficiently and aggressively. He thought to himself, wiping away a smear of blood. Looks like the stories about him were true. He can change the tide of battle if given enough time. He rushed towards Izuku again, only for his eyes to widen in disbelief as the boy suddenly disappeared from his field of vision. Stopping into a screeching halt, Gran Torino frantically searched for the boy. Where did he? Years of sparring honed his senses to their absolute best, which was why it instinctively told him to dodge. As he jumped away, Izuku crashed onto the same spot he was just on with a superpowered punch, causing a small crater to form as sand was kicked everywhere. Izuku looked up from where was, a hardened gaze set upon his eyes. It was enough to make Gran Torino recoil before an enthusiastic smile emerged on his face. Well, looks like things are finally getting interesting. Off to the side, Nejiru, Aizawa, and All Might watched from afar, entranced by the small battle that followed. As Nejiru continued to watch, a single thought crossed her mind. Hey, Mr. Aizawa, she called out, earning the adult's attention. What is it? If you're here, who's watching after Eri? Midnight is. Izuku took a deep breath as he finished his breakfast, making sure he wasn't too full before starting his day. Wiping his mouth, Izuku smiled as he felt Eri nudge him from the side and patted her head. Today was the day of the UA entrance exam, and Izuku was on the nerves. He knew that he was more than ready for this exam. It's the whole reason he's been preparing for months. He already had a multiple of quirks, and his fighting capabilities were nothing to scoff at. Still, a part of him did have a bit of the jitters, something he was trying to calm down before leaving. Or perhaps the milk expired just a bit. Oh well, why so anxious? Nejiru piped up from her meal. You're usually so calm about this. Don't tell me you're feeling nervous. Izuku chuckled in response. Something like that. I suppose it has to do with this being a big step in a much more extensive journey, he answered, carrying their plates to the sink as Eri helped him out. It's normal for people to have that feeling. Nejiru giggled into her hand. You're not exactly normal, though. Heh, don't I know that? The two shared a small chuckle before Izuku began his preparations for the exam. Just as he made sure he had everything ready, Izuku's phone started ringing. Quirking his eyebrow, he noticed that the caller was Mei, which was rare for herself to call when she usually texted. Shrugging his shoulders, Izuku picked up. Hello, I need a ride. Retracting the phone from his ear from the unexpected screech, Izuku gave a bewildered look before resuming, I'm sorry. You were right about sleeping more often. I slept through my alarm, and now I'm late. Please, I need a ride. Mei pleaded from the other side as loud collisions occurred at the same time. Izuku released a small sigh from his lips. Okay, where are you? It's still a little early before rush hour starts. I'm heading towards that beach you worked out as we speak. Izuku nodded, checking the time. I'll be there in 15 minutes. Mei released a sigh of relief. Thank you so much. You're a lifesaver. Just be ready when I get there. Can't waste any more time for you to lose, Izuku said, noticing that Nejiru and Eri were watching with curious gazes. The moment Mei raised her voice, it had instantly grabbed the duo's attention. Gotcha. I'll see you then, she said before hanging up. Izuku blinked a few times before turning his attention to his two occupants. All right, I guess I'm off to pick up Mei. You two will be all right by yourselves. Nejiru waved him off. We'll be fine, don't worry. Just relax and do your best in your exams. Eri walked up to give him a hug. Good luck, Papa. Izuku smiled as he leaned down to reciprocate the hug. Thank you, Eri. I'll be back later, so you behave with Nejiru, okay? Can you do that for Papa? He asked her, getting a little more used to the phrase Eri would use to refer to him. Eri nodded enthusiastically. Yes. Izuku ruffled her hair before he faced Nejiru once again. I'll come back as soon as I can after the exam ends. Take care of Eri for me. You got it. Good luck out there, Nejiru encouraged with a bright smile. She gave him a hug and a quick peck on the cheek, causing the boy to smile in response before rushing out the door. Nejiru giggled. I hope everything goes well with those two, she thought to herself. All right, Eri, let's have some fun. Come on, I'll teach how to make some friendship bracelets. Eri's eyes sparkled. About time you got here, Mei commented as she recognized the rumbling sound of a bike as Izuku pulled up to her. I was worried you forgot about little Omi. Just got held up, Izuku explained, making space for her to sit behind him. You'll need Kizuna for your support exam, right? Mei nodded enthusiastically as she climbed into the saddle behind Izuku and adjusted her helmet. That's right. Now, are you sure it's okay for me to use her while you take your exam? I don't mind using something else for my presentation. Izuku shook his head. Nah, I'll be fine. Just worry about yourself and passing that exam. Izuku reassured her as he revved up his bike. Just hold on tight. Mei nodded with a grin, clasping her arms tighter around his chest. Izuku froze for a bit as he felt her assets press against him. He tried his best to ignore them as they sped off, but it wasn't easy when Mei was nearly as large as Nejire was. Oblivious to the situation, Mei began speaking. Hey, do you think we can speed up a bit? I don't want us to be late. I'm already pushing the speed limit. If I go any faster, then if you go faster, I'll get you ramen for the next week. Silence overtook the ride before Izuku took in a sharp breath. He revved up his bike and glanced over his shoulder. Hold tight. Mei cackled as they sped off. Izuku let out a sigh of relief as they finally drove up to the entrance of UA. Driving with Mei was interesting, to say the least. She had no qualms when it came to dangerous sharp turns nor the near crashes they had when she accidentally covered his face. In fact, the only thing she did was laugh from the experience. At least he knew Mei loved to go fast. Woo, that was fun. Mei hopped off with a whoop. We should do this again sometime. Izuku retracted his helmet with a groan. Definitely not. Yeah, sure, just hurry up and get to your exam before they close, Izuku replied as he wiped his forehead. Mei nodded before giving him a quick hug and ran off towards the entrance. The boy let out a small smile before he too got off his bike. So, took a trip with Mei, huh? That must have been something. Turning his head, Izuku realized the speaker was Shinso, with Itsuka walking alongside him. So you guys made it? Huh. I was wondering where you were, Izuku said before he snorted. And trust me when I say, riding with Mei is one hell of an experience. Itsuka snickered along with Shinso. I bet. So are you ready for the exam? Izuku smirked underneath his mask. I should be the one asking you that. Do you guys think you're ready for whatever comes our way? Itsuka eagerly nodded while Shinso opted to smirk confidently. True to their word, Izuku and Itsuka trained the boy as much as they could until now. From Itsuka, Shinso was able to learn grappling and defensive techniques. As from Izuku, he learned striking and counter techniques. As they reigned together, Izuku, unknowingly, began to improve both of his friends' reaction times. Since receiving One for All, Izuku has been becoming notably faster, both in movement and response with counters. Whether it was from his training with Gran Torino or a side effect from One for All, Izuku wasn't sure. But in the end, it had a positive impact on his overall performance. It was also during this time that Shinso found about Izuku's quirk copying ability. Like many, he was surprised by the power his quirk backed up. What's more, it puzzled him that someone with such a powerful quirk was able to stay cool and humble and not act arrogantly. Most of the people he did meet acted that way after all. Izuku simply laughed it off. Since Shinso started his training relatively late, Izuku had to make sure that Shinso improved his body to better his overall techniques. It was for that reason he invited the brainwashing boy on his beach cleaning training. Reluctant at first, Shinso quickly learned that it was a great way to build up his body with muscle, even if it was pretty gross and tiring. Shinso moved his arm around in vigor. Thanks to the training you guys gave me, I feel like I have a better chance at this exam. Itsuka nodded in agreement. We have been working pretty hard. Hopefully, our quirks will help us get through the exam, she said before leaning in to whisper. Now that I think about it, what quirks are you going to use for the exam? Oh, that. I was thinking of using adamantine sealing chains and barrier. One for long-ranged attacks and one for protection, he said as they walked towards the entrance. Itsuka's eyebrow rose. I thought you said you were using 3 quirks for this. What's the third? Izuku scratched his cheek. Well, I recently picked up a strength-based quirk, and I've been meaning to try it out for a while now. This seems like the perfect time to use it. Izuku partially lied. In truth, he intended to use One for All during the exam should the opportunity present itself, but didn't want to tell them the name as it was still a secret to them. While he did spar with Gran Torino over the remaining months, he hadn't really been able to make use of it for more destructive purposes. That didn't mean it was all for naught. However, he was able to increase One for All's usage up to 15%, although that was only if he really pushed himself. Any more and his bones would snap. Shio was not happy the first time this happened. As they continued to make their way towards the entrance, a sudden voice called out to the oldest of the trio. Move the fuck out of my way, Deku. Oh, great, Izuku grumbled. Slightly leaning his head, he spotted Katsuki stomping his way up to him with a fierce glare. It's been nearly 10 months since he actually talked to the blonde, ever since the sludge incident. By now, Izuku had utterly forgotten about it, so it was surprising to see the explosive boy talk to him after all this time. Well, yo, rather than talk, what can I do for you during this fine morning, Bakugo? Izuku asked with his usual eye smile, which just further pissed the blonde off. Just stay the hell out of my way, Deku. I don't need you to ruin this for me. Bakugo growled out as he shoved his shoulder against the other teen. Izuku looked like she was ready to explode but halted after Izuku eased her down with his hand. Shinso frowned at the blatant disrespect the blonde demonstrated. "That the guy you told us about seems like an ass," he murmured, watching as the boy disappeared into the building. Izuku snorted. "That's putting it mildly. He has a major superiority complex, with an ego the size of Mount Fuji to boot. He'll get what's coming to him someday if this keeps up. I sure hope I'm there to see it," Izuku mumbled, crossing her arms as she glared at the spot Bakugo was on. "Either way, I'm surprised you've kept your cool around him for all this time. You'll learn to adjust to the people you eventually meet. Besides, there's only one other person I find to be an even bigger nuisance than Bakugo." Shinso raised an eyebrow at the small tidbit. "I find that hard to believe. It's true, believe it or not. His pride could far surpass Bakugo's over several times. But that's a story for another time. Come on, let's get going before they close on us." Izuku ushered them. A curious gaze appeared on their faces but didn't press for further details. He would tell them eventually. Before Izuku took his next few steps, however, he tripped. Out of nowhere. Over nothing. Fucking. Just before he face planted onto the pavement, Izuku felt something touch his shoulder. The next thing he knew, he found himself suspended mid-air upside down, causing Shinso and Izuku to snicker. "Wah, sorry for using my quirk on you without asking first, but I figured it's bad luck to fall before an exam." A sweet, bubbly sound voiced from behind him, pushing himself right side up. Izuku balanced himself and landed on his feet. He was lucky he was very tall for his age. Otherwise, he would have just fallen again. Turning around, Izuku was almost blinded by how much of a bundle of joy and happiness this girl seemed to radiate. Even her cheeks seemed to have a perpetual blush on them. She had fair skin and shoulder-length brown hair styled into 2 long locks beside her face, though her eyes were still closed. She also had micro bangs which swept to her left and a short bob at the back. She clapped her hands and thought she was going to apologize again, but realized it was her dispelling her quirk when he felt his weight return. "Let's both do our best." She opened her eyes midway through saying that, and Izuku's emerald eyes met her brown ones for the first time. The girl's mouth hung open, but no sound came out. The blush marks began to grow, enveloping her entire face in the process. Noticing that the girl wasn't going to respond anytime soon, Izuku reached his hand out. "Izuku Aizawa, nice to meet you," he introduced himself, which seemed to snap the girl out of her stupor. "Oh, I am Ochako Uraraka," the girl stuttered out with a smile, trying to control the blush she felt spread across her face. She had to admit, she was entranced by the boy's universal, green eyes. She was a little disappointed she couldn't see his entire face due to the mask. However, "Sorry again for using my quirk on you," she apologized with a small bow. Izuku smiled. "It's okay, nothing to worry about over," he replied, which only caused the blush to deepen on the girl's face. As this went on, Shinso appeared amused by the situation. It was only after he glanced at his other friend beside him that he had to stifle a laugh. Unlike him, Itsuka seemed a bit peeved by the interaction between Izuku and the new stranger, if the scowl on her face and the tapping of her foot were any indication. It was no secret to Shinso that the girl harbored feelings for the boy. It was quite funny actually, to see her so easily annoyed just by the thought of Izuku interacting with another female, even if he already had a girlfriend. She was getting better, though, somewhat. "Izuku, oh, that's right. Well, I'll see you later. Good luck with your exams," Izuku said, eliciting a smile from her in response. "Thanks, I'll see you around sometime," she said and started making her way over to the building. Izuku's group followed soon after. A while passed before Shinso looked up at Izuku with a smirk. "Maybe I shouldn't be so worried about passing this exam." Izuku blinked down at him. I mean, after all, if I could avoid tripping over a crack, I should have no problem." Itsuka cracked up while Izuku bristled at the comment. "Oh, shut it." The UA entrance exam consisted of 2 parts, although one counted more than the other. The first part was a standardized written exam, comprising several typical subjects such as mathematics, history, and English if they were taught. The test also consisted of a few hero laws and regulations questions, but that was mainly to add extra points should the person know. Needless to say, the written portion of the exam was a cinch for Izuku, hardly ever needing time to think of answers for each question. Thanks to some experience, he was also able to answer the bonus question. He doubted he needed them, but it never hurt to be extra careful. That wasn't his primary concern, however. After all, the second part of the UA entrance exam was the most crucial part of the entire exam. The group met up for a brief time before separating to get to their proper seats. Luckily for Izuku, he found himself sitting next to Shinso. Unfortunately, that also meant Bakugo took his other side. Izuku and Shinso gave each other small nods of acknowledgement before focusing on the speaker. To Izuku's surprise, it was Present Mike, who was the proctor of the exam. "Welcome one and all to my live show," he screamed out of nowhere. generating many applicants to cover their ears or jump in fright at the sudden noise. Now, no need to be shy. Everybody say hey. Present Mike put his hand to his ear as if trying to listen to the attendants, only for them to answer with silence. Either way, he carried on as if nothing. I got shivers down my spine, too, little listeners. All right, examinees. He trailed off and struck a dramatic pose, with his hand epically raised above his head. I'm gonna give you the lowdown on how this will go down. Are you ready, kids? Once again, no one answered his question. Someone coughed awkwardly, though. Now pay close attention, little listeners. He continued again, not caring about the lack of response. We'll be testing your mettle by running a 10-minute practice run at our replica city district. So, everybody gather to your designated areas right after the presentation. You got that? Katsuki glanced at the different areas that appeared on the big screen and glanced down to see that he was designated to battle location A while Izuku was designated to battle location B. When he saw this, Katsuki clicked his teeth in annoyance. They don't intend on letting friends or classmates cooperate? Huh, it's probably a set, so I don't get to kill you, he muttered, though it was loud enough for Izuku to hear. Izuku promptly ignored him. He did notice that he and Shinso were in the same designated location, however, better than being with this loudmouth. The screen then changed to show silhouettes of 3 beings resembling robots. Above them were numbers signifying some sort of point system. 3 types of foe villains are stationed in each battle center. You earn points from each of them based on their difficulty. The leather-clad hero continued as each robot displayed mini explosion effects. Your goal, my dear listeners, is to use your quirks to earn points by immobilizing the foe villain. And before anyone thinks about it, attacking other competitors directly or any other anti-hero stuff is instant disqualification. Capus. Shinso grimaced at this. Looks like I'll be having a harder time scoring points. Izuku hummed, maybe not. Looks like they thought of something for people who don't have suitable quirks. What do you mean? Take a look at this. Izuku flipped a page over. The robots have off buttons behind their heads. The 1-pointers look like they're built for speed but can easily be toppled over. The 2-pointers are agile but slower and terrible with short-range combat. And the 3-pointers are the sturdiest but definitely the slowest of the bunch. Each robot is purposely designed to have weaknesses to allow everyone to have some way to fight the robots, not just those with combat quirks. Shinso nodded in understanding at his analysis. Okay, but how exactly am I going to be able to reach them? It's not like they're just gonna sit around all day and wait for me to come near them without doing anything. Izuku gazed up in thought for a moment before looking back at him. I can wrap them up with my chains while you swoop in and press their switch, and you're okay with that? Izuku waved him off. Of course, I'm sure I'll be able to score some points while also helping out my bud, he said with an eye smile, prompting Shinso to smirk back in appreciation. Bakugo scoffed from beside him. "2ch, weakling, what's the point of you being here if you can't even do things by yourself?" The two continued to ignore the boy, which only furthered to infuriated him. "Excuse me, Present Mike, sir." A loud, austere voice sounded from the back of the auditorium. The student standing up was tall, very well built, and had a serious face to match his vivacious form. "You mentioned 3 villains, but this sheet clearly states 4 times. If that is a misprint, then UA, the most prominent school in Japan, should be ashamed of such a foolish mistake. We, examinees, are here because we wish to be molded into exemplary heroes." Izuku rested his head on his palm with a bored expression. "Someone sure is passionate," he commented as Shinso nodded his head in response. But their conversation didn't go unnoticed. "Also, you over there with the curly hair, yes you. Your discussion is loud. It's distracting," the student called out as he pointed at Izuku with a straight but irritated face. "If you're here for the fun of it, then you should leave immediately," he finished with an intense glare, causing some people to laugh at them. Izuku's eye twitched in response. "You're lucky I'm not here to cause problems." Sensing the growing tension, Present Mike quickly stepped in before things escalated any further. All right, he waved. "Thanks for expressing that little tidbit, Examinee 7111. You see, that 4th villain is worth 0 points. He's more of an obstacle." Present Mike continued as the 4th villain appeared. "Run into him. And it's best to just run away unless you want to make it waste your time." "I see. Thank you for answering my question. I apologize for interrupting," the boy said as he sat back down. Present Mike gave thumbs up with his trademark megawatt smile. "No problem. Well, that's all folks, keep the info in mind as you go out there." He grinned mischievously at them and dipped his sunglasses down to leer at them. "Remember the school's motto, go beyond, plus ultra. Now good luck suffering." Before leaving, Izuku noticed Present Mike give him a discreet thumbs up, a small sign of good luck from him, one he returned with a slight nod. And so it begins. As far as Izuku knew, each supposed site was different from others. Most were city-based, with a few changes here and there. Most thought that the mock city Present Mike had talked about would be something akin to a handful of buildings put together in clusters. When they stepped off the shuttle from the main building, What greeted them was a walled city of a few square kilometers. Full-size office buildings, apartments, and schools dotted the mock cityscape that could be seen outside the wall. The only thing missing would be added details inside every building. Did UA always have this kind of money? How did they build all this? Izuku thought to himself with a sweat drop. Makes me wonder why we still live in some old apartment. As Izuku waited beyond the gates of Site B along with Shinso, he began surveying all the others participating. Each of them gave him an idea of what their quirk could be, whether it was their body shape or equipment. Some had utility belts, with various tools or capsules at their disposal, while others had size or muscle advantage. There were a few who looked pumped and filled with confidence, but it was primarily the cocky kind. All in all, not very impressive to Izuku. Most of them were the type just to charge right in. Nothing wrong with that in some cases, but it was basically a guarantee to get yourself killed. As he continued surveying the other applicants, he felt a poke to his ribs from Shinso, who pointed his head in a particular direction. Check it out. It's that girl who saved your ass. Izuku looked over to see he was right. Guess I owe her a save then, he replied, noticing how the girl was trying to control her breathing. I'm gonna go over to talk to her. Wait here for a bit. He walked off after his friend slightly nodded. Right before he could make a few steps, Izuku felt a large hand clamp down on his shoulder. Turning to see who it was, he noticed it was the same boy who accused him of distracting them. Can I help you? That girl seems to be trying to concentrate, the boy stated in a pensive tone as he narrowed his eyes. Are you trying to distract her once more? I already told that if you think this is a place of fun, then you should leave. At the boy's accusing tone, Izuku shrugged off his hand with annoyance, already realizing people were already judging him as the weaker of the students. He took in a deep breath to control himself. If you must know, she's a friend of mine, and I just wanted to give her some moral support. Is there a problem with that? Of course, Ochako being his friend was a long stretch, considering they just met not too long ago. But he liked to think they were friends. At the boy's silence of his question, Izuku shrugged off his hand and continued towards his intended destination. Upon arriving, he lightly tapped her shoulder, nearly making the poor girl yelp. Hey there, you're Raka. The girl spun around, releasing a sigh of relief when she realized it was the nice boy she met earlier. Oh, Aizawa, you're here too? She questioned with a smile on her face. Izuku smiled at her and nodded. It looks like it. I noticed you were shaking. You okay? That seemed to make Ochako smile brightly as she took a deep breath. Yeah, just a little worried. What if I mess something up? What if I don't do as well as I hope? I really want to get into this school. Izuku placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. Relax, I'm sure you'll do fine on the exam. Besides, I'll be there if things get out of hand. I do owe you one after all. Just take a few deep breaths and have faith in yourself. You can do that, right? Ochako released a deep breath before smiling up at him. Yeah, you're right. Thanks for the support. No problem. I wish you luck. Same to you. Izuku smiled back before making his way to the front, where Shinso waited, glancing at him before drawing his attention back to the front gates. Everything go well. Experienced a bit of a run-in with that guy from earlier before. But yeah, so far, so good. You ready? Shinso blew out a long puff of air. Nope. Well, you might want to. It's going to start soon. Up at the podium, Present Mike smirked as he watched the examinees. There was a whole bunch, some with very impressive quirks, no doubt. There was a good chance a handful of applicants could make a great hero. But did they have the will and strength for it? Regardless, this was the purpose of the entrance exam, to weed out the weaker ones. And with that, he took a deep breath. And begin. Present Mike suddenly shouted as the gates swung open, showing an urban landscape with various villain bots prowling the streets. Many of the examinees stood at the entrance, frozen and completely confused. Izuku, however, did not. He nudged Shinso slightly forward before dashing into the exam site himself. Shinso stumbled a few steps before understanding what his friend was implying and followed behind. The hell are they doing? Are they stupid? It hasn't even started yet. Wait, didn't Present Mike. What's the matter? There are no countdowns in a real fight. Those kids get it. Better get moving before they steal points. Present Mike told them, causing them to stumble over each other as they rushed ahead. Izuku calmly observed the scene in front of him as he jumped into the air while a one-point villain began to fire bullets from its hand. The robot started to adjust its arm for a straightforward punch, but he saw through and hopped to the side, landing on one foot at the last second. Initiating quirk. One for all, adamantine ceiling chains. Using his one foot as a spring, Izuku jumped back at the one-pointer, delivering a powerful roundhouse to the neck with enough power to send its head rolling. Spotting two three-pointers heading his way from the corner of his eye, Izuku pivoted on his heel after landing, sending two chains towards the incoming machines. Once they made contact, the bladed tips tore through the metal sheets as if nothing, rendering them from any further movement as they fell apart into a pile of scraps. Landing safely, Izuku headed right to find 3 more robots. Infusing his right arm with more strength of one for all, he grabbed the nearest 1-pointer and hurled it towards a 2-pointer, destroying both at once. Before the third robot could get the jump on him, Izuku spun around and delivered a kick from its underside, sending it flying into the air before it crashed. Taking a moment to collect himself, Izuku paused when he heard loud crashes not too far from him. Turning his head, Izuku was met with the sight of other participants racking up points. Beams, projectiles, and the like were flung everywhere as robot after robot kept on getting destroyed. By now, the floor was littered with machinery strung just about everywhere. One such applicant caught his eye, the person being Ochako, who seemed a little worse for wear if the discomfort on her face said anything. Regardless, she pushed through, slapping her hand on any bot she could find, making them hover up above their heads. Fighting through the nausea, the girl touched her fingertips together. Release. Izuku's eyebrows rose as he watched the robots crash into the ground, scoring her points. So her quirk allows her to negate the gravitational pull of objects, and can be used to detain them if needed. Izuku thought to himself, impressed by the power of her quirk. She's doing fine on her own. She doesn't need my help. Oi, Izuku. Mind helping out for a moment? Turning his head, Izuku spotted 4 robots surrounding Shinso, who seemed a little tired out. Giving the smallest of nods, Izuku supported him by flinging 2 chains around the robots. The chain tightly wrapped itself around the robots, not enough to destroy them, but sufficient to keep them immobilized. Shino ran up to one of their sides and slapped a big red button, generating the machine to freeze up before dropping down. He did the same for the other 3 before indicating he was done to Izuku, prompting the boy to nod and release his grip. Shinso smirked with a thumbs up before his eyes widened, spotting 2 1-pointers jump behind Izuku. Behind you. Without looking back, Izuku dispatched 2 more chains from his back, piercing right through their bodies and into their central core. Once they stopped moving, the armaments disapparated, letting the 1-pointers to crash onto the ground. Thanks for that. Everything all right with you so far? Shinso jogged up to him. Yeah, so far, so good. I have been able to score points by sneaking up on some 3-pointers. You were right, they are slow. Izuku chortled, told you so. Anyways, now's not the time for chit-chat. We are in the middle of an exam after all. Shinso nodded in agreement. Right, I'll see you at the end. Running off with a wave, Shinso excused himself as he left to find more robots, leaving Izuku to his thoughts. He stood still for a few moments until he grimaced in sudden realization. I forgot to keep score. I'm sure I'll be fine. My, we raked up quite a crop this year, haven't we? The 18-plus only hero, Midnight stated as she and the current and future staff of UA watched the numerous examinees as they went about the battle. All right for the picking. Midnight, please, they're children, Cementos spoke up from the back. The rest either shook their heads or chuckled in amusement, ignoring Midnight's comment. It's to be expected when all you have to do is smash some piece of machinery. The tall and muscular form of the blood hero, Vlad King added. Well, we kind of had to weaken them down a bit. Otherwise, fewer people would have been able to pass. The shorter and skinnier excavation hero, Power Loader stated as he and a few third-year students were the ones who built those very same bots. They made sure that while they weren't that good, they couldn't make them too hard either, which was why we decided to add off switches this year. And a fine addition for this year's entrance exam. Principal Nezu spoke up from his high chair as he stirred his tea. Thank you for your insight during the meeting, Aizawa. The man merely grunted from his spot, unmoving as he basked in the glory. So Eraser, your kid's participating, huh? I don't understand why he wouldn't just accept the recommendation letter. Snipe inquired, causing all eyes to turn over to the ragged hero, awaiting his answer. Aizawa shrugged in response, his eyes still glued to the screen. He likes to do things his own way. I don't really get him most of the time, so I don't bother. The rest of the faculty sweat dropped at his blatant response while Midnight smirked at him. So not much different from you, HM. Always the deceived one. She teased. I like that in a guy. Aizawa rolled his eyes in response. To CH. Despite how well the students are doing, we must also focus on their capabilities. Nezu began, drawing everyone's attention back towards him. After all, this exam tests insight, mobility, decision-making, and fighting prowess, the basis needed to preserve peace in the cities. With that being said, a new voice, this time being All Might, spoke up. We have to reveal their true nature when they are pitted against impossible odds. What will they do? Will they run and hide? Cower behind others while others are in danger? Or will they rise to the occasion and face this overwhelming power head-on? All Might dramatically said as he pressed a big red button. Let's find out. Meanwhile, Izuku was busy dodging a scorpion bot stinger, jumping side to side to avoid with ease. Dodging once more, Izuku immediately went for the tail and grabbed hold of it. As the robot lifted its tail, Izuku rolled onto the back and with a bit of effort, ripped the tail right off. Seizing the pointed end with his hands, Izuku buried it into the robot's central console, causing it to sputter for a few seconds before ceasing its movement. Izuku landed with a grunt, staring at the fallen robot with satisfaction. While he didn't keep count, he was sure he scored more than enough points to pass the exams. So far, he was making significant progress, hardly any problems at all. Looking for villain bots certainly wasn't difficult. They seemed to appear at every corner. Of course, Izuku made sure not to destroy every single one he came across. After all, there were other examinees with him. 2 minutes left. Present Mike shouted to remind them of the time. Well then, on to the next area, Izuku muttered after making sure there wasn't anything left. Before he could start running, however, the ground began to rumble. Izuku glanced towards the source to see a group of examinees in an ever-growing dust cloud. Everyone who felt it looked up to see a giant machine towering over most of the buildings. What really made it stand out was that its design was utterly different from the other villain bots, resembling a humanoid robot with slick silver plating and carrying what appeared to be missile launchers from its shoulders. Present Mike's glasses fell a little. That's not supposed to be here. Shinso's mouth hung open. Holy fuck. As the new opponent drew near, the shock from its footsteps was enough to cause nearby buildings to collapse, causing all those in the vicinity to gawk hysterically. The sight was enough to make even Izuku's jaw drop. Yue really is fucking crazy. Nezu, that's the Gate Guardian. Yes, it is. That thing is specifically reserved for the third year's midterms. It could kill them. Why the hell is that thing there? Power Loader yelled at the mouse, who simply continued smiling at the monitors. Because yes, what kind of answer is that? Principal Nezu, please. Midnight spoke up this time. This has to be some sort of mistake. We all make mistakes in the heat of passion. Midnight, this is a test. What the hell? They're seriously throwing that thing at us. That's way too big. At that moment, the zero-pointer seemed to be more aware of its surroundings. Stopping in a complete halt, it began to fire its weapons aimlessly, causing everyone to trample over each other as they tried to run to safety. Others, however, weren't so lucky and were caught under some rubble or injured. Run for your lives. Every man for himself. Wait, help us. Izuku scowled at the sight before him. They want to become heroes, but at the sight of something stronger than others, they run away like cowards, ignoring those trapped under the rubble. Izuku bitterly thought, crushing the head of a one-pointer underneath him. How pathetic. Human nature still baffled him at times. After what seemed like an hour, but only a few seconds, the supposed zero-pointer ceased its movement to recharge, giving Izuku enough time to survey the situation. Several people were either too injured to run or were trapped under fallen rubble. Thankfully, the buildings were specially designed to keep together but not hard enough to cause significant damage to someone. Didn't mean they weren't heavy, though. As Izuku's eyes continued to roam the area, his ears picked up a familiar voice. Narrowing his eyes through the dust, Izuku was able to make out the faint shape of Ochako, trying to get out of the wreckage the villain bot had caused. A piece of the debris had landed right on top of her leg, and she couldn't escape. Judging by how she was struggling, it was safe to say she couldn't use her quirk to save herself. Aw, shit. Seriously, Nezu, what is it you think you're doing? Everyone calm down. It's going to be all right, Nezu said reassuringly, although the smile on his face did not comfort them in the slightest. Midnight rounded at Aizawa, who remained unmoving during the duration of the event. Shota, you cannot tell me you approve of this. Snore. Half of the faculty's jaws dropped. Midnight's expression remained in shock before she started to burn in anger. Was he really sleeping at this crucial moment? Why you? There is no need to worry, Midnight. All Might stepped in before she could clobber the sleeping man. I understand everyone's concern about this sudden change. However, do remember who is there with them. He will not remain idly, knowing he has the power to stop its rampage. It is for that reason Aizawa is not worried in the slightest. He finished, allowing everyone to absorb the new information as they turned back to look at Eraserhead, peacefully snoozing the rest of the afternoon away. All Might grinned as he brought his eyes back to the monitors. Have a little faith in his son. Ochako was panicking. Scratch that, she was scared shitless. She had no idea this was what UA had in store for them. And this was just an entrance exam. They always said UA was one of the best hero schools in the country, so it shouldn't be a surprise that this was what the school had in mind. But it was still crazy. As she struggled to free herself from the wreckage, Ochako winced at the pain from her ankle, letting her know she must have twisted it somehow. A rumble caught her attention, causing her to shift her gaze towards the zero-pointer just a few hundred meters from her. The bot moved its back backward, before unleashing a beam from its head straight at the surrounding buildings around her. Ochako's eyes dilated at the devastation the bot unleashed before noticing a piece of wreckage falling straight at her. Despite having been informed that the students wouldn't necessarily be harmed during the exam, that didn't stop her from shielding her face from incoming debris. She tightened her eyes, bracing herself for the pain that was sure to come. She waited, and waited, and waited some more. Confused at the lack of impact, Ochako cracked her eyes open a bit before widening once more. A yellow dome encased her, protecting Ochako from any wreckage threatening to fall on her. And she wasn't the only one. Taking a look around her, Ochako noticed several other yellow domes scattered across the clearing, each one protecting an examinee who were either injured or stuck like her. Like Ochako, they were gaping at the strange dome-like structure surrounding them but seemed at least grateful for the protection. "You okay?" Ochako slightly jerked in fright at the sudden voice before looking at the source, spotting Izuku standing before her. A calm expression plastered on his face as the yellow dome lowered. Upon closer expectation, she realized it was him who was controlling the barriers as his eyes roamed around at the rest of the receding barriers surrounding the other examinees. Shaking her head, Ochako found her voice. "Why yeah, but I think I twisted my ankle," she said, watching as the boy lifted the remains off of her and inspected her injury. Slight bruising but no dislocations or fractures, just heavily sprained. Izuku frowned underneath his mask, deducing that the girl wasn't going to be running anytime soon. He knelt down and picked the girl up in his arms, causing her to yelp once more. "Hold on tight," he simply stated before running as fast as he could. "All right," Ochako said with a stutter as a blush grew on her face. As Izuku ran, he felt the zero-pointer not far behind them, shooting down anything in its way. "That thing needs to be stopped before it causes any more damage," Izuku thought to himself, jumping over a rock before side-jumping a piece of a falling building. Maybe, as Izuku started to think of a plan, he saw someone he recognized not too far ahead. "Shinso," said Teen, whipped his head back with a surprised look on his face. "Izuku, we're in some deep shit right now." "Whoa, is she okay?" he questioned him, a concerned look crossing his face as he came to a stop. "Her ankle's twisted, so she can't really run right now. Take her for me, will you?" Izuku ordered as he handed Ochako over to Shinso. He needed them to be at a safe distance in case things didn't go as planned. Shinso was nearly caught off guard as Izuku pushed Ochako into his arms. "What about you?" he asked, sensing his friend was up to something. Izuku simply turned around, facing the robot. "There are only 2 minutes left until the exam ends. But the way this thing is rampaging, it will get someone seriously hurt. Killed even. Then what do you suggest?" Shinso asked with a confused expression on his face alongside Ochako, though she had a small feeling she knew what he was going to do. Izuku slightly glanced at him. "Just get to a safe distance, and I'll handle the rest," he said before bolting towards the zero-pointer. Shinso released a small TCH before hefting Ochako over her shoulder and began running in the opposite direction, the girl struggling as she reached out for Izuku. Wait, we have to help him." "Yeah, no, I'm not trying to get crushed by that thing," Shinso remarked as he kept running. "Besides, he can handle himself. Just watch." Izuku began to steadily flow about 20% of one for all throughout his body, pushing much further than he was used to. His body began to glow as red veins of power flowed through his whole body, electrical sparks seemingly jumping out from his body and wrapping around him, arcing all over the place. He picked up the pace, already forming a plan on how to take down the robot. "Okay, Izuku, it's just a big, violent, killing machine. You've faced things tougher than this. You can do this." He motivated himself as the zero-pointer cocked its head back for another laser fire. Spotting this, Izuku drove a bladed chain into the ground before pulling it back, ripping out a chunk of concrete. Just as the zero-pointer fired, Izuku launched the slab of concrete at the beam, instantly destroying it into pieces and causing the bot to become disorientated. Noticing the opportunity, Izuku bounded on the fallen rubble, all the way up towards the zero-pointer's face. Izuku focused on the blank face of the villain and narrowed his eyes as he cocked his right fist as the entire right sleeve of his tracksuit shredded. At the last second, Izuku shot his arm forward, smash. The blow caught the gigantic robot right in the face, and it blew it off cleanly of its body, sending it flying into a nearby building. And yet, the speed and strength of Izuku's punch were enough to create a shockwave, causing several explosions to rack through its body. Those who watched from afar were further shocked or impressed by the display of power the punch caused. Slowly, but surely, the gigantic robot began to plunge into the ground as its parts began to blow up one by one. As the robot toppled over, Izuku began to feel his quirks usage catch up with him. He looked down to find himself several stories in the air, rapidly falling back down towards the solid ground. I really should have thought this through. Now what? As he tried to come up with a plan of action, Izuku spotted a nearby antenna tower left unscathed from the battle and quickly thought of an idea. Projecting a single chain, the projectile wrapped itself around the tower, allowing the teen to swing himself safely back onto the ground. No one dared to make a sound as Izuku descended on the ground gracefully, seemingly satisfied at the destruction he just caused. Gazing down, Izuku frowned at his broken arm, presuming he went just a tad overboard with one for all. "Time's up," announced present Mike to all 7 sites. Izuku allowed his shoulders to sag, revealing just how tired he really was from the backlash. Izuku. At the call of his name, Izuku came across the sight of Ochako limping towards him with Shinso helping her out, all the while muttering how crazy his friend was. Several people were still staring at them, the teen with glasses as well, but Izuku ignored them in favor of the 2 in front of him. As the duo drew near, Shinso's eyes peered down at the Izuku's arm. His quirk did that. While it was true that Izuku mentioned he was going to use a strength quirk, there was no way a quirk had a backlash like that, right? As far as he knew, strength quirks were supposed to help the user deal with tougher obstacles, not hurt them. Just what type of quirk did Izuku have? Shaking away those thoughts for later, Shinso said about to let Ochako walk on her own once she was close enough. Muttering her thanks to Shinso, the girl gazed up at the greenette. "Are you okay, Izuku?" The teen merely smiled, ignoring his own injury. "I should be the one asking you that. How's your ankle doing?" Before the girl could retort at the sight of his broken arm, they were interrupted by another voice's sound. All right, make way," an elderly voice said, making the 3 turn. An elderly woman in a hero costume walked down the broken road. "Now, is anyone here hurt? If you are, please make your way over here." Taking the gravity girl from Shinso, Izuku brought the girl over to Recovery Girl, who began her diagnosis on the 2. "Oh my, you look exhausted, dear. And those bruises. I swear the exams become more reckless with each passing year," Recovery Girl muttered as she kissed Ochako, a small green glow enveloping her. As the girl healed, the youthful heroine turned her sights on Izuku. "And you, that quirk of yours really did a number of you. You should consider taking more precise steps before using it again," she advised, a hint of malice laced into it as she tapped the ground with her cane. Izuku flinched at the sight of Recovery Girl's cane. He wasn't too fond of the whacks she gave him with that thing. Ochako's eyes widened as she stood on her leg with a shocked expression. "It's all better. My leg doesn't hurt anymore," she exclaimed with a cheerful expression on her face before she hunched over. "But now I feel more tired than before," she moaned softly as Izuku rubbed her back. "That's part of Recovery Girl's quirk. It requires stamina from the injured person in order to work, which is why it left you exhausted," Izuku informed her as he helped her up. "Your injury wasn't too severe, so you should be fine with a bit of rest," he said, allowing the girl to stabilize herself as she gave him a quick nod of appreciation. Recovery Girl came over and kissed Izuku's arm before leaving to tend to the other examinees. "Did you see that? He just obliterated that thing away like it was nothing. He was so freaking strong. Just what is his quirk? Anyway, there's no mistaking that he's an amazing guy." The boy adjusted his glasses. "No, that's not it. Weren't they even watching?" He observed the trio, mingling for a bit as they waited for the go-to signal to head home. He jumped in to save that girl. The remaining time, his own safety, even his points. He didn't even hesitate. His fists clenched hard as he remembered simply passing by other examinees. "Of course, if this weren't an exam, I would have done the same and helped save people," the bispectral boy thought to himself before realizing just how vain that sounded. He could have easily done that with his speed, and perhaps he could have saved others as well. Instead, he was too busy worrying about possibly losing most of his points and risking people's lives for points. Could it be? The boy began to wonder, a thumb placed under his chin as he went deep into thought. If the exam was structured like that, he glanced back at the now talkative trio. Did he always know? "Yua, I'm totally beat," Ochako chirped as she went ahead of her new friends. It was late afternoon by the time the group of friends finally left UA and were in front of the entrance. As soon as they were allowed to leave, the trio immediately met up with Itsuka, who was already asking questions about the tremor she felt earlier during her part of the exam. By the time he finished explaining, Itsuka had appeared satisfied with the answer, although Izuku intentionally left the part out about him breaking his arm. There was no point in telling her as he was already healed up, so it didn't seem important to cause any unnecessary worry. Shinso released a yawn before nodding. "Same, I could go for a nap right now," he drawled out, swinging his bag over his shoulder. "Anybody know when we're supposed to receive our results?" "They said we should be getting letters by the end of next week," Itsuka answered as she walked alongside Izuku. "Although they also said more people were participating this year, so it might be a while before we get anything. I could probably pull some strings and ask my old man about it," Izuku spoke up, drawing their attention. "I wouldn't hold my breath, however. It's a very big if." Ochako's eyebrows rose in surprise. "Well, does your dad work here or something?" "That's incredible." Izuku smiled in response. "Yeah, something like that. But his position holds him back from exposing anything too informative," he said mysteriously, causing Ochako to wonder just how his father was tied to UA. In truth, Izuku just wanted to mess with her a bit. She would see eventually when she enters if her performance at the exam was anything to go by. Itsuka and Shinso shared a knowing look, already aware of how Izuku's father was associated with UA. They decided to keep their mouths shut, letting Izuku have his fun. Checking her watch, Achako's eyes widened. Sorry guys, but I gotta get going. The last train leaves in a few minutes, and I can't miss it. Wait, Izuku stopped her. Let's at least exchange phone numbers. That way, we can let each other know when we get our results in. That got a smile out of them, and the four exchanged numbers. With that said, Achako ran off, promising to text when she got her results. I think I'll head off as well. After today's events, I could sleep until tomorrow morning. Shinzo spoke up as he turned to leave. I'll see you guys next week. He waved goodbye, Itsuka and Izuku mirroring his moves. Sayaya, take care. With a short back wave, Shinzo disappeared into the distance, leaving them by themselves. Itsuka fidgeted next to the older boy, not knowing what to. It's been a while since she's been alone with him. Ever since Shino's joined their little merry band, Mei was occasionally around with them, but that was only when they visited her at her workshop. Suo, Itsuka tucked her hair behind her ear. Are you going home as well? In a bit. I want to spend a little more time with you, Izuku said, unintentionally causing the girl to blush. Why? Do you want me to leave? And no, I would love for you to. I mean, you can stay. Itsuka stuttered, cursing herself for near slip-up. Composing herself, Itsuka took a deep breath before she gave him a sharp glare. I can't believe you decided to face that zero-pointer. Do you know how dangerous that was? She scolded him with crossed arms, inducing Izuku to raise his hands up in defense. Yeah, sorry about that. It was sort of the spur-of-the-moment decision. He defended himself. Despite the questionable decisions he made, Izuku never liked making his friends worry. He valued them to a high degree. Ever since he first made friends with the big three, he always tried to make safer decisions, but more often than not, he had to make the most unfavorable decisions. Itsuka sighed before she playfully smirked at him. You know, I should really tell Nejire about this. Izuku visibly cringed at this. Please don't. She's already been on my case lately for not taking better care of myself. As she should. Itsuka laughed as the boy grumbled. They remained still for a few seconds, enjoying the silence between them. Izuku shifted his head back to her. Do you want to ride home? Itsuka looked at him with surprised eyes, not expecting that sort of question. I asked if you wanted a ride home. I'd feel kinda bad if I just left you here walking by yourself, Izuku stated, gesturing towards his bike. Oh, but what about Mei? She hasn't come out yet. Izuku lifted his phone up. She texted me a while ago. Her test ended an hour ago, so she already headed home. Oh, okay. But do you even have a spare helmet? Izuku nodded and walked over to his bike. Pushing a button on its side, a small face mask popped out from the front, to which Izuku handed it to Itsuka. Mei's incredible with these sorts of things. Try it. It materializes into a helmet once you put it on. Taking the respirator, Itsuka looked at it strangely. Giving a small shrug, she placed the mask on, and to her surprise, the mask materialized into a helmet just as he said it would. Whoa, now that is seriously cool. After adjusting her helmet, she climbed into the saddle behind Izuku, clasping her arms around his chest. Izuku's side looked at her. First time on a motorcycle? Yeah, I always admired them, but I never really got a chance to ride them. Suo. I see. I'll start slow then. Itsuka nodded in appreciation, grasping him harder as they drove off. After dropping Itsuka off at her front door, Izuku drove home himself back home. Opening his apartment door, Izuku was met with the sight of his father and Nezu sitting at the table, the latter drinking tea while Aizawa remained still with crossed arms. The sound of a closing door jolted their senses, drawing their eyes to a confused-looking boy. Izuku scratched his cheek. You're home early, Dad. What is Nezu doing here? And how'd they get here so fast? He looked around. Where are Eri and Nejire? They're still here, just in your room. As for why Nezu is here, ask him. Aizawa grunted at Nezu, who calmly sipped his tea. He has something important to tell you. Actually, we both do. Oh, Nezu nodded with a smile. That's right. This is going to take a while, so please, take a seat. Gesturing towards a seat across from them. Sitting down, Izuku awaited their explanation, with Aizawa yawning a bit before looking straight at his son. First things first. You passed. I'm sorry. Aizawa sighed. Must I repeat myself? Problem child? I said you passed. As in you're in. Izuku shook his head. No, I got that. I meant, why are you telling me this now? Consider it compensation for what we put you through. Let us explain. There were several altercations within the government concerning granting you entry to the school. Some desired you to work privately for them while others simply wished to study you. Aizawa tugged at his scarf, visible annoyance etched on his face. There was more to that, however. Mostly, they were still uneasy about letting you become a pro-hero, and letting you attend a top hero school filled with students was not a good idea in their eyes. We needed some way to convince them otherwise. Izuku scowled. How did that work out? In order to coax them from their concerns, we agreed to a compromise. The small mouse took over. What do you mean? Nezu released a shameful sigh, something that was rare to see from him. To begin with, I have a confession to make. To be perfectly honest, I did not want to include having that third-year zero-pointer during the exam. However, this was a part of the compromise we agreed upon. In most cases, the government has little reign over what goes on in a pro-hero's business, especially if said hero has a family, Nezu stated as he stirred his teacup. Unfortunately, you do not fit into any of these categories. You are not yet a pro-hero, and the government technically had jurisdiction over you before Aizawa officially adopted you. Therefore, they had some power to meddle with your affairs. Izuku crossed his arms, listening attentively to their explanation. So, how did you get them to agree? In order to convince the officials you weren't a danger to the students, we had them believe you'd always prioritize the students' safety. Even a small display would be enough for them. Thus, the third-year zero-pointer. Of course, we aren't foolish enough to overlook the danger a third-year zero-pointer could bring upon the students, Aizawa interjected. Before releasing it, Nezu made sure to set its parameters to a beginner's level. So while it seemed like a giant, out-of-control, rampaging mech, it was never a real danger to the students in the first place. Nezu nodded in agreement before taking over once more. In the end, it was enough to convince government officials to grant you entry into UA, but not without a few bumps in the road. Regrettably, I do not believe this will solve all our problems. It is very likely they'll require your assistance should there be any dire circumstances. They may even pull you from your classes from this, but not from the whole school. Unfortunately, from there, our hands are tied. Izuku sighed, taking in all the information he just received. He wasn't really surprised by the government's involvement in this. Despite their word on leaving him to his father's responsibility, several times he caught them watching him, whether it was from afar or nearby. It was something he had to live with consistently but learned to ignore it over time. In truth, he couldn't stay mad at his father or Nezu after all they have done for him. There are many sacrifices they had to make, mostly on his father, as he very nearly jeopardized his career several times when he argued with officials, especially for keeping Yuri's whereabouts under wraps. That was what he was most thankful for. You've already done enough, Principal Nezu, Izuku began, a slight bow of his head. Ever since I was little, you and my father had to shoulder my responsibilities and protect me from most government affairs. He continued, nodding thanks to his father as well. Now that I am older, I think it's time to shoulder this burden for myself. You can rest a little easier now, he finished, allowing a wave of silence to wash over the room. Nezu inclined his head at Eraserhead, a smile present on his face. You've raised your son well, Aizawa. The man only grunted, but there was a clear glint of pride in his eyes. You may say these things, Izuku, but you're still young. Until then, I'll look over your shoulder and lend you aid when you need it. Turning back to face the younger Aizawa, Nezu began his next topic. In regards to your classes, everything will follow normally except you'll be having several sessions with Hound Dog for the year. Just a few, nothing too major. I'll be contacting Shirotoko to send in her reports to him before the school year starts, regarding you. Yes, I understand. Izuku nodded, not wanting to talk about that matter more than it had to. However, he winced in the inside, knowing he was going to have to inform his friends why he couldn't hang out with them on certain days. He didn't think he'd have to tell them this soon. Very well. Lastly, I have been informed that Shuzenji will teach Yuri during your time at UA. While I do not have a problem with this, please be aware that there will be times where Aizawa will have to stay a little longer with us and may not be able to bring young Yuri home. I trust you'll be able to sort these things out with each other, Nezu requested. The little time he had interacted with the young girl was enjoyable for him, and he would love to see her more often around the school. It was also a great chance to study her quirk, where accidents are slim and there were low opportunities for unintended eyewitnesses. Izuku nodded once more. Of course, no problem. Nezu clapped his paws. Wonderful. I believe that's all for today. He hopped off the stool he was sitting with the same smile as he made his way over to the door. In that case, I'll take my leave for today. Thank you very much for having me. And Aizawa, I'll be seeing you next week. The principal of UA bid his goodbye as the two Aizawas bowed. Once the door closed, the erasure hero shifted to his room. All right, time for bed. Izuku's face remained impassive as he glanced at the light peering through the window, but it's still early. Exactly. The boy only chuckled as he heard his father's bedroom door slam shut, signaling him to retire to his own. So, what did they want to talk about? Najire asked, making herself comfortable on Izuku's bed, with the boy sitting on his desk chair across from her. Yuri was busy watching cartoons in the living room, which left the pair to converse privately. It must have been pretty serious if Principal Nezu was there. Not really, just talked about schedules and Yuri's class time with Recovery Girl. Izuku said, deliberating, leaving out sensitive details on the matter of the government's involvement. No need to drag her into his mess. I might have to pick her up when Dad has to stay for extra hours. Uo, does that mean she's going to be spending extra time with us? Maybe. All right. Nejiru cheered excitedly with a closed-eyed smile. What else? What else? Izuku rubbed the back of his head, getting to the heart of the matter where he knew she'd start worrying. I'll also be taking some after-school sessions with Hound Dog, he mumbled, causing the mood to die down a bit. What? But I thought you were getting better. Nejiru frowned, eliciting a small smile from Izuku. I am, but this sort of thing doesn't go away very easily. I still get them every now and then. Besides, it's better this way if I hope to make a full recovery. If you say so, Nejiru murmured, looking down with a troubled look. Sensing her sadness, Izuku gently took off the glove worn on his left hand to reach out and cup Nejiru's cheek. The blue-haired girl turned her head slowly to meet his gaze. Though upon noticing his hand placed comfortingly on her cheek, she closed her eyes and leaned her head against his touch affectionately. Opening her eyes to meet his, Izuku smiled gently. I know you still worry over me sometimes. No amount of words will convince you otherwise. But I want you to know that I'm very grateful at the fact you decided to stick with me all this time. It's because of that I'm able to recover gradually and steadily, he softly said, Nejiru listening attentively. Sometimes I have to pretend I feel brave before I actually do. Sometimes I never make it past the pretending part. But those days are getting fewer and further in between. Izuku's smile widened into an honest one. And it's all thanks to you. Nejiru smiled softly, gently squeezing his hand in response as they remained staring at each other's eyes. She closed her eyes, remaining silent for a few moments before smiling brightly, deciding to change the topic. So, how did your exams go? Nejiru asked, returning to her usual, bubbly self. Izuku laughed, making sure to mask his nervousness. Just fine. The writing part wasn't really a problem. And I'm sure I got a high score for the second part. Now that I think about, I forgot to ask them what score I actually got. Nejiru continued smiling, seemingly taking the bait. What went wrong? Or not? Izuku blinked. What makes you think something went wrong? Nejiru playfully scoffed. Come on, Izuku. You may be a great liar, but I know you better than anybody else. She lightly scolded before playing a finger to her chin. Well, except your father. Nothing gets past you, HM. Well, nothing went wrong, but I had to destroy a 0-pointer during the duration of the exam. Nejiru's eyes sparkled in pure curiosity as she bounced. Well, how did you do that? Did you blow it up? Oh, I know. You used one for all, right? Oh, what happened afterward? Did you lose any points? You couldn't have, right? Oh no, did you fail? That would be disastrous. Nejiru. Izuku grabbed her arms in an effort to calm her down, only succeeding in keeping her place as she continued to tremble in excitement in his hold, her smile never leaving her face. The brunette smiled with mirth, unable to stay mad at Nejiru when she was in high spirits. You're that excited to find out? Huh, are you going to let me finish? At Nejiru's vibrant nod, he released his hold on her and leaned back on his chair. I did use one for all on the 0-pointer, but I went a little overboard on the power usage, he said, raising his right arm in front of her. I ended up damaging my arm quite a bit from the backlash. Nejiru carefully took his arm and began examining it, trailing her fingers across his forearm. She often did this with him from time to time when he got into certain situations. You seem okay, although I can see where the damage took its place. She traced her finger over the freshly new scar joining the old ones before allowing Izuku's arm back. I thought you said you had a better handle with this power. I do, but not as much as my other quirks. Analysis can only go so far, thanks to One for All's protective barrier, Izuku said, pulling his sleeve back down over his arm. I'll just have to learn it from scratch like the rest of my predecessors. I see. The two had settled into a comfortable silence as they looked over at Eri from the doorway. A soft expression settled on the brunette's face as he watched the girl content in her own world, having a moment of peace from the world she once grew up in. His mind wandered over the past few weeks she lived with them. Eri slowly but surely warmed up the household's residents, more so with Izuku than his father or Kat, just as Kazuna had warned. Eri was very trusting with what he did and said, obeying anything he told her what to do and what not to do. However, it took her a while to learn proper manners, coming across several obstacles along the way, such as her lack of etiquette with other strangers. But then again, that was hardly her fault. Another issue that was brought up was her appearance, since they still didn't know who exactly was after Eri due to the girl's absolute refusal of speaking about them. They weren't sure where she would be safe. Clothes were no problem as Eri had a full wardrobe with different clothing she could choose from without relying on the old rags she once wore anymore. The only problem was the horn on her head. Hiding it proved to be a more difficult task than they initially thought. Their first idea was wearing a hat, but that proved to be unreliable as the horn would inevitably poke out from under or through the cap. It was only thanks to Mei that they received their answer when she finally completed the device designed to monitor Iri's powers. The device was small but reinforced with sturdy material, concealed in what appeared to be a flower hair clip. It was a bit large in size, but it did the trick in covering Iri's small horn for the time being. As for the past several weeks, Izuku has made steadily progress with Iri expressing her feelings more outward. Not once did she have an emotional breakdown, but he was going to hold his breath. Nothing was certain in the type of world they lived in. As the couple continued watching the little girl enjoy herself, Neji eventually broke the silence. "Hey, Izuku. Remember what we talked about a few months ago? We talked about a lot of things. Neji, you're going to have to be a little more specific." Neji rolled her eyes with a smile. "You know, that thing about sharing you with others." Izuku blinked. "Oh, that? Yeah, I remember." He hadn't given it much thought since that day, too preoccupied with his training and all that. "I was serious when I said I didn't mind sharing you. Right now is as good a time as any, if you ask me," Neji happily said, turning towards Izuku to hear his answer. "After all, the career we choose is a dangerous one, so we don't know when's our last day," she said, allowing Izuku to enter his thoughts. In truth, polygamy wasn't exactly illegal in the country, just wasn't something that was so openly talked about. Many across the globe began practicing it, especially after Quirks started appearing. Despite other countries practicing polygamy, Japan was a little more reserved, with a majority of the population not expressing interest in the act. However, those who were mainly came from heroes, as it was more often than not encouraged by several authorities to practice the action but didn't really push for it. Even then, many of the heroes preferred to remain single or have a single spouse for the time, while the minority were rarely known. Izuku never really thought about entering into a polygamous relationship, even with the time he spent with his current girlfriend. However, with the new development of the government's slight interference, there might be new problems he'd have to deal with. If his earlier conversation with his father and Nezu insinuated anything, it pretty much encouraged this plan of Nejire's to keep them all safe. But that wasn't the main problem. Izuku could deal with the government, as they still had limited control over him and his family relationships. He could always refuse them, and that would be the end of that idea. The problem was completely different, albeit less serious, with the government issue. Nejire frowned a little at his silence. "What? Is there a problem?" Izuku sighed, combing his fingers through his hair. "No, there isn't a problem per se. It's just, I'm so used to having one girlfriend that it never crossed my mind of getting another. And this is with your encouragement," he said, staring back into her eyes. "I'm pretty happy being with you that getting a second girlfriend is just alien to me." That's what it was. Experience. Izuku wouldn't call himself an expert. Far from it, actually. If Izuku was being honest, he was still learning about being in an intimate relationship with Nejire. During the beginning, he was still coming to terms with how he felt towards her, and he was just barely able to share it with her on that day. Since then, Izuku gradually had to learn what it meant to be in a relationship. The only upside was Nejire didn't mind at all, comfortable with teaching him how their bond was to progress and the particular rules that came with it. If there was one thing that always kept inside Izuku's head, was to always be faithful to the one he loves. Now here, Nejire was, throwing everything she practically taught him about relationships out the window. Nejire giggled into her hand. "Oh, I get it now. It's because I told you never to be unfaithful? I guess that does seem a little confusing." She trailed off before shaking those thoughts away. "Regardless of that, what do you say about giving it a try?" Izuku sighed once more. "I don't know, Nejire. Are you sure this is something you're absolutely okay with? Are you sure you're comfortable with sharing me with other potential partners?" he asked, gazing off to the side. Nejire smiled lovingly at him, cupping his cheek to move his head to her. Soft blue eyes met striking emerald as she continued holding onto his cheek as she began with a soft tone. "If I weren't comfortable with the idea, I would have never have brought it up in the first place. I can 100% say I'm sure this is absolutely something I'm okay with," she finished. Izuku nodded slowly. "Well, as long as you're fine with it. Yes, of course. Besides, now that I'm a third year, I'll probably be a lot busier than I usually am, so you might need someone to fill in my role," Nejire said before she beamed at him. "Plus, this might turn out to be a lot of fun." Izuku couldn't hold back a chuckle at his girlfriend's carefree attitude. "I suppose so. But now I have a question. Who would I start out with?" My, already eager to try? Hee, just messing with you. But now that you brought it up, there is someone you can start with," Nejire teased, poking Izuku's chest with a Cheshire smile. Izuku's eyebrow rose amusingly. "Oh, and who may that be?" Nejire giggled. Not yet. It's getting a bit late, and I have to get home soon. Pick me up tomorrow, and I'll show you where to meet her," she said, pecking his cheek as he followed her to the door. Izuku rolled his eyes playfully. "Very well. Do you want to ride home? If you don't mind." Nodding his head, Izuku shifted his gaze down at Iri, who followed closely behind. "Iri, I'll be back in a bit." If Dad asks where I am, just tell him I went to drop off Nejire. Okay, Papa. Nejire knelt down and gently hugged the girl, who returned the embrace. Goodbye, Eri. I'll see you later. Okay, Ms. Nejire. Bye-bye. Eri bidding goodbye before running off to the kitchen. Smiling at the interaction, Izuku slipped his gaze back onto Nejire. Ready to go. She beamed. Yep. The morning after, Izuku set off to meet Nejire at her residence. Then, waving goodbye to both his father and Eri, he hopped on his motorcycle and rode away. Due to how far Nejire lived from UA, it was understandable that she would have to live in an apartment complex nearby. While the school would have had more than enough money to pay for living space, she didn't have to pay a single cent for her accommodation. Of course, that wasn't too surprising, considering her parents were influential business owners who, unfortunately, spent most of their time away. I've always lived alone. My parents are just away overseas for the most part. They send over money so I could pay off the rent, though they do visit every few months or so. Izuku remembered Nejire saying, as he, Tagata, and Tamaki would frequently visit her place every so often whenever they hung out. He could remember the slight sadness that rang within her voice, indicating that she missed them dearly, though she would only smile when their concern was displayed, explaining that even though her parents may not always be around to watch her, she knew that they loved her. Izuku smiled, remembering how he witnessed this firsthand. When they came to visit Nejire, she was quick to introduce him as her partner. Even though they were already well aware of their daughter's relationship with him, through the frequent letters she would send to them, they still made sure to lay some ground rules, more so from her father than mother. In contrast, Nejire's mother was much more accepting of Izuku and her daughter's relationship. Her father, while very warm and kind, was a bit more hesitant. He wasn't ready to let her baby girl go just yet. In the end, they both gradually began to accept him, pleased by his calm and polite attitude, referring to them with honorifics and answering each of their questions truthfully to the best of his ability. They were undoubtedly strict but loving of their daughter, not to mention quite protective and overbearing. Again, more so on Nejire's father than her mother. Still, she didn't seem to mind, and neither did Izuku. It was nice to see how much they cared for her well-being. It was great that they could get on good terms after a relatively long but entertaining talk. On one occasion, they had even visited his own home to celebrate with the Aizawa family on Christmas, so it was undoubtedly quite a good time. But it was also a little embarrassing to hear her teacher, who was also her boyfriend's father, go on about the headaches she gave him. They seemed to get along, though. In no time, Izuku finally arrived at his destination. After giving 3 knocks on the door, he waited for a few seconds before the sound of footsteps was heard from the other side. And sure enough, it opened up to reveal Nejire. The girl was dressed in a rather form-fitting baby blue tank top and black jeans. Her usually free-flowing hair was tied up into pigtails, a sight that was relatively rare to see but not unwelcome. Nejire bounced forward. Hey, I've been wondering where you were," she chirped, giving him a quick hug before locking the door behind her. "Are you ready to go?" "Yeah, although you still haven't exactly told me where it is that we're going." The girl just giggled, grabbing his hand. "Just trust me on this. It isn't someplace where you haven't been to before," she said, gently guiding Izuku past his vehicle. "And for the sake of surprises, we won't be riding there." The boy quirked an eyebrow, a curious expression crossing his face. "Is it close? More or less? Which one is it?" "You'll see." Accepting he wasn't going to receive a clear answer from her, which wouldn't be the first time, Izuku chose to remain silent and fall into step with Nejire, the two walking side by side. In response, the girl wrapped her arm around his, closing the distance between them and intertwining their hands together. Izuku regarded her approach with a glance before brushing his thumb over her hand. It wasn't too often that the pair had a moment like this now and then. However, ever since Nejire started her work studies at Ryukyu's agency and Izuku began taking care of Eri, the two have had less time together than they would have liked. That's not to say that they rarely see each other anymore, but the amount of time that they've spent together before has been noticeably shortened. In that matter, every time they did have a meetup, whether it was with friends or just the two of them, the pair always made sure to make the most of it, no matter what the reason. That included today. But now that Izuku was going to enter UA High soon, there was a great chance that their meetups will be much more frequent. Maybe not at the same level as it once was before, but considerably more. About 15 minutes later, Nejire led her boyfriend into a familiar-looking studio, one he was able to identify right away. Mei's workshop. Izuku mumbled to himself as he peeked over at Nejire, who was too busy smiling like she always did. Considering the whole reason they went out for, it was easy for him to put 2 and 2 together. "Is that why I always saw you two talking with one another?" Nejire rubbed the back of her head sheepishly. You got me. Maybe I should have been more discreet. That'd be hard, even for you." Izuku shook his head. "Not much to do about it now. I am a little curious as to why you wanted me to start a relationship with Mei." He didn't have anything against it. Far from it, actually. It was a bit hard to describe, but Mei had this sort of radiant personality that drew him to her. It was similar to Nejire but different in some scenarios. Mei was very enthusiastic and bright, much like Nejire. She showed no fear in pretty much anything, especially when it came to failing, instead seeing it as an opportunity to learn and do better next time. It was very admirable. However, she was a little absent-minded at times and easily distracted, again, much like Nejire. While some people may see Mei as self-centered due to putting her love of inventions and gadgets above others, Izuku knew from their hangouts that it was simply not the case. So much how anyone had a passion for video games, gardening, working, or reading, Mei was very passionate about her inventions, or babies as she liked to call them. And while she was very enthusiastic about her work, Mei showed concern for others, such as when she heard about Izuku's run-in with Iri's captures and cause of injuries. Had he not met Enjare, Izuku could confidently say that Mei was someone he could grow intimately close to. Distinctively, Nejire was very enthusiastic, pleasant, and bubbly, always seen moving about. She was the sort of person who gave off a kind of free spirit or airheaded type of vibe to others, making her easy to approach. It also made her the kind of person that would make it difficult for others to get mad at. With that being said, it was no wonder why she was of UAS most popular students. She was just widely accepted as one of the sweetest and friendliest people you could meet. Perhaps that was one of the reasons why Izuku was so entranced by Nejire. She was kind by nature and a level-head individual. Very curious as well. Izuku never thought he'd meet someone so interested in him before, so it was definitely a huge surprise when Nejire asked question after question about him, his abilities, and his interest. Under normal circumstances, it would have annoyed anybody with the amount of prodding someone does on someone else's life. Yet, for whatever reason, Izuku did not seem to mind one bit. On the contrary, he was more than delighted to answer her questions and always listened whenever she rambled on about anything. Those who were close to Izuku noted that he was visibly calmer and collected whenever around her, as opposed to when he came off as a bit cold and apathetic towards others, such as when he was younger. But that was a long time ago. Compared to before, Nejire has had a significant impact on Izuku's person as a whole, whether he realized it or not. But, of course, not just her, but their friends Mirio and Tamaki, and the new people they've met along the way. Now that I think about it, it would probably be a good idea to get them together to get to know one another. Izuku thought to himself. Shinso and Ochako were still relatively new to the group, even if Shinso has already been acquainted with Itsuka. Not only that, but everyone else has yet to meet Shoko, so having a get-together may be in everyone's best interest since they'll be more acquainted with one another once they enter UA. Shoko may be a bit harder to convince to come, but it wouldn't hurt to ask. She would eventually have to socialize every once in a while if her goal is to become a pro-hero. Focusing back on the matter at hand, Izuku awaited Nejire's response, actually taking a moment to give a suitable answer. Finally, after a few seconds, she shifted next to him, a small smile gracing her face. "Do you remember how we first met?" she began, her soft voice echoing in a low tone. "When your father made us fight you, so we could see how different people are in the world. How much stronger and more willpower could other people have?" Nejire asked, fully seizing Izuku's attention. "During that time, I saw how well you fought and the techniques you demonstrated. You weren't afraid to hold back, and you weren't scared to actually spar against all of us. But that was because of one thing, excitement. I was able to tell from the look in your eyes. You were excited to fight the class, excited to see just how strong we were. It was pretty easy to see that battling, no matter what the situation was or how it was triggered, was something you enjoyed very much." Izuku nodded at this. As a result of the experiments performed on him and the combat training he was forced to partake in, Izuku had a heightened bloodlust when fighting. Whether this was done intentionally or was a side effect remained unknown. Over time, he had managed to control the aggression thanks to his father, but it hasn't disappeared completely. Sometimes, it would slip through the cracks and allow others to see it, which more often than not caused most villains to falter at his presence. Thankfully, this only occurred during a long progression of combat, but it was still something Izuku took caution of. One such way was the mask he wore. While it was true that it helped regulate his breathing, the device also had small but strong built-in canisters filled with nitrous oxide. Should his bloodlust begin to rise, Kazuna would activate the canisters and release the gas for Izuku to inhale while removing any excess gas from the outside. It made for a helpful but intimidating display. Nejire continued, her eyes a bit downcast. "Then, when it was over, you seemed closed off to the world, almost as if you were anticipating something to come at you. I don't know if that makes sense, but I guess the best way to describe it was that you looked insecure." Nejire paused after saying that, glancing over at Izuku. She didn't want to make it seem like she was overstepping a boundary, even if it probably wouldn't bother Izuku as it did years ago. Regardless, she wanted to make sure it was okay to go on. At his nod, she resumed, "When you first told us about your past, everything became much clearer about your anxiety, especially when it came to your scars. Nejire paused once more before finally getting to the heart of the matter. While I wouldn't say that she experienced the same thing, I can say that both you and May have a lot of similarities. Like your enjoyment of battling, she has a passion for inventing and trying new things. But again, similarly to you, I noticed she had a deep insecurity within herself for a very long time. You think she's experiencing something similar? Nejire nodded. I think she felt a sort of connection to you because of this, even if you hadn't really told her of your past. It's most likely due to instinct and experience. Maybe that's why she also wanted to grow close to you, not just as a friend but also as a partner. But now, it's her self-doubts that may be holding her back, even with her trying to overcome it. I feel like, by doing this, you'll be able to help her out a lot. And in turn, it might help you out in the long run as well. Nejire ended, smiling brightly at Izuku. As for the boy, who listened attentively to what his girlfriend was talking about, Izuku was too busy taking in the information to give an immediate reply. He had never heard Nejire talk about something so passively as this before. Just for that, it spoke volumes of how much thought she actually put into this. It wasn't just because she wanted to do this for the sake of trying or enjoyment, but also because she genuinely cared about everyone's feelings. Nejire always cared about her friends, but to this extent. Is this something May has been feeling for so long now? Izuku thought to himself. He felt disappointed, more so at himself for not realizing how a close friend was going through something so similar to him and not noticing it sooner. For someone who prided himself at figuring people out, he certainly felt stupid for not realizing the internal conflict one of his friends was in, and for not approaching May earlier, not just for her feelings, but for his budding feelings as well. Were there others who are going through the same turmoil? Were Shoko and Itsuka going through this? He could sort of understand Shoko, considering their past was not so different, but Itsuka was too soon for him to tell, but it also wasn't out of the realm of possibility. More than once, he caught her having a look of longing for something and frustration at herself for another he could not determine. Unfortunately, unless Izuku could better understand their situation, he couldn't do anything about it. Not yet. It was a problem for another day. For now, he had to worry about the now. Izuku was brought back from his thoughts by a squeeze from Nejire's hand, who was peering at him in anticipation. Then, deciding not to keep her waiting any longer, he opened his mouth to speak. You really think this will help for the both of us? That this is something that we should be doing? It goes without question that Izuku wasn't up to speed in relationships. But he was pretty darn sure that starting a relationship was not something someone does to help their friend with their insecurities, growing feelings or otherwise. If anything, that felt like taking a step backward. Nejire gave his hand a reassuring squeeze. I'm sure. If it reassures you, I even made sure to console May with this. Just, please give it a shot. Izuku remained silent for a couple of seconds, staring at her with a somewhat criticizing expression. Finally, he answered, Okay, I'll give it a shot. But please, Nejire, please listen carefully. Izuku eyed her attentively. The decision is entirely up to her. If May doesn't want to go through with this, we have to accept it. We can't push her into something that might make her uncomfortable. If he was being honest, Izuku didn't think there was anything that could make May uncomfortable, but one never knew with that girl. I promise. At Nejire's nod of acceptance, Izuku relaxed his gaze at her. Thank you, not just for understanding but also for trying to help out May. He thanked her, receiving a bright smile in response. Also, I think this is the first time I ever heard you talk about something so seriously before. It's unlike you, Izuku teased, causing the brunette to pout, which only caused him to laugh lightly and gently pat her head. But, just for that, I think I'll take your word for it, he said, maintaining the pats to her head. Nejire batted his hand away. See, come on. I can be serious. Izuku just gave her a look. Really, I can. At his silence, Nejire crossed her arms and looked away, her cheeks puffed for added effect. Izuku poked her forehead. You're starting to sound like a tsundere. Nejire batted him away again. PFT, I am not. Seriously, I'm not. Sure, Nejire. Nejire grumbled incoherently under her breath as she dragged and amused Izuku into the workshop. Meanwhile, May was busy typing away in her computer, programming code after code. Since early morning, her eyes haven't left the screen, which has then started to glaze over once her mind went into autopilot. Kazuna, who was monitoring from another one of May's laptops, was beginning to worry about her. Ma'am, are you sure you shouldn't take a break? You've been it for several hours already, the AI said carefully. Any more, and you might strain your body even further than before. May shook her head, never stopping what she was doing. I can't stop now, Kazuna. I just got the greatest idea while I was sleeping, and I just had to get it done before it fades completely. She replied excitingly, not giving a damn about her health. Well, yes, I understand, but you have just a few more minutes, Kazuna, and I'll be done and ready to upload this new feature into you. But ma'am, I said I'm almost done, Kazuna. I'll take a break after May. Kazuna finally snapped, raising her voice at May. who was taken aback by her outburst. What? Today's the day. They blinked confusingly. What? Kazuna's holographic form appeared on display, sighing with crossed arms. Today's the day you said you had something important to talk with, Master. You told me to remind you the day before so that you could get ready. Mei narrowed her eyes at the ground, rummaging through her brain in an attempt to remember last night's activities. Now that she thought about it, she vividly recalled Kazuna informing her about her meeting moments before she passed out on her bed, spending the whole day creating new babies. But she was so out of it that the eye's words seemed so hazy and didn't really resonate with her at the time. And now she was paying the price for this one. Fuck, what exactly did I say that this meeting was about? Kazuna shrugged her shoulders. Something about your relationship with Master or the other. Mei immediately stood up, eyes wide. Crap, I forgot. Oh no, they'll be here in any minute. She panicked, darting across the room and cleaning up in an attempt to at least make it somewhat presentable. Kazuna stared at her frantic creator, placing a thoughtful finger on her cheek. I don't understand what's got you so worked up about. Just how important is this meeting anyway? Very important. It involves taking my relationship with Izuku to another level, and I don't want to mess it up accidentally. They answered back briskly. That still doesn't really answer my question. It's about dating. Oh, yeah, I have no experience with that. Mei threw her a dirty look, not appreciating her lack of help. Cheeky sh. She was interrupted from her thoughts by the sounds of knocking, which she turned to after composing herself. Gently opening the door, she was greeted by the sight of Izuku and Neji, who were patiently waiting for her. Mei smiled brightly, reverting back to her usual persona. Hey guys, I wasn't expecting you so early, she said, ushering them in after giving a quick hug from Neji and a wave from Izuku. Neji happily bounced onto a nearby chair. Well, I was pretty excited to get this going, so I had to make sure that Izuku got here on time. Yeah, I guess so. Noticing her apprehension, Izuku steered the conversation to a different matter. How was your exam, Mei? Was it difficult? Not noticing the approach, Mei grinned and waved him off. Nah, it was nothing. All they did was give us a written exam and then a small test at the beginning, probably to weed some of us out. She began, her anxiety quickly fading. Our job was to make something that followed any specific task provided with the materials that were available to us within an hour. She peeshed. I made so many babies while others were still working on their second. Izuku shared a quick look with Neji. They pretty much knew that Mei was a genius by this point, but this was pushing a bit further than they were accustomed to. Izuku faced Mei again wearily, and nothing exploded. Remarkably, Mei's smile seemed to grow even bigger than what was possible. That's the best part. Not a single one of my babies exploded that time. It must have been a good day. Or it might have had something to do with all that caffeine I drank before you picked me up. After making a mental note on that piece of information, Izuku sent her a soft smile. That's great to hear. I'm sure your hard work roused them, he complimented. Mei scratched her head in happy embarrassment. What about your presentation? Oh, I think they were very impressed by Kazuna after I presented her. Mei praised her prize creation. Well, I am pretty impressive, the AI boasted from the laptop, garnering everyone's eyes onto the bright screen. After all, I think it's safe to say I'm the best baby by far. Mei snorted with a roll of her eyes. And the sassiest. Hey, but enough about her, what about you? How did your test go? Izuku took a moment to gather his thoughts before answering. It went well enough. The written part was a bit tricky, but nothing too bad. The practical part wasn't too bad either, just destroying some robots. Oh, so they haven't really changed the test that much, Neji exclaimed, remembering back to when she first took her entrance exam. Izuku gently smiled. No, on the contrary, really. They made the test a bit easier this year. At their curious gaze, he clarified himself. They added a bit of leverage for participants whose quirks weren't combat-based. There were buttons attached to the robots that earned them points once they were pushed. Helped Shinzo quite a lot. They nodded in understanding. That's good, I guess. He was a bit late in training with you in Kendo, she said before remembering something important. Oh, by the way, I heard a big explosion while I was taking my exam, and I thought for sure it was one of my babies until I looked out the window. Did something happen? Before Izuku could give a proper answer, Neji beat him to the punch. Oh, something totally did. It turns out Suzu here fought against a 0-pointer during the practical exam. Mei gasped, whipping her at Izuku. You did? How did you do that? I punched it with one of my quirks. Just like that. Just like that, Izuku replied, a hint of smugness laced in his tone. He did break his arm, though. Won Neji. What? She was going to find out eventually. The girl laughed away at her boyfriend's expense, who looked away in slight embarrassment. Before Izuku could adequately counter, he was interrupted again, but this time by Mei. How did the 0-pointer look like? How big was it? What type of material would you say it was made by? The pink-haired girl's eyes sparkled as she inched ever closer to the retreating boy. Okay. Nejire clapped her hands together. As much as I love how this is going. We did come here for a reason, remember? Calming down for a bit at the sudden reminder, Izuku smiled warily while Mei fidgeted in her seat. She was right. They were beating around the bush a bit. Why yeah. Nejire stood up and patted Mei on her shoulder. Just relax. You guys should be able to talk it out just fine. She comforted, making her way into a separate room and waving them off. I'll leave you guys with each other for the time being. Have fun. Just as she arrived at the doorframe, Nejire paused and slightly peeked over her shoulder. The rest is up to you guys, she thought to herself and walked off. Once all alone, Izuku and Mei glanced at one another before awkwardly looking away. An uncomfortable silence ensued, omitting two fidgeting teenagers not knowing how to start. How would anyone? Throwing them into such a situation would leave anybody stupefied. But, then again, hardly anyone would actually be placed in these circumstances. For Izuku, it was more on the matter that he didn't know how to start a conversation around this particular topic. Hell, he was still coming to terms with the whole dating scenario with Nejire, despite what people thought. Either way, with or without experience, it was still pretty awkward. As for Mei, it was much harder. For a long time, Mei was aware that most people found her habits odd and off-putting, and in most cases, uncomfortable. This caused many to stay away from her or make rude remarks about her. While she never expressed this outwardly, it did sting a little when people talked behind her back, but she never really made an effort to change. At that point, Mei made her peace, knowing she may not have many friends as she'll grow up, which was okay with her. But that was when she was younger, and by the time she started getting older, it really started to dawn on her just how lonely she was. Sure, she had her inventions she can fall back onto to keep her occupied, but only to a certain extent. It couldn't talk with her, listen to her, or just hang out with her. Companionship was something that she always needed, whether she liked to admit it or not. For a long time, Mei kept these thoughts buried at the back of her mind, building new devices to keep her distracted from them. It was working too. She never had to think back on wanting to have friends or any type of association, really. That was, until she met Izuku. In truth, when she first met him, she considered him an oddball, and that was coming from someone such as herself. Izuku never spoke more than a few sentences, though, of course, those who knew him would say that's how he usually talked. He was reticent, to put it mildly. But what really set her off was the fact that he never seemed bothered by her antics. The only indications he gave towards them were of surprise or amusement. He would never look at her funny or talk behind her back as most people would. He would also usually listen to her intently whenever she rambled on about new ideas and babies. Over time, she began feeling a great deal of gratitude toward him. When thoughts of her never making friends resurfaced, it was shot down immediately when Izuku introduced her to his friends, who promptly befriended her. It brought her happiness to know that she had friends who could keep her company, talk to her, share ideas, and just, well, keep her company. And it was all thanks to one green-haired boy who decided to stick around. As far as she was concerned, Izuku was the first friend Mei had ever made. She built a deep friendship with him that she knew wouldn't change, which was why it felt so confusing as to how she felt when he first introduced Nejire to her. Don't get her wrong, Mei held no such resentment towards the blue-haired girl. On the contrary, she was more than happy to gain such a wonderful friend, especially one who was just as enthusiastic and energetic as she was. In fact, Mei dared say if not for Izuku, Nejire was her closest friend. She just had no idea why she felt a knot in her chest whenever she saw Nejire so close to Izuku. It was only after Nejire confronted her that she subsequently understood. It was small, real small, but Mei had been developing a crush on the green-haired teenager over quite some time. She just never realized she had this until Nejire explained it to her. The conversation was quite an eye-opener for her, but very amusing for the brunette. Still, it couldn't be denied that the aspiring inventor began to harbor budding feelings for the young man. Deciding it was time to break the ice, Izuku began, So, how long have you had these feelings? Mei fidgeted in her seat. A couple of months, I guess. Oh, I see. Why yeah. Another few seconds of awkwardness went by before Izuku sighed and dropped his head in defeat. This was already off to a bad start. I'm sorry, Mei, I started this terribly. The aspiring inventor frantically waved her hands. No, it's okay. I get it. I guess we weren't expecting Nejire to throw this at us. Izuku scratched his cheek. Yeah, but Nejire must have seen something special coming from this. Otherwise, she wouldn't have pushed for it. Mei smiled brightly, a light laugh escaping her lips. Maybe. Honestly, I'm glad she did. I'm kinda bad with this sort of stuff. Though, yeah, for the good majority of my life, the only love I ever knew was for my babies. It was about the only thing that really distracted me, I guess, Mei said, raising her gaze towards the ceiling. But then, you came along, and suddenly, I had these new reactions that just sprang up out of nowhere, and I had no idea what to do about them. To be honest, I thought I'd gotten sick. The pair laughed for a bit before quickly settling down. May lowered her gaze down at the other occupant. You're to blame for this. Izuku raised his eyebrow amusingly. Oh, so it's my fault then. Yes, you and that natural charm of yours, May teased, finally relaxing a bit, something Izuku noticed and smiled slightly in relief. I'm gonna be honest with you. This the first time I ever had feelings for someone, so I'm not entirely sure how this is supposed to go. May trailed off, placing a thoughtful finger onto her cheek, but Nejire said it would be good to discover them with you, as you were once in the same boat as me. Izuku slightly nodded his head in agreement. That's true, I suppose. Nejire was the one who taught me what it was I was feeling and how to react to that. But there are some things that you should know, he began, his tone a slightly more serious one. May straightened up in her seat, having an inkling of what he was going to say. You are aware that if we pursue this, you'll have to share me with other partners, correct? May waved off his concern. Oh, yeah. Nejire told me all about sharing you. May held off mentioning anything about Itsuka. The girl didn't seem too sure of her feeling just yet, and it was best not to push her too far. Everyone had to go at their own pace. And you're okay with this? Of course. Izuku nodded once more. It was still a bit strange and may take some time getting used to it, and it was worth a shot. But there are some things that you still don't know about me. Things that may have you look at me differently. Are you so sure that you want to go out with someone who still has secrets? Even though Izuku knew that Nejire accepted him for who he was now, he was a little skeptical in the beginning. His past often caused a few to look at him in pity or contempt, which was something he didn't want. It was a major reason he never pursued a relationship before, as he had insecurities before meeting the energetic girl. Even then, they were still lingering. Hence, his mandatory counseling with Hound Dog. May frowned at what he said about himself and shook her head. I don't see the problem with you. I'm willing to take all of you in, flaws and all. But how are you so sure? Izuku sharply remarked. How could you accept all of me for what I am when you don't know the whole truth? At that, May's face took a serious expression. I understand that there is still much of a barrier between us, but it's also because of that I hope we could bring it down a bit, one way or another. May answered back without hesitation. That's what dates are for, right? To get to know each other. Izuku silently nodded, allowing the girl to continue. I know you'll tell me of your past eventually, so don't worry about me pushing for it. And yeah, we might have only known each other for less than a year, but I want you to know that I'm confident that whatever you'll say won't have much of a difference in how I view you. Of that, I'm certain. You're you because of the now, not because of your past. A profound silence swept around the room. It might have been short. It might have been said on the spot. But what May had said left Izuku stunned. What she just said really blew him away. He felt the conviction in her words. Izuku never thought he'd ever hear May say something so passively before. Honestly, it was kind of an eye-opener on how much he still may not know about her. It was truly a testament to how much faith May had in him with or without knowing his past. And for that, Izuku was grateful. He now knew his answer. Several seconds passed as this happened, the awkward silence returning. Then, waiting with bated breath, May flinched when she saw the boy place his hand on her shoulder, momentarily taking note of how gentle it was. You are much more than I deserve, Izuku finally said, his voice monotone as always, but it was honest nonetheless. Really? May's stunning cross-golden eyes lit up as she looked at his emerald eyes. Izuku nodded in confirmation. You are beautiful, kind, intelligent, and hard-working. But, honestly, with everything you just said, it really made me believe that you're too good for me, Izuku said with a gentle smile, which May mirrored. But considering how much thought you seem to put into this, as well as your clear desire for this, it would be rude of me if I didn't give it a try. The young inventor's eyes were positively sparkling now. So you mean? Izuku cut her off with a nod. Yeah, I'd like to give this a chance. For the both of us. May simply couldn't contain herself. Faster than he expected, Izuku was suddenly embraced by the young inventor, catching him off guard. It took a moment for him to register what happened once May began to tighten her hold on him. His eyes peered down at her pink locks gently as he returned the embrace. Thank you, she mumbled into his jacket. Izuku smiled. Anytime. They remained like that for a bit longer, enjoying each other's warmth. Neither seemed to want to ruin the moment. Just as they were about to separate, however, another presence made itself known. Ooh, Izuku and May froze at the familiar voice, completely forgetting the one other being in the room. So, is this what being in a relationship is? Kazuna nervously questioned, because I'll admit, I still have no idea what is. Izuku slowly released May from the embrace. Almost robotically, Kazuna, he began, rubbing his temples. May was too busy trying to cover up her embarrassment with her hand. Were you listening in the whole time? Perhaps. Oh God. May moaned into her hands, her eyes twitching about as she prayed for the earth to open and swallow her up. She could not believe that someone else was in the room with them. It was so hectic in the beginning that she completely forgot about her. She wasn't going to live this one down for a while. She just knew it. Kazuna shifted nervously. If you want, I can promise never to speak a word of it ever again. That would be most appreciated, Izuku quickly said. Actually, now that she's here, May started, her embarrassment still present on her face. There was something I've created that I would you to try out. What is it? Well, it's technically a trial run since the algorithm is tough to code, but it's essentially a mind-reading function. Izuku's eyes widened. Oh wow. Whoa, really? The trio whipped their heads towards the source of the outburst. Their eyes eventually settled on Nejire as she waved at them with a sandwich on hand and a smile on her face. Hey, guys, I still can't believe you were making sandwiches the whole time we were having that discussion, Izuku remarked as he and Nejire walked back home. While you were busy stuffing your face, we were having a near breakdown. After a short discussion with May, agreeing to fully disclose the details the next time they came in contact, the pair said their goodbyes to the young inventor and AI, who was promised to be delivered back next time. Nejire playfully pouted. Hey, everyone gets hungry every once in a while. It's not my fault my tummy was begging for some grub during that time, she said, finishing the last piece of her snack. It could have at least saved me a piece. Such a crybaby. Nejire jeered with a teasing grin, bumping her hip against his. I'm sure you can survive until we get home. Speaking of which, can I come over? I don't think there will be a problem. Awesome, Nejire happily bounced, causing Izuku to smile at her. She's so amazing. Sensing his gaze on her, Nejire paused in her action and faced him, smiling as she waited for him to catch up to her at what she would call a snail's pace. Izuku never bothered to rebuke her since she was right, falling onto another silent mood. Nejire opted to stare up at the clouds while the greenette focused his sights on the road. The afternoon had turned into a peaceful one. The sun was shining a nice warm glow, the birds were tweeting, and there was a gentle breeze in the air. Izuku wished things would stay forever like this, but even he knew that was wishful thinking. That time in the barn made him realize that. How did everything go? The sound of his girlfriend snapped Izuku out of his trance, who was suddenly looking at him with a curious expression on her face. He continued staring straight ahead at the road, remaining silent for a few long seconds as he went over the events in his head. Then, finally, after choosing his words carefully, he spoke. It's going to take time getting used to, but I know everything will go well from now on. A growing smile began to take shape on Nejire's face. Oh, we decided to take it one step at a time, Izuku added, raising his hand to run through his hair, test the waters, so to speak, just so that we aren't rushing things. He answered in a confident tone before facing her with a gentle smile. But I know everything will turn out just fine. Things were going to change, and they were going to keep changing. Izuku liked to think it was changing for the better, all things considered. With one amazing girlfriend and another about to enter his life, Izuku could definitely say that his life was really starting to shake up, and he couldn't wait for it. It's almost time. Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.